Unraveling Carrie Woodhouse. 21st Century Austen 5. By Sarah Marks. In collaboration with Patreon supporters. Rona Goffstein, Sandy Rigg, Maureen Carney, Laura Haggarty, Christy Grousman, and Tomasz Sachecki. Copyright 2022 by Sarah Marks. Dedication. To Pat and Christy, the dirty dancing alpacas, the two people I can count on for a fun yarn adventure. Cast on. How every knitting project begins. There are different techniques for how to get your stitches on the needles. Don't listen if someone tells you that you're doing it wrong. You do it the way you know, and the pattern tells you how many stitches you need. Chapter 1. Can everyone please stop talking for a moment? Nicole said to the crowd, clapping her hands like a preschool teacher. She had been trying to get people to quiet down for about a minute, but she was soft-spoken, and people continued to talk over her. This time Nicole was able to grab their attention, and people turned to look at her. Those who continued talking lowered their voices while wearing sheepish smiles. It was a chilly Sunday night, and Nicole's small bookstore was filled with people chatting, drinking wine, and browsing books on her shelves. I stood in the back of the room holding a small plastic glass of white wine. Zach, my best friend, sat on the arm of a leather armchair next to me. He looked over at me and chuckled. Having watched for a week as Nicole and I got ready for this night, he knew what was coming. Tonight is the grand reopening of Lackack, Massachusetts's oldest bookstore, Lackack Books, Nicole said in a low voice when the room was quiet. She paused for a moment while everyone applauded. Feeling more confident, she raised her voice. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. When I decided to buy this bookstore, I was worried about the investment. I'm happy to see so many of you here tonight and during our soft launch in the past few weeks. Every community should have a thriving bookstore, and you can do that by making sure you buy all your books from us. As Nicole paused to take a breath, she noticed more people had shown up than anticipated. I knew she was worried about staying open, but I hoped they would sign up for events and programs. I don't think we would have made it tonight if it wasn't for Carrie Woodhouse, Nicole said, a light pink blush spreading over her cheeks as she looked at her notes. She has been my rock and unexpected mentor through this process. Most of us know that the Woodhouse family has been part of this community since the town was founded in 1730. Their yarn company put us on the map and continues to be a big draw for tourism. Hopefully, Lackack Books can help bring even more vibrancy to our local downtown and show all our visitors the wonderful things our town offers. She looked back at the paper in her hand before quickly looking up again. Oh, Nicole said as soon as she realized she had forgotten something. A big thank you to Doug from Donwell Liquor down the street. He provided the wine tonight, and if you go by before they close, you can get 10% off your purchase of what you enjoyed tonight. The audience all turned to the back of the room, where Doug stood by the alcohol table. He was handing out glasses of wine to people. He was tall and hard to miss, but he lifted his arm and waved to the group. I turned to Zach as everyone clapped, my smile getting wider. One night, over knitting and wine in my apartment, Doug, Nicole, and I had formed the plan for Nicole to buy the local bookstore, which was on the verge of going out of business. We wanted to create a bubble of supportive businesses in downtown Lackack to do more collaborations and grow our businesses. At the time, Zach dismissed it, but now he admitted that his cafe, which was in my yarn store, would benefit from this plan. You're insufferable, Zach whispered without looking at me. The smile across his face and low laughter made me feel like I was on top of the world. Carrie, can you come up here? Nicole said, reaching out her hand in my direction. I turned to quickly look at Zach as I walked to Nicole. I could see his pursed lips as he fought his desire to laugh, and I knew his irritation was a lie. He adores me. Thank you, Nicole, I said, squeezing Nicole's hand once I stood next to my friend. I'm thrilled to see so many people here. This is such a supportive community. Lackack Books has been at the heart of it for generations, and when Nicole had the idea to buy it, I knew she would make this the bookstore our community wants and needs. I picked up a book from a stack next to where I was standing. I knew the book because I was already reading it. Every so often, I came over and quietly read. Nicole and I had dubbed it the Silent Book Club. She suggested a new book each month, and a few of us would read it together. We'd never discussed it at a meeting because, like many book clubs, we were happy drinking wine and catching up with each other. I smiled, thinking about it. Personally, I added, showing people the book's cover, I love coming here to talk books and quietly read during the Silent Book Club. I hope to see more of you here in the future. For other local business owners, if you're ever looking for advice on running a business downtown, I think Nicole and I will be happy to help and collaborate with you. I turned to Nicole, who was bright red and shaking her head. Well, I continued with a giggle, understanding Nicole's reluctance, I'll be happy to help. The room clapped again as I walked back to Zach, who put his arm around my shoulders. That was great, but you really need to work on humble. I laughed with him and wrapped my arm around his waist, enjoying his pride. I see Amelia, I said when I saw the younger woman's blonde curls in the crowd. I gave Zach a kiss on the cheek before waving her down. Amelia had graduated from Lackack State University in May and now worked with the Woodhouse Family Foundation, which my family established a few generations ago. Since then, many assistants have come and gone their way. I had a marvelous feeling about her when I met her a couple of years ago while she was fighting to save my family's dorm at the local university. Her cheerful personality was just too contagious. James, my brother-in-law, had hired her before she had even graduated. Amelia wasn't alone, but I didn't recognize the woman she was with. Carrie, Lisa is the new director for the Hartfield Community Center, Amelia said after kissing me on the cheek. Her background is in sociology. She researched women's work, and like knitting. I smiled, raising an eyebrow as I looked over Lisa, who had stick-straight strawberry blonde hair, light brown eyes, and freckled skin. I didn't realize you had hired someone. I said. Welcome to Lackack, and please feel free to visit the store anytime. I'd love to hear more about your research and your plans for the Hartfield Center. I'm very interested in collaborating with the shop, Lisa said with a smile. I have a few ideas and would love some feedback. I raised an eyebrow, impressed that she was ahead of me. You should come by the shop tomorrow then. I bet your board members want quick action. Amelia laughed. Since she was the face of the Woodhouse Foundation, she was invited to sit on various trustee boards. The Hartfield Community Center had been awarded a grant from the foundation, so it would be a priority for Amelia. The rumor was that the Hartfield Center had lost most of its trustees and needed to fill those spots quickly. Lisa blushed. I was hoping to convince you to take one of the empty spots as a local business owner. I pursed my lips as I thought about the offer. I had never been invited to help a nonprofit before, and my instinct was to agree. Who else are you inviting? I asked, hoping to get a better sense of the personalities. Lisa sighed as she thought about her list. Lois Fairfax from Lackack State is remaining on the board. Not that I would have asked her to leave. As president, Lois remained involved in all local education programs, especially those she felt met her university's mission. Since that included making higher education accessible to first-generation college students, the Hartfield Center was an essential part of her image. I was glad she insisted on remaining involved, and Lisa was not showing any irritation with it. I'd also like to find someone local who has gone through one of the center's career placement programs to sit on the board, Lisa added, sticking her finger up. This program had been designed a few decades ago as a job placement program for people not going into college, but I wasn't sure anyone in my circle had been part of it. Nobody comes to mind right away, but I'll think about that a bit. That would be great, Lisa said, her face lighting up. I'm going to need a lot of help connecting with the community, so I appreciate your time. I smiled and decided I liked her. It was clear that she needed help. It would be good for our community to rebuild the Hartfield Center so that the kids in town had something to do and a safe place to be every day. I was excited about being part of it, especially if it allowed me to get experience being a community leader. Lisa and I made plans for lunch tomorrow before I moved around the room again. I eventually found Nicole standing with Bart, the CEO of our local Chamber of Commerce, and some local politicians. Carrie, Bart said, drawing me in when he noticed me walking by. This was a great event. I joined the group only because I noticed that Nicole was surrounded by old white men. She needed an ally and maybe an escape. All I did was give Nicole advice, I said, nudging my friend gently with my elbow. She did all the work to get her store ready. I don't know, Bart said, winking at me. You seem to have been at the center of this whole thing. I wanted to roll my eyes. Bart was fine to work with, but he was the type of man who thought he needed to flirt with every woman he met. It reeked of insincerity, and I was always hesitant to interact with him personally. There was something about him that put me off. His position in the Chamber of Commerce made a lot of local collaborations possible, making him an excellent professional ally. It dawned on me that he would be a great person to put on the community center's board. His connections to local politicians and other insiders could make or break a project. I made a mental note to talk to Lisa about including him. I knew there could be tension between him and Lois Fairfax, given her position at the university, and I suspected that would be something that Lisa could use to her advantage if played right. You're coordinating all those yarn coverings, right, Carrie? Lawrence, the mayor asked. Lawrence was an older, paunchy, balding man who had grown up with my father. I had known him all my life, but lately, he tried to get local businesses to endorse him for an upcoming election. There were rumors about a battle for the future of the city. We were in the middle of an economic development initiative. Both Lackack State and Woodhouse Yarns, my family's yarn company, were the biggest employers in the city, but we needed more. Lawrence and Bart were promoting local artists in hopes of becoming an art community. The other side, led by the economic redevelopment director, wanted a spa town to attract tourists. I thought we could do both and was trying to avoid taking sides. Those are yarn bombs, Nicole said, perking up at the mention of the project we had started in January. Lawrence and Bart both looked confused. We call it a yarn bomb, I said with a fake smile, because it looks like yarn exploded all over downtown. The men all laughed at the idea of yarn exploding because it didn't look like that at all. Since this was our group's first experience with yarn bombing, we had been very conservative. Lawrence knew all about it, but I knew his original question had been a hint to tell the other men more. He was very good at letting others explain their projects. Both Nicole and I had been organizing the project so either of us could speak about it. We spend the month knitting the strips of yarn, and then, Nicole said, taking the reins on a well-rehearsed speech early on the first day of the month. Before everyone is awake, we quickly sew them on to the light poles in downtown. By the time everyone is downtown, getting breakfast or going to work, we've changed all the poles to their new color for the month. I looked at my friend, pleased with her explanation. The men talking with us all nodded slowly, still unclear about what we were doing. "What do you do with the strips once the month is over?" one of the men asked. "We're sewing them into large blankets that we'll auction off in December at our annual foundation fundraiser," I said as if it was apparent. I looked at Bart, and he raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing for your charity knitting next year?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. I took a breath. I knew from experience that Bart might try to take over any project if I let him. He had done it many times when collaborating with other businesses. "We haven't decided yet," I said, meeting his eyes and dropping my smile. "We are simply trying to get through this year's project." Bart gave me a curt nod. "We'll talk about it later." I excused myself, resisting the urge to grind my teeth and roll my eyes at Bart. "That was fun," Zach said as we left the bookstore together a few hours later. He brushed his dark blonde hair off his face, took my hand, and swung it between us. I smiled, the adrenaline still surging through my body. "I'm so happy for Nicole," I added as we walked home. My family owned the entire building that housed our yarn shop, the stash, and Zach's cafe. Above it was apartments that we customarily rented. I was living in one, and the other 3 were vacant. I liked living above the shop. It made it easy to engage in the work I loved. It also made it harder to set boundaries, but I was happy with the setup. I wanted to use the other spaces better. I had already started talking to them about possible ideas, and this fall, we needed to make some decisions. "Do you want company tonight?" Zach asked, pulling me closer to him as we walked. I sighed as he wrapped his arm around my waist, and I put my head on his shoulder as we walked. I always felt comfortable in his arms. No matter how long I knew Zach, I was always surprised at my attraction to him. His heart-shaped face was usually covered in light stubble, and his blue eyes were framed by heavy dirty blonde eyebrows. His smile often seemed like a smirk, but I knew that was only because he was self-conscious about his teeth, and I knew it was because he had been teased when we were kids. Even after getting braces, he was reluctant to show more. We had a very comfortable friends with benefits arrangement that began a few years ago when we built the cafe. He had come over one night to let me taste the cafe's menu before it opened. I looked at him and realized in one moment that I wanted to know what it was like to kiss him. It had felt like it was what we were always supposed to do, but neither of us wanted a commitment. "That would be nice," I said and pulled him to my side before wrapping my arm around his waist. "You can spend the night if you want." Zach put his arm around my shoulder and kissed the top of my head. "That would be nice too." We walked into my apartment, and as I put my stuff down, some ideas popped into my head. I quickly found my journal and picked up my pen. "No, no, no," Zach said and took the pen out of my hand. "You can come back to that. If the ideas are any good, they'll still be there later." I started to protest, to insist I had an idea that needed to be written down, but when he kissed my neck, I felt my desire take over. I let him lead me to my bedroom, and with a giggle, I forgot about my idea. It wasn't until later, when I woke up in the middle of the night, that I remembered what I wanted to write down. I brought my journal into the spare bedroom that I used as an office. I started writing and lost track of time. "What are you doing?" Zach asked me, taking the pen out of my hand. I hadn't realized I had been tapping it on the pages of my journal as I thought through my idea. I have an idea about how I can collaborate with Lisa, I said, closing my journal and getting up. Remember when we used to do those crafting classes at the Hartfield Center? Zach took my hand and led me back to bed. I couldn't see his expression, but it was probably placating. I think all the supplies are somewhere in the store, and I simply need to find them, I said before yawning. Zach silently pulled the covers up as we got back into bed and turned out the light again. I rolled onto my side into his arms before I fell asleep, thinking about the places where those supplies could be. Stashing. Some crafters can't say no to yarn. They see something they love, and they buy it. Stashing means to put it away. To have a stash of yarn is to have more yarn than you need, usually merely put away but sometimes hidden from a partner who doesn't know how little self-control you have. Chapter 2. The stash was already busy with telecommuters working in the cafe when I arrived the following day. It had been over 2 years since Zach had opened the cafe inside the stash. It had been Zach's idea to repurpose some space at the back of the store when I considered my options. I let him take the staff break room and turn it into a real kitchen where he could cook and bake. Some people had been worried about the possible damage to the yarn, but we had yet to have a problem. One woman tried to prove her point by spilling coffee on a skein. I had forced her to buy the yarn after I cleaned the skein, and nobody tried again. This wasn't the first time we had torn down walls to use the space better. When we were kids, my mother decided to tear down the wall between 2 stores and expand to make this the Woodhouse Yarn Company's flagship store. She had even built rooms where classes could be taught, or groups could meet. I realized they were underused when I took over and turned them into spaces where we processed online orders. Even filling that need didn't require all that space, and I allowed Zach to use some of those rooms for cafe seating. Now it felt like the cafe had always been part of the store. I could come down in the morning, walk through the cafe for breakfast, and take it to my office. I could smell the eggs, sausage, and bacon cooking for breakfast sandwiches this morning. The toasted biscuits and croissants wafted out from the kitchen area as one of the 3 baristas brought out a sandwich and delivered it to a table. Zach had been here for hours and would be busy getting lunch ready. I stopped by the specials board to see what he had planned. Many people came for lunch based on what he made each day. Today, he offered pulled pork with apple slaw. I ordered a coffee with one of Umberto's cinnamon scones. Zach's baker had been one of the best additions to his team. He baked in small batches so that the cafe always smelled yummy. This scone was so fresh that the warmth spread into my hands as I carried it back to my office. As much as I loved the bustling cafe that kept this shop busy through all our open hours, I needed quiet to get my work done. I hoped I could leave my office to have lunch with Zach in a few hours. I already had a growing to-do list in my bullet journal. There were so many events to get ready for, from getting ready for the next local yarn bombing to planning our next knit-along. All the brainstorming I had done last night had added items to that list. As I made a list of classes we could offer the community center students, I remembered my mother had once built classes with instructions and supplies. They were all stored somewhere in the basement. Before I knew it, there was a knock on my door. "Do you have time for lunch?" Zach said, walking into my office and plopping down into one of my armchairs. His apron was covered in splashes of barbecue sauce and slaw dressing. Zach felt like he naturally fit into my life and had been there all of it. We had grown up together, and our brothers had even gotten married a few years ago. When I went to Boston for college, Zach too followed for culinary school. He had stayed there to work for Jack Dreyfus, his mentor and boss. It was Jack who helped Zach develop the plan for this cafe. That had come after Zach became burnt out from working in the fast-paced kitchens of high-end restaurants that demanded long, crazy hours while dealing with demanding chefs, owners, and customers. The cafe was everything Zach wanted it to be. There had never been anything like this in downtown Lackack before. There were plenty of diners and donut shops around town, but no place with Wi-Fi where professionals could work and get something fresh. We upgraded our Wi-Fi to be as powerful and safe as possible. We encouraged the telecommuters to park themselves in the cafe during the day. Zach found Umberto trying to run a bakery out of his small apartment on the edge of town. Hiring a Dominican baker had been precisely what we needed to engage our local Dominican and Puerto Rican communities. They now came to the stash for breakfast and coffee on their way to work. After 2 years, the Stash Yarn Shop and Cafe was the new center of local activity. An unexpected development was how local organizations started using the cafe as a meeting space instead of offices or coffee shops on the outskirts of town. People from the university came in for meetings. Bart started hosting morning breakfasts where local business owners could come to chat with him and collaborate on projects together. Lawrence brought city leaders and government officials in for lunches. The most popular morning was when the police chief talked to local residents about safety issues and concerns. I checked my watch and realized I had been working without a break for a few hours. "I'm so hungry," I said, smiling at Zach, and shut my laptop. I grabbed my bullet journal and found a spot in the cafe while Zach went to get our lunches. It wasn't easy to find a spot since the cafe was crowded. Most were men with earbuds in their ears, and a few were quietly talking to their computers on conference calls. I liked the energy in the cafe and felt so positive when I came out here, even if only for a quick snack or meal. Not only did the community need a place like this, but collaborations began here. My plan was to stay out here and do some planning in my journal after lunch. "Isn't that the woman they hired to run the community center?" Zach asked, nodding his head in the direction of someone walking into the cafe. I looked up and nodded with a smile. "That's Lisa. Last night, I met her at the bookstore and told her to come over," I said and waved to her. "She's looking for board members for the community center, and I have some exciting ideas to share with her." I sat up straighter and smiled at Zach. He looked over at Lisa as he put our lunches down and kept his lips tight as he tried to hide his grin. Lisa made her way over to us, and I introduced her to Zach before Lisa went to grab something from the cafe. "Ask for a sandwich on Umberto's biscuits," I mentioned. "He brushes honey over them before they're done baking, and it's amazing." Lisa raised her eyebrow and smiled. I was positive she would soon become a regular here if she tried those biscuits. "Do you mind if she has lunch with us? She and I will chat after lunch anyway," I asked Zach once Lisa was out of earshot. "I want her to feel welcome." He took a bite of his food before nodding. She returned with a coffee in one hand and an order number stand in the other. "I feel like I'm out of order on meals," she said with a giggle. "My breakfast today was leftovers from dinner last night, and now I'm having a breakfast sandwich for lunch." At that moment, I knew she would be a perfect addition to the community. I love that she took my suggestion without dismissing it as the wrong time for breakfast. "Tell me, have you owned the shop a long time?" Lisa asked me while we ate. "Both our families have lived in town since the dawn of time," Zach said, chuckling at his joke. "How so?" Lisa said, looking confused. I smiled and explained, both the Woodhouses and the Knightleys came with the colonial settlers who arrived from the town of Lacuk in the UK. Wow, how many families can say that? Lisa said, her eyes wide. In New England? Zach said with a shrug and smirk. Lots of us. My family started a sheep farm as soon as they grabbed the land they wanted, I said, adding the quote fingers to make my historical context clear. They started selling the fleece from the sheep to women in the town, but one of my ancestors realized people would buy her yarn to save themselves time, especially as the town got wealthier. When the Industrial Revolution started, the Knightley family helped us open up mills to produce more yarn. They started buying fleece from other sources, but we kept the farm for fun. My parents still live out there. My father loves rural life and likes to pretend he's a farmer. Do they still have sheep? She asked. A wistful smile spread over my face as I nodded. My parents' farm was a magical place in my memories. And a family of alpacas and Angora bunnies. He calls it the brainstorming farm where he experiments with new fibers and combinations for Woodhouse yarns. Wait, Lisa said, putting down her breakfast sandwich. Are you that Woodhouse family? My smile got wider. Welcome to our flagship store, I said as I extended my arms and gestured around the store. Oh wow. I didn't know, Lisa said, her eyes getting larger. I wasn't upset or surprised. Most people don't know that the Stash Yarn Shop and Cafe is the flagship store for the Woodhouse Yarn Company, the most popular yarn company in the world. Most people use our inexpensive acrylic yarns for some craft during their lives, but this store features all of our yarns, which is what makes the store well known among experienced knitters. My grandfather still runs the yarn business while my grandmother has retired. My mother, Maureen, had been hired to work in the store during high school and took over the store after she married my father. I had always dreamed of running the store myself and took over when I finished my MBA 4 years ago. I haven't had a chance to tell Zach much about your background and the community center, I said, not wanting to exclude him from the conversation since he had allowed Lisa to join us. He was beginning to look around at what was going on with customers and was probably bored. Lisa covered her mouth as she chewed. Before I was hired by the community center, I got my PhD in sociology, she said after swallowing. I've always worked in community centers like the one here, but my research focused on women's work, especially around crafts and education. Zach's eyes got wide, and he turned to me. You're going to introduce her to the ladies at the table, right? I adored that the ladies were Zach's first thought, just as it had been mine. Which ladies? Lisa asked. The ladies at the table, I said and pointed to the large community table covered in yarn between the store and cafe. It's like a club, Zach said with a smile. The women who come there are multi-generational. Some knit for fun, and others have been professional knitters working in the store or for individuals, I said, knowing I wasn't interrupting Zach but repeating the same refrain we had been sharing for years. You'll love them. When are they here? She asked, pulling her phone out of her bag. Every single day, usually after lunch. They'll probably be here soon, Zach said, looking around. Do you knit with them, Carrie? Lisa asked before taking a bite of her food. I wiped my mouth. Often, but today I'll be hanging out at this table doing some shop work. Lisa sighed as she frowned. I can't stay today, and I don't have any knitting. Do they come on Friday? Yes, I said and looked toward the table. Most of them are here on Fridays. Lisa was clearly excited as she pulled out a notebook and made some notes. Seeing that she used a bullet journal made me like her even more. As she wrote, I noticed the door open, and Bart walked into the cafe with a gaggle of men behind him. They were loudly laughing about something. When I caught Bart's eye, he lifted his arm in the air and waved to me before extending a finger. I wanted to roll my eyes at the gesture as if he could command me to stay. I resisted because I wanted to make sure he met Lisa. I might not love the idea of him being a community center trustee, but he could do so much to help Lisa get traction with local business owners. I've been thinking about your board members, and I have some ideas, I said, knowing I needed to prepare Lisa for Bart. She looked up and met my eyes. I'm all ears. Zach cleared his throat. I hadn't told him about my plans, but he knew me well enough to understand what was coming when I had an idea. He sat back in his chair, so I couldn't see him roll his eyes. Bart, I said, gesturing toward the group with my head, is the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. He's a good ally, especially if you're looking to partner with local businesses for sponsors or a job placement program. He knows all the important people in the city. If you want to do job fairs or internships, he's a good person to have on the inside. Lisa absently bobbed her head as she made a few notes in her journal. Will you all try something for me? A deep voice said from behind us. I turned to see Umberto waiting with a plate of scones that smelled like rosemary. Umberto was a big guy who wore his curly hair long, always pulled back in a ponytail and trapped in a hairnet. He had olive skin and brown eyes that sparkled when he got complimented for something he had baked. Even though I was finished with lunch, these scones had come out of the oven moments ago, and Umberto needed feedback. As he put the plate of 3 in front of us, Zach introduced him to Lisa. You know, Zach said, pointing a finger at the baker, Umberto grew up in the community center, didn't you? Umberto smiled, proud to be one of their success stories. I got my first job in a bakery because of the job placement program and a scholarship for culinary school. That's amazing, Lisa said before taking a bite of the scone. When I was looking for a baker to work with me, Zach continued, knowing Umberto was too humble to say more. I went to the center's previous director, and she suggested Umberto to me. I tilted my head to the side, curious to hear more. Zach had never shared that part of the story with me. I had assumed it had been serendipity, especially since there had been concerns about the community center's leadership at that point. Bart walked over and slapped Umberto on the back like they were old friends. The baker shut his eyes and took a deep breath. My man, I can smell the cheddar and rosemary from the other side of the room, Bart said before inhaling deeply and closing his eyes. Umberto looked at Zach and didn't say a word. We're playing with recipes for savory scones to serve in the fall and winter, Zach said, his voice flat. Like we need another excuse to come here. I wish other local shops had the good sense to update their food, Bart added, and I wondered who that was a jab at. Bart took the seat next to Lisa and extended his hand. I heard the new community center director was having lunch here today, he said before introducing himself. While I was glad Bart recognized her, I wanted to roll my eyes at Bart, pretending he was looking for Lisa. He was full of shit, but I gained nothing by calling him out. I suggested to Lisa that you take one of the empty spots on the center's board of directors, I said, leaning into the table. Bart smiled and shook his head as he contemplated the idea. I don't know if I will have time for another board, he said. That's too bad, I said, remembering one way to hook him. I thought it would be a good way for us to work together to help attract more businesses to Lackac, especially if you want this to be an artist's community. Bart looked back and forth between Lisa and me. Well, he said, drawing out the word. If Carrie's going to be helping you, then how can I say no? Are you going to help with the yarn bombings? he asked. I sat back in my chair and felt Zach's arm against my back as he crossed his leg. He wasn't fooling me with this attempt to look casual. I'm still considering options, Lisa said with a smile. I was glad she wasn't ready to commit to anything before all the board members were in place. Well, Bart said, looking directly at Lisa. Let me know if you think I'd make a good fit. He got up and waved to someone else before we could say goodbye. I'm afraid I have to run as well, Lisa said after looking at her phone. She pulled out her card and handed it to me. Come early on Friday to knit, I said, picking up our plates and walking Lisa to the door. You can meet the other ladies, and I can show you some of the programs and events we do here. Lisa smiled as she cleared her spot and left. What are you up to? Zach asked me later that day. I went to the kitchen for a snack and to see what Zach was doing. I found him at his small desk, his laptop open as he planned the upcoming menus. What do you mean? I asked, thinking of the many things I was planning. With Lisa and Bart, he said, closing the laptop before spinning his chair towards me. I feigned confusion. Nothing. I'm just helping her fill the open spots on the board. Let me guess, he said, leaning back in his office chair, you will suggest the people and businesses you like and use the community center to advance your own plans for the city. I was offended and pouted a little. If you're going to be an asshole about it, I won't include you in my plans. Zach took my hand, pulling me into his lap. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to do good things for this city. I smiled and planted a little kiss on his lips. I'm merely helping her out. Zach rolled his eyes, but I felt his hand move across my back, and he kissed my neck. I sat there for a moment, exhaling a deep breath, before getting up and grabbing an unsold apple scone. I have one question, though, I said before leaving the kitchen. Who do you think he was talking about with that updated menu jab? Zach shrugged. I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with his plans for this to be an artist community? I chewed on my lip as I considered the comment, thinking of all the businesses in the area he could be talking about. Maybe they want trendier restaurants to attract younger, cool artist types? Zach shook his head, and I walked away, putting a piece of scone in my mouth as I thought more about the comment. It wouldn't be wrong to get the businesses to update their marketing to appeal to younger shoppers. I thought about all the businesses around us that needed help, and maybe some would be open to a consultant. Yarn barf. After manufacturers win skeins of yarn for sale, you pull one end from the middle of the ball. Very often, it's a tangled mess, and getting to the end requires pulling out a massive chunk of it, often feeling like the skein is barfing. Chapter 3. I miss you all so much. My mother said over the video chat. She had been in China for about a week, working with distributors there so we could sell Woodhouse yarn in Asia. Since she was 12 hours ahead of us, we planned a weekly check-in before she went to bed. Her makeup was off, and her robe made it clear that she was going to bed as soon as our call was over. How much longer are you going to have to stay? I asked, hopeful that she would be home for Thanksgiving. She let out a deep sigh. I'm done in China this week, but we decided I should go to South Korea and Japan. I'm not sure how long it will take. The China trip took so long because she struggled with their regulations and requirements, including one being that our yarn is made in China. This was a sticking point since the yarn had been made in Lacuk since the company's beginning. It might be more expensive to make the yarn locally, but this was our home and community. We had been trying to find a way around it. Are they going to allow us to keep making the yarn here? I asked. I think we may have to make some of it in China. I may go to Japan and South Korea to see what they require and then use it to finish the negotiations in China, she said as she rubbed lotion over her hands and arms. You don't want to hear about this right now. Tell me about Nicole's opening. I told my mother about the party and meeting Lisa. Are you going to sit on the board? She asked, perking up when I told her that I had been invited. I sighed. I thought a lot about this, especially after Zach pushed back. Amelia will be on the board to represent the foundation since they funded some of the community center's work, I said, slouching a little. I'm afraid it will look like we're in control of the community center with both of us on the board. My mother tilted her head. Well, who else will be on the board? She asked. I suggested Bart, I said, and my mother nodded. I think he would be great for Lisa, but he's giving mixed messages about his interest. Lois Fairfax is staying, so that could explain his reluctance. My mother raised an eyebrow. I think you shouldn't worry too much about your own self-interests then, she said. I tilted my head to the side as my mother continued. Both Lois and Bart will focus on their own organizations. Plus, Amelia is also Lackack State alumni. Help Lisa find more people to bring balance, and you'll feel better, my mother said, giving me a knowing look. For now, you represent a small business, not the Woodhouse family. I understood what she meant. She had made sure I never felt obliged to represent our company's interests. I have another idea that needs some feedback, I said. The stores here need a wake-up. We all know it, but Bart seems disengaged beyond complaining. What if I consulted with them to improve their marketing? My mother looked directly into the camera for a few moments. I sat quietly, letting her think this through since I asked for her feedback. I suspect most of the businesses need marketing help, especially the old ones who haven't kept up with technology. Do you have some businesses in mind? My mother asked after taking a deep breath. I shrugged. I know Doug would let me help with the liquor store, especially since that's the plan we came up with when Nicole bought the bookstore. My mother's head slowly dipped as she considered my idea. That might work. What about businesses who aren't your friends yet? I gave her a half smile. Meriton Candies needs it, I reminded her, thinking of the local candy shop that seemed utterly out of touch with what customers wanted. My mother had known the Bennett family, who owned Meriton Candies, for most of her life. I periodically babysat for their 5 sons when I was a teenager, but they weren't close friends. I don't disagree, she said, sitting back. I'm not sure they'll be open to it. I leaned my face in my hands, thinking about how I could approach it without them getting defensive. You should consider helping Woodhouse Yarns with their marketing. I'm sure they could freshen up their marketing to local yarn shops, she said as I made some notes in my journal. Is this marketing work something you're interested in pursuing and putting in less time at the store? My mother asked. I shook my head, still writing in my journal. Not yet. I think I can balance both easily, and it's not like there are so many demands on my attention. You can ask Carson for help. You know that, right? She asked when I looked back at the camera again. My brother didn't know much about marketing, but he knew plenty about decor and would make my room look suitable for the camera. He's my next appointment for the day, and he's bringing the twins over for lunch, I said with a smile. My mother beamed with pride. The twins are her only grandchildren. My family understood I had no desire to have my own children or get married. She loved that I treated my brother's children as my own. I miss you all so much," my mother said over the video chat. She had been in China for about a week, working with distributors there so we could sell Woodhouse yarn in Asia. Since she was 12 hours ahead of us, we planned a weekly check-in before she went to bed. Her makeup was off, and her robe made it clear that she was going to bed as soon as our call was over. "How much longer are you going to have to stay?" I asked, hopeful that she would be home for Thanksgiving. She let out a deep sigh. "I'm done in China this week, but we decided I should go to South Korea and Japan. I'm not sure how long it will take." The China trip took so long because she struggled with their regulations and requirements, including one being that our yarn is made in China. This was a sticking point since the yarn had been made in lacquer since the company's beginning. It might be more expensive to make the yarn locally, but this was our home and community. We had been trying to find a way around it. "Are they going to allow us to keep making the yarn here?" I asked. "I think we may have to make some of it in China. I may go to Japan and South Korea to see what they require and then use it to finish the negotiations in China," she said as she rubbed lotion over her hands and arms. "You don't want to hear about this right now. Tell me about Nicole's opening." I told my mother about the party and meeting Lisa. "Are you going to sit on the board?" she asked, perking up when I told her that I had been invited. I sighed. I thought a lot about this, especially after Zach pushed back. "Amelia will be on the board to represent the foundation since they funded some of the community center's work," I said, slouching a little. "I'm afraid it will look like we're in control of the community center with both of us on the board." My mother tilted her head. "Well, who else will be on the board?" she asked. "I suggested Bart," I said, and my mother nodded. "I think he would be great for Lisa, but he's giving mixed messages about his interest. Lois Fairfax is staying, so that could explain his reluctance." My mother raised an eyebrow. "I think you shouldn't worry too much about your own self-interests then," she said. I tilted my head to the side as my mother continued. "Both Lois and Bart will focus on their own organizations. Plus, Amelia is also Lackac State alumni. Help Lisa find more people to bring balance, and you'll feel better," my mother said, giving me a knowing look. "For now, you represent a small business, not the Woodhouse family." I understood what she meant. She had made sure I never felt obliged to represent our company's interests. "I have another idea that needs some feedback," I said. "The stores here need a wake-up. We all know it, but Bart seems disengaged beyond complaining. What if I consulted with them to improve their marketing?" My mother looked directly into the camera for a few moments. I sat quietly, letting her think this through since I asked for her feedback. "I suspect most of the businesses need marketing help, especially the old ones who haven't kept up with technology. Do you have some businesses in mind?" my mother asked after taking a deep breath. I shrugged. "I know Doug would let me help with the liquor store, especially since that's the plan we came up with when Nicole bought the bookstore." My mother's head slowly dipped as she considered my idea. "That might work. What about businesses who aren't your friends yet?" I gave her a half smile. "Meriton Candies needs it," I reminded her, thinking of the local candy shop that seemed utterly out of touch with what customers wanted. My mother had known the Bennett family, who owned Meriton Candies, for most of her life. I periodically babysat for their 5 sons when I was a teenager, but they weren't close friends. "I don't disagree," she said, sitting back. "I'm not sure they'll be open to it." I leaned my face in my hands, thinking about how I could approach it without them getting defensive. "You should consider helping Woodhouse Yarns with their marketing. I'm sure they could freshen up their marketing to local yarn shops, she said as I made some notes in my journal. Is this marketing work something you're interested in pursuing and putting in less time at the store? My mother asked. I shook my head, still writing in my journal. Not yet. I think I can balance both easily, and it's not like there are so many demands on my attention. You can ask Carson for help. You know that, right? She asked when I looked back at the camera again. My brother didn't know much about marketing, but he knew plenty about decor and would make my room look suitable for the camera. He's my next appointment for the day, and he's bringing the twins over for lunch, I said with a smile. My mother beamed with pride. The twins are her only grandchildren. My family understood I had no desire to have my own children or get married. She loved that I treated my brother's children as my own. I miss you all so much, my mother said over the video chat. She had been in China for about a week, working with distributors there so we could sell Woodhouse yarn in Asia. Since she was 12 hours ahead of us, we planned a weekly check-in before she went to bed. Her makeup was off, and her robe made it clear that she was going to bed as soon as our call was over. How much longer are you going to have to stay? I asked, hopeful that she would be home for Thanksgiving. She let out a deep sigh. I'm done in China this week, but we decided I should go to South Korea and Japan. I'm not sure how long it will take. The China trip took so long because she struggled with their regulations and requirements, including one being that our yarn is made in China. This was a sticking point since the yarn had been made in lacquer since the company's beginning. It might be more expensive to make the yarn locally, but this was our home and community. We had been trying to find a way around it. Are they going to allow us to keep making the yarn here? I asked. I think we may have to make some of it in China. I may go to Japan and South Korea to see what they require and then use it to finish the negotiations in China, she said as she rubbed lotion over her hands and arms. You don't want to hear about this right now. Tell me about Nicole's opening. I told my mother about the party and meeting Lisa. Are you going to sit on the board? She asked, perking up when I told her that I had been invited. I sighed. I thought a lot about this, especially after Zach pushed back. Amelia will be on the board to represent the foundation since they funded some of the community center's work, I said, slouching a little. I'm afraid it will look like we're in control of the community center with both of us on the board. My mother tilted her head. Well, who else will be on the board? She asked. I suggested Bart, I said, and my mother nodded. I think he would be great for Lisa, but he's giving mixed messages about his interest. Lois Fairfax is staying, so that could explain his reluctance. My mother raised an eyebrow. I think you shouldn't worry too much about your own self-interests then, she said. I tilted my head to the side as my mother continued. Both Lois and Bart will focus on their own organizations. Plus, Amelia is also Lackac State alumni. Help Lisa find more people to bring balance, and you'll feel better, my mother said, giving me a knowing look. For now, you represent a small business, not the Woodhouse family. I understood what she meant. She had made sure I never felt obliged to represent our company's interests. I have another idea that needs some feedback, I said. The stores here need a wake-up. We all know it, but Bart seems disengaged beyond complaining. What if I consulted with them to improve their marketing? My mother looked directly into the camera for a few moments. I sat quietly, letting her think this through since I asked for her feedback. I suspect most of the businesses need marketing help, especially the old ones who haven't kept up with technology. Do you have some businesses in mind? My mother asked after taking a deep breath. I shrugged. I know Doug would let me help with the liquor store, especially since that's the plan we came up with when Nicole bought the bookstore. My mother's head slowly dipped as she considered my idea. That might work. What about businesses who aren't your friends yet? I gave her a half smile. Meriton Candies needs it, I reminded her, thinking of the local candy shop that seemed utterly out of touch with what customers wanted. My mother had known the Bennett family, who owned Meriton Candies, for most of her life. I periodically babysat for their 5 sons when I was a teenager, but they weren't close friends. I don't disagree, she said, sitting back. I'm not sure they'll be open to it. I leaned my face in my hands, thinking about how I could approach it without them getting defensive. You should consider helping Woodhouse Yarns with their marketing. I'm sure they could freshen up their marketing to local yarn shops, she said as I made some notes in my journal. Is this marketing work something you're interested in pursuing and putting in less time at the store? My mother asked. I shook my head, still writing in my journal. Not yet. I think I can balance both easily, and it's not like there are so many demands on my attention. You can ask Carson for help. You know that, right? She asked when I looked back at the camera again. My brother didn't know much about marketing, but he knew plenty about decor and would make my room look suitable for the camera. He's my next appointment for the day, and he's bringing the twins over for lunch, I said with a smile. My mother beamed with pride. The twins are her only grandchildren. My family understood I had no desire to have my own children or get married. She loved that I treated my brother's children as my own. I miss you all so much, my mother said over the video chat. She had been in China for about a week, working with distributors there so we could sell Woodhouse yarn in Asia. Since she was 12 hours ahead of us, we planned a weekly check-in before she went to bed. Her makeup was off, and her robe made it clear that she was going to bed as soon as our call was over. How much longer are you going to have to stay? I asked, hopeful that she would be home for Thanksgiving. She let out a deep sigh. I'm done in China this week, but we decided I should go to South Korea and Japan. I'm not sure how long it will take. The China trip took so long because she struggled with their regulations and requirements, including one being that our yarn is made in China. This was a sticking point since the yarn had been made in Lacuk since the company's beginning. It might be more expensive to make the yarn locally, but this was our home and community. We had been trying to find a way around it. Are they going to allow us to keep making the yarn here? I asked. I think we may have to make some of it in China. I may go to Japan and South Korea to see what they require and then use it to finish the negotiations in China, she said as she rubbed lotion over her hands and arms. You don't want to hear about this right now. Tell me about Nicole's opening. I told my mother about the party and meeting Lisa. Are you going to sit on the board? She asked, perking up when I told her that I had been invited. I sighed. I thought a lot about this, especially after Zach pushed back. Amelia will be on the board to represent the foundation since they funded some of the community center's work, I said, slouching a little. I'm afraid it will look like we're in control of the community center with both of us on the board. My mother tilted her head. Well, who else will be on the board? She asked. I suggested Bart, I said, and my mother nodded. I think he would be great for Lisa, but he's giving mixed messages about his interest. Lois Fairfax is staying, so that could explain his reluctance. My mother raised an eyebrow. I think you shouldn't worry too much about your own self-interests then, she said. I tilted my head to the side as my mother continued. Both Lois and Bart will focus on their own organizations. Plus, Amelia is also Lackack State alumni. Help Lisa find more people to bring balance, and you'll feel better, my mother said, giving me a knowing look. For now, you represent a small business, not the Woodhouse family. I understood what she meant. She had made sure I never felt obliged to represent our company's interests. I have another idea that needs some feedback, I said. The stores here need a wake-up. We all know it, but Bart seems disengaged beyond complaining. What if I consulted with them to improve their marketing? My mother looked directly into the camera for a few moments. I sat quietly, letting her think this through since I asked for her feedback. I suspect most of the businesses need marketing help, especially the old ones who haven't kept up with technology. Do you have some businesses in mind? My mother asked after taking a deep breath. I shrugged. I know Doug would let me help with the liquor store, especially since that's the plan we came up with when Nicole bought the bookstore. My mother's head slowly dipped as she considered my idea. That might work. What about businesses who aren't your friends yet? I gave her a half smile. Meriton Candies needs it, I reminded her, thinking of the local candy shop that seemed utterly out of touch with what customers wanted. My mother had known the Bennett family, who owned Meriton Candies, for most of her life. I periodically babysat for their 5 sons when I was a teenager, but they weren't close friends. I don't disagree, she said, sitting back. I'm not sure they'll be open to it. I leaned my face in my hands, thinking about how I could approach it without them getting defensive. You should consider helping Woodhouse Yarns with their marketing. I'm sure they could freshen up their marketing to local yarn shops, she said as I made some notes in my journal. Is this marketing work something you're interested in pursuing and putting in less time at the store? My mother asked. I shook my head, still writing in my journal. Not yet. I think I can balance both easily, and it's not like there are so many demands on my attention. You can ask Carson for help. You know that, right? She asked when I looked back at the camera again. My brother didn't know much about marketing, but he knew plenty about decor and would make my room look suitable for the camera. He's my next appointment for the day, and he's bringing the twins over for lunch, I said with a smile. My mother beamed with pride. The twins are her only grandchildren. My family understood I had no desire to have my own children or get married. She loved that I treated my brother's children as my own. It was getting dark out by the time I was scheduled to video chat with my father. He wasn't the one who answered the video call, his assistant Elsa greeted me. His meeting ran late, she said when the audio connected. I saw it was you and wanted to chat. Elsa and I had become good friends over the past few years. Like me, she had an MBA, but hers was from Harvard. Her dirty blonde hair was stick straight and fell to her shoulders. She was wearing a suit that looked a little wrinkled, even though the video feed. They must be exhausted after a long day. Are you having fun? I asked. Elsa nodded. Your dad is ready to come home, but I'm having a great time. We are going to Machu Picchu while we're here. My eyes got wide. My father would hate that, but I knew how long Elsa's destination list was, and her social media was full of pictures from the work trips. We miss you for charity knitting, I said. Bart may want us to do it again next year. Elsa sighed and closed her eyes. Even though the yarn bombing had initially been her idea, she knew we were all tired from a year of it. It didn't help that she disliked Bart. You're going to say no to him, right? she said to me before opening her eyes. I sighed. I want to talk to the team because I want it to be a group decision about what we do next year, but don't have many ideas yet. Ideas for what? I heard my father say from off camera. Elsa turned the laptop to my father, and I could see him sitting down as she got up. My father and Carson looked alike with thick black eyebrows. I told him some of what had been happening here, including the hints Bart had already dropped about doing more yarn bombing around Lacuk next year. Getting the knitters to decide is smart, my father said. If Bart pushes, then they can back you up and be an excuse. I leaned into the camera and then told him about my consulting plan. I saw Elsa come back and sit down next to the laptop before it moved to show both of them in the frame, and both looked concerned. You're going to talk to Meriton Candies? My father asked. Why does everyone think it's a bad idea? I asked, feeling increasingly defensive. My father let out a deep sigh. Past experience. Whatever happened when they bought the candy store made Louisa Bennet defensive, and she still feels like a victim. She won't even talk about why and pushed all of us away. It's why we stopped socializing with them. How strong is your marketing background? Elsa asked. I shrugged. I didn't specialize in it when I got my MBA, but I can take some continuing education classes. Elsa tilted her head. Focus on digital marketing. That's where most small businesses find success but struggle. I picked up my pen and made some notes in my journal. Clearly, Meriton Candies needs my help, and maybe I could break through to Mrs. Bennet by simply listening to her. Yarn seconds. When manufacturers wind the yarn into skeins, there are occasionally imperfections or knots where it has to be tied together. Some knitters are happy to use these not quite perfect skeins of yarn because they are less expensive than the perfect ones, and you can barely notice the imperfection. Chapter 4. Hi, Lisa said as she knocked on my office door that Friday afternoon. She had called me earlier and asked if I would have lunch with her to introduce her to the ladies at the table. Umberto made us lunch already, I told her and led her to the cafe. My week had been busy, and this was my first chance to meet with Lisa since Monday. Doug and I had met to discuss the wine bag idea, something he thought he could make work, especially since he too was considering reusable wine totes for the store. Jenna and the Lacuk State knitters were happy to run Erica's booth over the weekend. Jenna, who seemed to be getting into the business side of crafting herself, took over coordinating with Erica, allowing me to focus on my own tasks. I would stop by the booth a few times over the weekend to ensure there were no emergencies. When Lisa arrived, I was wrapping up my tasks around the launch of the knit-along, scheduling posts for social media, and ordering supplies. I even managed to get a job description posted for a social media intern. I felt pumped and ready to spend my weekend thinking more about approaching Meriton Candies about consulting for them. What did he make? Lisa asked, eyebrow raised as we walked behind the counter into the kitchen. I noticed a few people give us nasty looks as we wove our way through the busy baristas, careful not to get in the way. The kitchen was empty, but there was a cloche on the counter, and I lifted it up to see more than I had expected. One of the specials coming up was Cuban sandwiches, something Umberto had wanted to try making. Zach had told me to expect the sandwiches before he and Umberto had left for some meeting. The side of fried plantain chips was an exciting surprise. I watched a smile spread across Lisa's face before licked her lips. I ran into Umberto earlier this week, and we chatted about how I grew up eating Cuban food in Miami, she said before taking a plate, easily pronouncing his name without the H sound that many locals added. I would never have guessed that Lisa had grown up in Miami. I opened the microwave, expecting to need to heat something up, but inside I found a small bowl of sweet plantains and a note from Zach telling me not to microwave anything. I was sure he didn't want the smell making its way into the main cafe. This was a recipe test, after all. I followed Lisa out to the bustling cafe, and we took our food to the table, which was currently empty. A few people glanced at us, craning their heads to see what was on our plates. "The ladies will be arriving soon," I told her as she spread out her lunch. "They'll sit and chat with us while we knit." Lisa pulled out a cute drawstring bag with her knitting in it and bent her head in the direction of the register. "Who's that?" she asked. I looked over to see Teresa, one of my family's oldest friends, sitting at the register, ringing up a customer. "I'll introduce you to Teresa when we're done. She's a lovely woman but can be very chatty, so prepare yourself," I said with a slight chuckle. Lisa raised an eyebrow as she took a bite of her sandwich. I had never thought of Umberto as more than a baker and Zach's shadow. If this indicated what he could do, I needed to encourage Zach to think bigger. I quickly excused myself and walked back to my office to grab my journal and knitting project. "I didn't know that you lived in Miami," I said. She took a deep breath. "I grew up there but left for college." I gave her a half smile. "I've never been there." This must be a big change between the weather and the lack of diversity. Lisa smiled. "I like seasonal change," she said between bites of food. "There's plenty of diversity here. Maybe I see it because I'm not used to it." I tilted my head, not sure what she meant. "Yes, some Latinos are in the city, but it's still very homogeneous." Lisa wobbled her head. "You're ignoring the Asians, Indians, and Africans who also live here. There's even a small Native American community." From what I can tell of LACUC's demographics, the university started to pull in a few of these cultures, but, compared to other towns and cities in Massachusetts, LACUC is still affordable. I thought about it and realized she was right. LACUC was much more affordable than other cities and towns in the region, and a university meant good jobs. It was interesting to learn how Lisa saw our city from an outsider's perspective. "Are you hoping to get community leaders from those cultures on the board?" I asked, hoping it wouldn't mean I would have to take a step back to make room for another. Lisa shook her head. "Not yet, but mostly because they're busy and want to pick the right person to represent them. Some will join in the new year. I have to show them the center is valuable and then entice them to help me. If you know any of them, it will help me build a stronger connection." I nodded and made a note about it in my journal. I wasn't sure if that was something I could help with, but I would keep it in mind as I interacted with people. We kept eating, and we started talking about the possible classes that we had run with the community center when my mother ran the stash. We agreed that I would bring these to the first board meeting. We were done with lunch before the ladies showed up to knit. The Ladies of the Table has been a store institution since before I was born. The story is that my great-grandmother had this large community table built when she took over the store at the turn of the 20th century. Her friends, all of whom were working in their homes, came here. My grandmother joked that suffrage meetings had been held at the table, and this woman had helped get women the right to vote a century before. The members of the table rotated as new generations came of age. My own friends were beginning to claim their spots at a table that could fit 20 people. Teresa was the first person to come over, and she picked a chair facing the register. "Don't worry, Carrie," she said after introducing herself to Lisa. "I'm keeping an eye on the register and making sure any customer gets what they need." I smiled, trusting Teresa to do her job. I heard someone had been hired at the community center, Teresa said. I told my niece, Cindy, about it when they started hiring and when I heard someone had been picked. Cindy would have been a good person, but she was still in graduate school getting her MBA and didn't think her experience would have been right for the community center's needs. I caught Lisa's eye as we sat down and slightly nodded. Teresa could easily dominate a conversation and would probably talk about Cindy the entire time. I wanted to make sure Lisa wasn't turned off by any members. It was essential to my plans for helping this community. I needed to be vigilant about how much Teresa rambled. It's not that I don't think you'd be a wonderful director, Teresa continued. I mean, I don't know anything about you. I simply know our Cindy is so smart and could have learned everything she needed to run the community center. Someday you'll meet her. She'll probably come in for the holidays. She has to start job hunting now if she's going to have something for the new year. She'll have to start paying back her student loans. Do you have student loans? Does the center pay you enough to take care of them? Teresa's voice lowered to a whisper for those last two sentences, and I smiled. I was lucky to not need loans for graduate school. I got a fellowship that paid my expenses, and I taught the undergraduate students, Lisa said when she realized she had been asked a question. How wonderful you had that chance, Teresa said as others started walking in. Oh, here are the other ladies, she added and waved them over. Nicole was walking in with Dorothy. Dorothy was one of the other shop employees who primarily taught classes for us. She was also the last group member of my grandmother's generation. Lori and Pat were close behind them, and the 8 of us were the only participants tonight. They had been 2 of my mother's closest friends. Lori would sometimes work in the store for holidays or special sales. She, Teresa, and my mother had run the store together for decades. I tried to get Lori to come back full-time, but she always refused. Betty and Dolores have refused to come back to knit with us, Pat said as she sat down and pulled a bottle of wine out of her bag. I propose a toast to their absence. Dolores and Betty had been store employees for most of my life and then caused problems since I took over management. They would ignore my scheduled shifts, coming in simultaneously and clocking in so they could sit at the table and knit while gossiping and eating. There would be days when I had to stay at the register all day because neither of them showed up. After months of trying to get them to accept my changes, I had to fire them. That was nearly 5 years ago, but they continued to try to undermine me when they continued to come to programs and events. One of the most frustrating habits was their treatment of Dorothy by disrespecting her boundaries by routinely insisting she finish their sweaters for free. Dorothy was one of my favorite people in the world. I felt very protective of her, not that I ever needed to be. She was perfectly capable of standing up for herself. Having worked for the Woodhouse family, even as a teenager, she was hired to finish projects for women. Knitters didn't always do every single element of knitting, especially for clothing. They would often bring their pieces to their local shop and pay our staff to finish the project. Dorothy had been hired by my great-grandmother to run the service. I grew up wearing cardigans, sweaters and dresses she had sewn together after someone else had done the knitting or crochet. In the years after that, she and my grandmother had built the store's training program together, designing classes to teach new knitters. When I took over management, she told me she wanted to stop finishing projects for crafters and focus on teaching them to do it for themselves. I had liked the idea so much that I didn't hesitate. Younger knitters quickly adapted, seeming to appreciate being able to complete their own projects. It was the older women who still wanted her to finish their projects. Since we no longer offered the service, they would ask Dorothy directly and wanted her to do it for free. Betty and Dolores often suggested people do this, which continued after they retired. I finally had to kick out Betty and Dolores last week when, at knit night, I found them in the kitchen, sneaking food that Zach had put aside for the next day. I had never kicked anyone out of the store, but it was cathartic. I hadn't banned them, but if they were unwilling to come back, I wasn't going to complain. I heard from Rashad, Dorothy said to me with a wink when she sat down. His professor told him you're looking for someone to help, and he's going to apply for your social media job. I brightened at the idea. Dorothy's grandson was in the digital media program at Lackawanna State and had a business double major. I suspected he wanted to go into marketing after he graduated. Letting him help me with marketing the store was my fantasy, but I hadn't wanted to distract him from his work. I would love it if he had time to help, I said, making sure Dorothy knew I would make sure he didn't ignore his schoolwork. Does this mean we'll see more of Rashad at the store? Teresa asked without looking up from her project. I can't remember the last time he was in here. It was probably around the same time Cindy last came too. What are you working on, Teresa? Lori asked, used to Teresa's ability to go on about how wonderful her niece was. The question made Teresa pause and look up. It's a lace tablecloth for Mother's new table at the nursing home. We all looked at the picture of the intricate, white lace tablecloth at the top of the pattern. It was large enough for a small night table. Since Mrs. Bates, Teresa's mother, had recently moved into a nursing home, many items had been sold or donated. The older woman no longer needed large tablecloths, but a small one for a bedside table would bring a touch of home. I had spent time in her house over the past few years, especially when Mrs. Bates would get sick. We would often help Teresa out by sitting with her mother and entertaining her. The old woman would lay in her bed and knit with me, showing me how to do more intricate effects like knitting cables without the help of a cable needle to hold the stitches. While Teresa explained the details of her project to the others, I thought about what I could do with Rashad's help. Having someone who had grown up coming to the store and understood knitting would save me time. I needed to think more about how we would measure the success of his work. Looking around the table, I knew his success would reflect how many more people started coming to events and buying yarn. As much as I loved these ladies, they were sometimes the only people at events. I could use my own business growth as an example of how a better marketing plan could help a business grow. Maybe Rashad could help me better handle the digital marketing options. Even Lisa's new connections could help me bring in more people. That option for classes was the tip of the iceberg. I made a quick note in my journal about this before returning my attention to the women around me. Lisa's rebuilding the programs at the community center, I said when the conversation slowed down. How wonderful, Teresa said as she went back to her knitting again. We used to do so many programs with them, Dorothy added with a slight nod. I used to teach those children to knit and crochet. Lori looked off above her. When Maureen ran the shop, we used to offer other yarn-related crafts. Really? Lisa asked. Like what? Lori took a deep breath. It depended on the age of the kids. The younger ones made pom-poms and those Hopi things, and the older kids made holiday wreaths and string art. We often displayed the final projects in the window for a while. I remembered those projects from when I was a kid. Since we were at the store, Zach and I were always included in those programs. In those days, Zach's mother had worked here with Lori and my mother. I had found all those kits in the basement. Who paid for them? Lisa asked, perking up. From Mom's records, the cost was split between the foundation and the community center, I said, thinking about things I had found in my mother's records. We would get the supplies at a discount, especially for the art projects. The yarn company always has discarded yarn. I could easily get that sent to the store, and then we could find a way to pay for the other supplies. Lisa tilted her head to the side. They call those seconds, right? I cocked my head, thinking how we often sold it at a steep discount. These were skeins of yarn with some problem, thus not sent to stores for retail sale. It might be that a break in the yarn meant a knot in the middle of the skein, or the color was slightly off. I love to do special projects with this yarn but never knit. It would be perfect for kid projects. I'd be happy to develop a couple of classes that we could test out, Dorothy said, her hands flying across her needles, wrapping yarn faster than I could see. But I bet there are some already set up to get you started. We knit together until the hour was up. Lisa joined me to look over the project plans I had already found before leaving. I was energized for the rest of the day and couldn't wait to see Zach to tell him all the good things that had happened today. I brought dinner supplies, Zach said later that night as I cleaned up from Knit Night, the event we had that evening. It had been a small group with a few people beyond those at the table for lunch. Doug had been there and shown me the wine tote he had ordered. The other attendees were excited to be able to get one when they went to buy wine. He had put the logos in for the bookstore and the stash on it. This way, people knew we were collaborating. I had already ordered tote bags that Nicole and I would use that featured the same logo. We could add more businesses when we reordered. Zach had his overnight bag over his shoulder and held a bag of food he had purchased earlier that day at the weekly farmers market. I hadn't eaten since lunch, and a meal made by Zach was always better than any meal I could make. The added bonus was that this wouldn't end with dinner. He gave me a kiss that I knew would lead to more after dinner. "What's on the menu?" I asked, wrapping my arms around his waist and holding him close. I felt the rumble in his chest as he laughed. "Something with fig jam and asparagus. Plus, I have pork chops." I licked my lips before letting him go, and we went up to the apartment. I quickly changed my clothes so I could help him in the kitchen. The kitchen was small when compared to the rest of the apartment. It had never been intended for a chef, and Zach was used to it since his own apartment on the outskirts of town had a similarly sized kitchen. I started chattering about my latest idea for an apartment remodel. "If you remodel the apartment, you should make a better kitchen," he said as I managed to chop veggies so he could do the cooking. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a closed-off dining room. I used the second bedroom when the twins came over for the night or to play. It didn't often happen now, but Carson and James wanted to travel more. I didn't need a big, closed-off dining room. You could take over the entire 3rd floor and then rent these 2 apartments after some smaller updates, Zach said as he put the pork chops into the hot cast iron pan. He left the kitchen, knowing I would keep the food from burning if necessary. "I don't know if I want to be a landlord," I eventually said as he walked back and wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt that accentuated his biceps and long arms. He brushed his blonde hair out of his face, and I washed the dirty dishes to distract myself from thinking about what I wanted to do later. My kitchen was small, but it opened up to the living room area, so I could watch Zach as he finished cooking. I had put stools on the other side of the peninsula, where we usually ate together. Our friendship had evolved into lovers at this very spot. I poured glasses of wine and got out of his way when the sink was empty. He would fill it up again, but I knew he hated an overflowing sink. I didn't care if we didn't eat until midnight. I would wait patiently for a meal I knew I would enjoy. Zach had little secrets like putting sour cream in mashed potatoes, not only butter. He also pulled out fresh bacon bits from his bag and a wedge of Parmesan cheese to grate over the asparagus. While he worked, I told him about my lunch with Lisa and how much she liked my idea to host classes at the stash. Umberto told me she invited him to be a board member, Zach said, not looking up at me. This surprised me. I couldn't stop wondering why she hadn't mentioned it to me. "Why?" I asked, sounding a little more displeased than I thought I should. Zach looked at me and raised an eyebrow as he brought dinner to me. "Why not? He's been through the program, and he knows the community just as well as you do, maybe even better." I was offended at Zach's suggestion, and my defenses went into overdrive. "I know this community," I said, pursing my lips. "Are you sure?" Zach asked, turning to face me and putting his hand on my shoulder. I know it at least as well as you do, I said, stabbing a piece of asparagus with my fork. I'm always open to learning more so I can help everyone. Zach didn't say anything, but our eyes met, and I felt challenged. I can do good things for our community and the stash at the same time. Zach leaned in and gave me a soft kiss on the lips. Prove it, he said with a wink. Oh, Knightley, I added, putting my hand on his thigh and scooting closer. You're on. Yarn bombing. Street art isn't limited to painted murals. Fiber artists love to cover things in yarn, trees, benches, and bike racks, for example. Knitters and crocheters worked to create a pretty fabric before covering the inanimate object. It looks like yarn exploded, like a bomb. Also known as guerrilla or graffiti knitting. Chapter 5. These are amazing ideas, Lisa said from the floor of my office. I had been so energized by the Fiber Festival on Saturday that I went into the building basement on Sunday morning and found more class proposals and supplies that my mother had put in storage. I had promptly called Lisa, and she came over even though the yarn shop didn't open until lunch and it was her weekend. She and I had spread everything out on the table, and I was taking notes for my official proposal. I haven't heard back from our Woodhouse yarn sales rep yet, but she'll let me know if they can donate the yarn, I said. There's enough here to run classes, Lisa said and pulled out skeins of yarn with a wrapper we had stopped using before I was born. We're not in a rush. I tipped my head. I know Dorothy wants to teach kids to knit and crochet, so we have to get needles. I'd want the kids to go home with the supplies to keep going, Lisa said and made a few notes in her journal, which was sitting on her lap. Also, I bet Teresa would be happy to teach something too, I said, not wanting to leave her out of the opportunity. Actually, ask any of the ladies at the table, and they would be happy to help. We went back to quietly sorting through crates for a while. Zach said you invited Umberto to be on the board, I said, attempting nonchalance. A light rosy pink spread across Lisa's cheeks. I think he'd be a good fit since he knows the program. I was intrigued by her reaction and Umberto's inclusion. Maybe something was going on between them. Is he going to have time? I asked. Lisa looked at me and tilted her head. What do you mean? I put my hands up. I know he's busy here. Since he's the baker, he's the first one here at 4 in the morning. Right, Lisa said with a nod. He told me that he also leaves after lunch. I nodded. He's here later than that all the time. I imagine he's exhausted well before most of us are and goes to bed early. I didn't know any of that for sure, but I didn't think Umberto was the best person to have on the board. I could think of so many other people, many local leaders who ran other businesses and nonprofits, that would better represent the community. Even church leaders would be a better fit than a random baker who happened to have gone through the community center. I want to make sure I have alumni represented on the board, Lisa said, looking at her journal. I followed her gaze to see what she was writing. A few other community members have been through the program and are local leaders, and I'm pretty sure Bart was one of them, I said, not caring if it was true. Plus, Umberto went through the program you're trying to change, and I worry that an alumni member would try to prevent changes. Lisa didn't look up at me as she continued to write. I'll think more about it, she said. He hasn't given me an answer yet. I didn't respond, letting Lisa turn the idea over in her head. I was sure I could help her find people that would help her shift the programs and not hold her back in the past. I was sure Amelia would appreciate the work I did since this was part of the grant proposal they had funded. We continued to go through the documents and crates in silence. Is this a picture of you and Zach? Lisa said and held up a picture of 4 kids holding up a long scarf. I took the photo from her and looked it over. That's all 4 of us, I said with a smile. In the background, I could see a floral dress that I knew was Zach and James' mother. She had loved to wear long floral dresses when we were kids. Who are the others? Lisa asked with a tilt of her head. I turned the picture to face her. I'm the little girl, and the boy with the black hair and thick eyebrows is my brother Carson. You two look alike, Lisa said with a smile. Except for the eyebrows. My long dark hair hadn't changed much as I aged. Even now, I still wear it with heavy bangs. These days I use makeup to make my blue eyes look more prominent because there's no way I'd let my eyebrows dominate my face the way Carson does. I pointed to one of the children in the photo. Zach is the short blonde boy, but the other is James, his older brother. I think you've met James. He's the lawyer for the Woodhouse Foundation, and he's Carson's husband. James, like Zach, was blonde. He was always the most stout of the 2 as kids, but they were the same height as adults. James, unlike Zach, was muscular. The 4 children, both Carson and James, had been gym people. Lisa laughed. Yes. I've been to the offices and seen the pictures of his family. I didn't realize that was your brother, but now I see it. Have your families always been close? I had to laugh because this was a common reaction, even from people who had known us all our lives. Our 2 families have been very close for generations but never married before. James and Carson's kids will inherit everything. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Are the kids biologically Carson's? She asked. I thought about it and nodded. One is Carson's, and one is James's. They didn't want to know, but then their surrogate had twins, and it's clear, as they get older, that each egg was fertilized by a different father. Lisa tilted her head again. So, you don't want kids? What about Zach? He doesn't seem to be dating anyone. I had to think before I spoke. I was used to this question, especially from people in the community who had known me my entire life and felt entitled to know. Zach and I weren't exactly together, but it wasn't like our relationship was a secret. We had always been best friends, but it had been a while since we had dated anyone else. I assumed everyone was aware something was going on between us. If that wasn't clear, maybe I didn't want to admit it to Lisa. Plus, I didn't know what Zach wanted people to know. Our relationship was far more casual than that. I took a deep breath, ready to give a polite answer. I'm so sorry, Lisa said before I could speak, her face getting red. I don't know why I felt the need to ask something so personal when we barely know each other. I let out my breath and smiled as someone knocked on a window. Bart stood on the other side, waving like he was expected. I unlocked the door but didn't move to let him in. Carrie, I'm glad I caught you, he said, trying to push past me for a moment. We need to meet to discuss next year's yarn bombing project. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your meeting. I turned to see Lisa standing behind me. I gave him a tight smile. We're going through my mother's old craft classes when she ran the store. Bart tilted his chin up. I'm here to quickly remind you that we need to set up a meeting. I'm with the guys for lunch, he said before looking back at the team standing farther up the block. I pulled up my calendar on my phone. I don't have free time until next week. I wasn't as busy as I was implying. First, I needed to think about how to approach this meeting. Bart wanted me to continue to do yarn bombing reveals into the following year. He had been so enamored by it after what we had done in January that he had gone online and found examples of more intricate showcases. I had been gently redirecting him for months. What we had done this year was part of a greater charity knitting project. It had been a lot of work to get the city to agree to let us do it, complete with getting permits and negotiating with unions who were worried someone would get injured. I wasn't sure I wanted to do that again, but we needed to decide on next year's charity knitting projects anyway. This would allow me to talk to the team and develop a plan to manage Bart. Bart smiled. "Can I come by tomorrow?" he asked. I shook my head. The charity knitting group needs to meet so we can discuss our options. Why don't you call me in a week, and we'll schedule something then? I suggested. Perfect, he said to me and then looked down at Lisa and pointed at her. Nice to see you again, Lisa, and let me know about being a community center trustee. I'm more than happy to be part of the team. I locked the door as Bart walked back to his group of friends. He gave them all high fives as if he was putting on a show. Bart had a way of making himself the center of attention, no matter what space he was in. You should come to the charity knitting group, I said once we were alone again. It's an easy way to get more involved locally and meet people who might be able to help you. Lisa raised her eyebrows and thought about it for a moment. That's a good idea. I love doing yarn bombing. Did I tell you about Cindy's latest news? Teresa said later in the day when I saw her knitting in the cafe on her day off. She was working on the knit-along shawl. I could always count on Teresa to work on these so she knew what knitters should expect through the process and help them. She also picked great color combinations so we could easily use her shawl for photos along the way. Lisa was still with me, helping me write the proposal at the register. We were taking a quick coffee break when we saw Teresa. Teresa turned to Lisa. Cindy's my niece. She grew up in New Hampshire, and she graduated from Harvard with her MBA in May and spent her summer in Europe, the older woman said. I had known Cindy most of my life, but we had never been close. Cindy visited a few times a year when we were kids, hanging out at the shop when Teresa was working. Teresa was so proud of all Cindy had accomplished, but every so often, I grew tired of hearing about her wonderful niece. Then I felt terrible about being jealous of Cindy, who hadn't been as lucky as I was to have known and achieved everything I wanted. What I really wanted was for people to acknowledge how wonderful I was. Lisa, who had not been through a lifetime hearing about Cindy, was far more patient than me. She raised an eyebrow, encouraging Teresa to continue. She graduated at the end of the summer, Teresa said, taking the cue. She's been job hunting and living with her parents, so I suggested she come stay with me for a little while. I know everyone here would love to see her, and I think a new environment is exactly what she needs to clear her head. She'll be coming in a few weeks. She's so anxious about finding a job because the student loans have to be paid. Carrie, does the store make enough to pay off your loans? I thought carefully about my answer because I wasn't comfortable talking about how different my life was compared to Cindy's. I had no debt because I hadn't taken out loans. I knew I was in a position that my peers didn't share, and I didn't like to talk about it because it made other people uncomfortable. We are doing very well in the store. I cut in when Teresa seemed to finish her train of thought and took a breath. In fact, I think we can hire another person to work at the register with you even after the holidays. What a wonderful idea, Teresa said. I bet Cindy could help with that. I smiled. I think Cindy's looking for something a little more engaging. She's worked so hard for an MBA, and she should be focused on the jobs that celebrate her value. It's wonderful that you understand Cindy's value, Carrie, Teresa said. She can always help for the holidays to earn some extra money. A broad smile spread across my face. This was an excellent way to get an easy win with both Cindy and Teresa. Is Rashad going to help with marketing? Teresa asked. My head bobbed up and down. He's got a lot of experience with his own platforms, and he's even managed to get his YouTube channel monetized. This place will be a buzz with so many exciting changes, Teresa said with a slight shimmy. I can't wait for it all to begin. Can anyone come to charity night? Lisa asked a few days later as she helped me get set up. I shook my head as I opened a crate of inexpensive yarn. I like to invite people to join us, so they don't show up to work on their own projects, I said as I pulled out the appropriate colors for the next phase of the project. Plus, it allows me to keep undesirable former employees from showing up. Lisa looked confused, and I realized she had no idea how difficult it had been when Betty and Dolores worked at the store. Charity night was the night we focused on the yarn bombing. Since we often worked with the Woodhouse Foundation, Amelia came to deal with logistics and plans. She also bought dinner for everyone who came, a generous thank you for the work being put into the project. Since we began charity knitting, yarn bombing the light poles around downtown Lackac was our most ambitious and exhausting project. Not only did we knit the strips of yarn to cover the light poles each month, but we turned those strips into blankets when we removed them. In December, we would co-host a fundraising auction that would include each blanket. The money raised would go to the Woodhouse Family Foundation and fund grants to help organizations like the Lackac Community Center. The October panels are ready to put up, and the August ones are ready to be sewn together, Nicole said, walking in with an armful of yellow gold strips. The color had been picked because it reminded people of sunflowers, which often grew as high as 6 feet in the late summer. I took the panels out of her arms and dumped them on the table where we would work. While she went over to the plate of sandwiches that Zach had left for our dinner, I organized the October color, pumpkin, and black variegated yarn for Halloween. This project had been Amelia's idea, and she had helped me work with the town to get permission. Bart had been included to help grease the wheels. Yarn bombing is a popular civic activity that knitters do with their local communities. They knit the pieces to cover something in town, and then, in the evening or early in the morning, when things are quiet and empty, they sew all the pieces into place. The community wakes up to things covered in yarn as if some knitting elves had done it overnight. Every month featured a different color. We used pinks, reds, and whites for Valentine's Day in February. In March, we used bright colors for flowers, and then in April, it was pastels for Easter and spring. The second part was the fundraiser for the end of the year. We had yarn bombed 10 different poles. All the strips we used were the same height and length. They were perfect for blankets with one strip from each month of the year. They would be massive blankets, perfect for keeping people warm in the winter. Are we going to be able to add the December strips? Pat asked, walking up from the basement with one of the plastic crates we kept the unfinished blankets in. Pat's full-time job was consulting with nonprofits around the region. This made her invaluable for our charity efforts. She was lending her time to help Amelia plan the charity evening right now, but she always worked on the charity knitting project. I don't think we could have made this happen if the three of us hadn't been working together. Even Bart had quietly played his role to help us. He had only recently turned aggressive about the next project, seeming to want to play a more prominent role next year. Doug walked in carrying a few bottles of wine and his knitting bag. He was a fast knitter who was already working on the December strip. Since the strips had little complexity, an experienced knitter could do other tasks while working on them. Doug joked that he could watch foreign movies when he worked because he could pay attention to the subtitles. Once everyone was present and working, I repeated Pat's question. Can we take down the December ones right before the event? Amelia asked. Pat shrugged. Then we don't have anything up through the holidays. We can't let the blankets have 11 strips, Amelia said, a slight panic in her voice. They are quite large already, Doug said. Would leaving off one strip make that much of a difference? How much time does it take for each person to add a strip? Lisa asked, pulling a blanket out of a crate and laying it on the table. Amelia, Pat, and I pulled out calendars to check the dates and plan. I opened my journal so I could see mine. I absent-mindedly tapped my pen on the table as I flipped back and forth between calendar pages. The party is on a Saturday night before Christmas, Amelia said. We would have to take the December strips down early. I took a deep breath and bent my head back, thinking about how long we would need to finish the blankets and get them ready for the auction. If we did all the knitting the night before, there'd only be about a week and a half without them on the poles, Pat said, nodding her head. We all sat there thinking for a few minutes. What if you have an all-night prep party that Friday? Nicole said, perking up. You can open it up to anyone who wants to get more involved with charity night and announce next year's charity project. Amelia and I looked at each other, smiles spreading over our faces. I still hadn't considered next year's project, but that gave me plenty of time to think about it. Bart had sent me an email reminding me that we would meet to discuss how the Chamber of Commerce can support our charity efforts. I was hesitant to do another project that required a monthly commitment. Since we had been knitting these strips, some knitters hadn't been able to do their own projects. I needed to think about something less time-consuming. We should do something special on each blanket to make it unique, Teresa said out of nowhere. I bet people would be excited to bid on something unique. That's a fantastic idea, Teresa. I said, thrilled that the older woman was engaged in the conversation beyond her own chatter. I know Cindy would probably love to come to the party and would probably bid on a blanket if it had a Harvard strip on it, Teresa continued, looking off in the distance, back to her usual train of thought. Yes, that might be more unnecessary work, but this would make each blanket more than a reminder of a unique project. We could do latex state colors, Amelia said. I bet President Fairfax would bid on that. What about a military strip for the different branches? Lisa suggested. My eyes lit up. There were plenty of veterans in our town. Let's keep it simple, I said, trying to get all my ideas down in my journal. No words or symbols, just the colors of something. I think I can get the variegated yarn we use to stock in military patterns. Everyone nodded, and we continued to discuss the logistics and color options I should get. I agreed to get the yarn from Woodhouse Yarns by Columbus Day and added the task to my to-do list. Bart has been trying to schedule a meeting to talk about what we'll do next year. I suspect he wants another civic-related project, I said, tapping my pen on the pages of my journal. Everyone looked at me, and I wasn't sure if they were coming up with ideas for next year's plan or thinking about Bart's desire to be involved again. We can do something for South Africans. Many organizations send things over there, Pat said. I want to do local things, but I don't want to have to do something monthly, Nicole said. It's exhausting even if the strips are easy. Everyone muttered in agreement. I had been right, this amount of work was too much for all the knitters. What if we partner with local shelters and do projects for the homeless or low-income people? Amelia suggested. Are there homeless people in Lakuk? Teresa asked. Of course there are, Nicole said, rolling her eyes. Amelia raised her eyebrows, and I realized she had an idea. We have Warm Up New England, a small non-profit that applied for a grant to knit scarves, hats, and gloves for people in the region who are homeless or needy, she said. James and I think they would grow significantly if we fund them and get Woodhouse Yarn to donate yarn. We've already discussed the yarn element with Jean and Maureen. What if the stash works with them to host charity knitting nights for the year while they look for their own space? This was the first I heard about any of this, and I got chills. It was perfect serendipity. Helping this charity might bring new people into the store for events was exactly what I needed and would give us a collaborator for these charity events. How would that translate to the fundraiser next winter? I asked, tapping my pen on the journal again, ready to take notes as the ideas came to me. Amelia looked up and mashed her lips together as she thought. This was her first year running the fundraiser, but she had only attended one other. Do you always auction items from charity knitting at the event? She asked. Not the charity items, Teresa said before I could answer. But many people make something to donate. A few years ago, Cindy and I made this lovely blanket with squares in different knit and crochet patterns. I nodded, remembering the blanket which had been paired with other items in a basket for a silent auction. James had one that won for his mother, who had been battling cancer, which she would eventually die from. The blanket was now in the twins' room, and I often used it when I was there. They loved to sit on my lap, the blanket over us, to read a story before bed. The memory of Zach's mother brought tears to my eyes. I quickly wiped them away and noticed Teresa smiling at me. We can always go back to that. It would be much easier to manage and allow us to make local businesses the priority again, I said. Mrs. Bennett over at Meriton Candies is already irritated that we didn't ask them for a candy basket this year, Amelia said, rolling her eyes. Nearly everyone at the table knew why Amelia rolled her eyes and laughed, except Lisa, who looked confused. Meriton Candies is our local, ancient candy shop, Nicole explained. They have wonderful candies, Teresa said, pursing her lips. Nicole slanted her head, but I knew she disagreed. They have terrible flavors, and the shop is run out of their home, a duplex, she continued, pinching her fingers together and scrunching her eyes. She once tried to make cilantro and mango fudge. I said. Nearly everyone groaned, remembering one of her many disasters. I once got a gift from a professor, Amelia said with a grimace. It was tagine fudge. I think she meant to make tahini, which would make a great fudge. I coughed and smacked my lips at the thought of tagine spice and fudge. Those flavors had nothing in common. It's nice that they support a local business, Lisa said, her mouth in a moo. They have 5 very attractive sons, Nicole said, slightly blushing. All the women at the table smirked, and a few giggled. We had all noticed the boys as they aged. Speaking of candy, Teresa said, licking her lips. Did Zach leave dessert? I practically jumped out of my seat. I forgot that there was a plate of pastries in the fridge. I was surprised when I pulled out one of 2 trays of flan. Do you need help? Lisa said, coming up behind me. This is a very different dessert for us, I said, moving out of the way so she could take the other tray. She smiled and blushed a little. I think I have Umberto thinking about home, she said. I raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't have guessed that Umberto is your type. Her blush turned a deeper shade of red. It's not, we're not. No. I'm trying to get settled, and dating isn't really on my radar right now. I laughed. Those seem like famous last words, I said before grabbing spoons. Everyone oohed and awed over the special treat. As others seemed to enjoy themselves, I focused on Lisa's reaction. She closed her eyes and sighed when she took her first bite. If Zach used food to show people how much he loved them, I was willing to bet Umberto did too. Did I look that happy when I ate something Zach made for me? Why is Bart so interested in our charity project? Dorothy asked. Looking around, I wondered if anyone would comment on Bart. He had never played much of a role in our charity projects, but he typically helped us organize auction donations from local businesses. This year his assistance with getting the town's permission to do the yarn bombing seems to trigger his desire to be more involved. I think it has to do with his plans for the art community, I said and looked at Lisa, who I suspected didn't understand this context. She didn't look as confused as I expected. Maybe she had already heard about these plans from others. I would have thought the Chamber of Commerce would have backed the plan for a spa town, Nicole said, probably thinking of how a spa town would benefit a bookstore. I rolled my eyes. I agree, but he wants this to be an art community, and showing fiber art around town would create the appearance of a town that supports artists. Is he offering to help knit another yarn bombing project? Nicole asked. I let out a deep sigh. He really wants us to do it again. No, Doug said, tapping his finger on the table. He isn't allowed to take control and direct you. I knew I could count on Doug to be direct. I often wanted to support the community so much that I would let Bart control it to build a stronger relationship. In this case, I needed to put my foot down and remind him that our group's projects were decided by those who participated. I met Doug's eyes and made a note on my to-do list. UFO. Unfinished object. A project that you started but never finished. You probably had to start some new project or got bored with your particular project. Very often, a UFO sits incomplete for years. I know one knitter who let his shawl sit for 8 years. Every so often, he picks it up and works on it a little more, hoping this year he'll get to it by the end of the year. Chapter 6. Welcome to Meriton Candies, a teenage boy who sat at a stool behind the register mumbled. He was tall and lanky like he had recently undergone a growth spurt. His light brown hair was shaved on the sides and long on top, swooping up at the front of his head. He was on his phone in the empty candy store. You're Lincoln, right? I asked. I'm Carrie Woodhouse. No, he said without looking up. I'm Kurt. What do you want? As off-putting as this reception was, it fit with Meriton Candy's reputation. The local candy shop was a downtown staple, but nobody knew how it managed to survive. The candy was always so sticky and sweet that I wanted to lick dirt. The chocolate was always waxy as if it hadn't been tempered, something I learned from Zach and Umberto. The store had been here for most of my life, but a little research revealed that they weren't as established as they appeared. The Bennett family had purchased it from someone else before I was born. I hadn't done much more digging, not really caring about the store's history. My reason for visiting this place was to help them with their future. Is your mother around? I asked, looking around. It has been years since I had come in here for candy. Kurt got off the stool and put his phone in his back pocket. Hold on, he mumbled as he walked through the swinging door to the kitchen. Noem. Someone's here to talk to you. The shop hadn't changed in the years since my last visit. The carpet was worn and dirty. I lifted my feet to discover that sticky could describe the candy or the carpet. This store was a stain on the downtown core of Lackac. Yes, we had cheap restaurants and plenty of service organizations that appealed to few residents, but they all contributed something good to the city. This candy shop enticed people, yet they left disappointed and sometimes angry. If any business needed help, it was this one. If I could help Meriton Candies, I was confident I could help every other business in the city. Part of me wished that I was from a restaurant refurbishing television show, here to redesign their interior before relaunching the store. I would gut the store, favoring a bright retro look of a soda shop, complete with a place for people to sit and eat their candy after buying it. I was simply here to help with marketing, so I would have to work with what I had. The simple wicker baskets of bagged penny candy, probably what kept them in business, covered every surface. There were even piles of chocolate coins loose in a basket at the register. The prices were clipped to the baskets with clothing pins, and the prices were written in markers, and nothing matched. "Oh, it's you, Carrie," Mrs. Bennet said as she walked out of the kitchen. "Are you here to talk about a donation for this winter's fundraiser?" Even though Louisa Bennet had been friends with my parents for years, I couldn't recall them ever spending time together beyond professional events around town. She was of average height with a pixie cut for her graying hair covered by a baseball hat. She was wearing a dirty apron, and I suspected I had interrupted her making candy. I could smell the caramelized sugar each time the door swung open. It made my mouth water, but I knew it was a trap. "Yes, and I also have an opportunity for you," I said. When I told Amelia I was heading over, she suggested I take care of the annual charity event donation from Meriton Candies. Amelia didn't want to ignore local businesses this year, only to come back to the next year with our hands out. Even though we focused on promoting the blankets, we always included local businesses in the fundraiser. She would pair up the donations with the blanket and entice people with the entire package. Even if I didn't love Meriton Candies, they could easily combine a romance-themed collection and a blanket to cuddle under. "We'll provide our normal donation to spread among various baskets that will be auctioned off," she said with a weary smile. "That's perfect, and I'll let Amelia know," I said with a smile. "I'm also trying to help our local businesses improve their marketing and increase business. Would you let me help you create a marketing plan to help promote the store moving forward?" Mrs. Bennet's fake smile fell, and I could tell she was irritated. "We don't need marketing help," she snapped. "I have the boys who know how to use social media, especially Elliot, who's almost done with his business degree in marketing." I took a step back and put my hands up. "I meant no offense, Mrs. Bennet. I just want to help." Her eyes narrowed. "You all keep trying to control my business. We're doing perfectly fine, and I don't want your help." She spun around and marched back to the kitchen. I stood there in shock. "I'll talk to Amelia directly about the donation moving forward," she said, sticking her head back out the door before it swung again. I left, not sure what had happened, and replayed it over in my head as I walked down the street, back to the stash. I had indeed been warned about Mrs. Bennet, but that seemed like an extreme reaction to my offer. Johnny and Elliot were the Bennet boys closest to my age. Elliot was getting his business degree from Lackac State, so Amelia and Jenna knew him well. Maybe Mrs. Bennet would listen to her son, but I had an MBA, not just a bachelor's degree. Elliot didn't understand the city's needs the way I did. The more I turned it over in my head, obsessing about Mrs. Bennet's rudeness, the more irritated I became. I wanted to vent to someone. "How did you offer to help?" Zach asked when I told him about the incident. I shrugged. "I offered to help by creating a marketing plan. That's it." He shook his head and gave me a half-smile that typically made me want to kiss him. You know they need kid gloves, he said, not telling me exactly what I wanted to hear. Mrs. Bennet is always feeling attacked, because that store has always been a struggle for them. Zach, I asked, leaning closer so nobody else would hear me. When was the last time you were in there? He shook his head as he put on plastic gloves to mix chicken salad for tomorrow's lunch. I don't remember. The floor is sticky, I whispered, sure this would offend him. And I bet if I spent more time there, I would have been able to smell more than sugar. A grimace passed over Zach's face, and I knew I didn't need to go into more detail. I know you want to help these stores and businesses succeed, Carrie, Zach said as he used his hands to make sure his homemade mayo was thoroughly mixed into the chicken and apples. You have to be more sensitive since they aren't coming to you for help. You approach marketing intuitively. I know you make plans, but you never create formal plans. Show them examples of what you can do to help them and prove that it works. I leaned back on a nearby counter and watched Zach finish mixing the chicken. They should know between our success and what I did for Nicole. Zach let out a short laugh and took off his gloves. It's easy to promote a big event like a grand reopening, he said, turning to me and pulling me closer. Plus, what marketing do you do here? What's our marketing plan? That was all it took for me to get defensive and step away from him. We have Rashad to help with social media now. He's been busy taking pictures and posting things to social media all week, I said and started ticking off items on my fingers. Online sales have increased, followers have increased, and more people in the store than ever before. Zach reached to pull me in again, a smirk on his lips. That's great, but you don't have a plan, which is what you're offering. I knew he was teasing me, but I turned with a huff and started to walk out of the kitchen. Dinner tonight? Zach said as he grabbed my arm and tried pulling me back towards him. I kept walking and stuck out my tongue but let my fingers linger in his hand. No, now I'm irritated with you. I heard Zach chuckle as I walked away and returned to my office. Let me know which pictures you want to use for social media, Rashad said when I saw him in the store later that day. He had taken over the table since it wasn't being used and staged photos for social media posts. I had set him up with all the account details and given him access to the app one used to make graphics. I felt a little foolish when he told me he already had a copy of Photoshop, the best software for graphic design. I let it go, happy to now have someone on the team who knew what they were doing. He was currently focused on building a collection of stock photos so he could keep things fresh. Have you ever developed a marketing plan? I asked him and sat down at the table to help him set up new photos. My conversation with Zach still replayed on repeat in my brain. I knew how to create marketing plans, but I had been doing this alone for so long that all I did was take notes in my journal. I needed to remember what to do if I worked with other people. Rashad shook his head and chuckled. They don't teach you the business side of graphic design. I shook my head, remembering the same. I had learned a lot when I got my MBA, but my mother had taught me the nuisances of running the store. Bart and I had become friendly when I sought some help learning social media. He didn't know more than I did, and I could find other ways to learn, but I turned around and offered to help him. We had tried running workshops for other Chamber of Commerce members. That had been marginally successful, but he had taken all the credit and never thanked me. It's been a while since I did one, I said. What if we learned to do it together but for an event? Rashad was focused on the yarn in front of him. For what event? He asked without looking at me. It took me a moment to scroll through the ideas in my mind, tapping my pen on my journal as I thought. There were plenty of upcoming events. We can start small. Next week the knit-along begins, and I'm worried we won't have enough people to sell the kits. Rashad looked up and nodded rapidly. Is that what Teresa is knitting for? He asked and gestured his head in her direction. I beamed as I scribbled the ideas as they popped into my head. Yes. I just started one, so we can use mine as a step-by-step example. She is almost done with it, so we can showcase it as the final version. We can showcase the different color sets we put together. Plus, my new reusable shop bags came in, and everyone will get a free one when they buy a kit. We can showcase those. Rashad chuckled as he watched me write. Now I understand what my grandmother said about you. I perked up. What did she say? I asked, expecting something extraordinary. He smirked. When you get an idea, you're a bit like a Tasmanian devil. It took me a moment to process the visual. I laughed. She's not wrong. Rashad sat down at the table and leaned back in the chair. How long should this go on? He asked. I shrugged. We're selling the kits already, but only our regulars have bought them. I want new people participating. Rashad held his chin, looking like he was calculating something. We start knitting next week, and we'll keep going for a month, I continued. Let me do a little research into the elements of a marketing plan and put something together this afternoon, he said as he leaned forward and put his elbows on the table. I raised my eyebrows and gave him a single nod. I'll get you the remaining yarn kits so you can use them for photos, I said and walked back to my office. Lisa was chatting with Rashad when I came back out, the 5 remaining kits in my arms. Just who I was looking for, Lisa said with a smile. I took a moment to explain the kits to Rashad, to take some pictures, and then went into the cafe with Lisa. How can I help? I asked, sitting down at the table she had grabbed. She pulled out her laptop from her bag. The first board meeting is going to be in a few days. Will you have the proposal together for yarn crafting classes? I sighed. I don't have teachers identified yet, I said, a little worried that I hadn't done enough yet. Don't worry, Lisa said, briefly touching my hand. We don't need those details. Focus on the classes we would offer, the supplies we would need, how many people should be hired to teach, and a complete budget. I don't know about the yarn discount either, I said, worrying about the details she needed. Lisa narrowed her eyes, thinking about her response. Why don't you estimate based on the retail price? If we save a little money with a discount, we can put it into something else in the project or come in under budget. Our conversation was briefly interrupted as Umberto came over, carrying a plate with a sandwich on it. By the way Lisa brightened when she saw him, I was sure something was going on between them. Your food is ready, Mija, Umberto said as he put the plate down next to her. Lisa met my eyes, and I raised an eyebrow. There was more than a sandwich on the plate. Next to it was a simple piece of yellow cake with white icing. Is this the tres leches cake? Lisa asked Umberto, pointing to the cake. He blushed and fiddled with the edge of his apron. I'm recipe testing today, and this is my mother's recipe. Lisa licked her lips. Thank you. I'll let you know my thoughts before I leave. Umberto's blush deepened. You don't have to rush. You can tell me at the board meeting. Lisa waved her hand in dismissal. No. If you're working on the recipe today, then I want you to have some feedback. Umberto seemed happy as he left us and returned to the kitchen. I smiled at Lisa as he walked away. I was still concerned that she was including Umberto on the board. I understood she wanted alumni on the board, but I was worried that he would prevent her from changing things for the better and wouldn't see the bigger picture of what was possible. That's a good idea about the budget, I said, bringing Lisa's attention to where we had left off. I bet, with Bart on the board too, we can get the big box craft stores to give us a price break on the extra supplies. I don't think he will take a spot on the board, Lisa said, squinting her eyes and shaking her head. I was surprised by the news. Are you sure? I asked. I thought he committed when he came by. Lisa nodded. I emailed him a few times and called his office, but there's been no response. I shook my head. That doesn't seem right. I'll talk to him and remind him about it. You must have someone in his position helping. Lisa shrugged, and I left so she could eat her lunch. I didn't realize you were leaving early tonight, Zach said when he saw me later that day. There was no event planned tonight, so I was ready to leave when he usually did. I had spent most of the afternoon at the register since Teresa had the morning shift. It had been quiet, which allowed me to get some work done. I processed all our online orders and emailed Bart to remind him about the board meeting. An hour after that email, I received one from Lisa letting me know Bart had responded. I don't have anything going on tonight, I said to Zach now that I had finished closing the store. Are you up for dinner? Zach laughed. A few hours ago, you were sticking out your tongue and telling me you didn't want to have dinner with me. I had forgotten about that. You know I wasn't serious. Of course, I want to have dinner. Zach smirked and walked toward his car in the parking lot behind the building. That's too bad. I made other plans. That had taken an unexpected twist. With whom? I asked, curious about the person who Zach would pick over me. Zach winked, clearly feeling playful about this. Wouldn't you like to know? He called over his shoulder as he got further away. I went into the door that led up to my apartment. Being more irritated than I realized, I sighed. I hadn't made any plans to prepare dinner myself since I expected dinner with Zach. I wanted to rant to someone and could only think of one person who would understand how irritating a nightly brother could be. I can't talk, Carrie, Carson said when he picked up his phone. This only made me more irritated. Why not? Zach's on his way over for dinner, and the twins won't go to bed because they want to see him. I didn't know if I should feel better that Zach was only having dinner with our brothers or irritated that I wasn't included. I pouted a little and let him get off the phone. The twins' mid-meltdown was not something I needed to distract Carson from. I ordered in and pouted in front of the television all night, too angry to get anything else done. Craftivism. Some crafters like to combine their passion with their activism efforts. In the early 2020s, this has typically supported third-wave feminism, anti-capitalism, or social justice efforts. Chapter 7. I love those leggings, Carrie. Lois Fairfax said to me as we arrived at the community center simultaneously. The weather had finally cooled off after a warm September. It was like it knew it was now October. Pulling out my warmer clothes thrilled me, including my legging collection. Today I wore a pair that looked like knit cables running up my leg. I heard a rumor that the yarn covering the light poles is being used to make blankets for the foundation's fundraiser this year, the LACAC state president said after I thanked her for the compliment. It wasn't a secret that Lois didn't spend much of her time in the yarn store or cafe. Did you hear that from Amelia? I asked, knowing Amelia considered this woman a mentor. They had occasionally appeared on opposite sides of an issue, like the battle over the Woodhouse dorm a couple of years ago. Ultimately, Lois was behind the scenes coaching Amelia more than anyone else. Lois's inclusion on the board was a good decision on Lisa's part. She understood the politics of this town better than most of the government leaders. Lois shook her head. Bart was the one who told me about it. He wants the university to allow you to do these yarn bombs on campus next year. I raised an eyebrow. What did you say to him? I placated him for now, she said with a chuckle and a glance to our right where Bart was standing before lowering her voice. It was suspicious that you weren't there with him, and he didn't mention our knitting club's involvement. I smiled my thanks. We were too close to Bart for me to do more. Ladies, Bart said when he saw us. He had been looking down at his phone while hauling a messenger bag over his shoulder. Bart was extremely attractive and looked terrific in suits. You couldn't always tell how much he cared about his body until you saw him in casual clothes. Then you would see his broad shoulders and toned upper body. His brown hair was cut short with a long wave in the front. You could see the crusty gel he used to keep that wave from flopping into his face. Today he was wearing a suit, and I was surprised to see him in professional attire. Usually, he wore polo shirts and khakis around town. I suspected he was trying to impress the woman I was walking with. We walked together to Lisa's office, where we found Umberto and Amelia already there. The three of them were sitting at a conference table, and scones and coffee were waiting. I could have helped you bring snacks over, I said to Umberto, feeling a little defensive that I hadn't been told about bringing over the food. It was a last-minute decision, Umberto said with a shrug. I've been working on something new. I took a spot next to Amelia, across from Bart and Umberto. We're not a full board yet, but I want to get started, so we can see if there are others we can identify as a group, Lisa said after doing brief introductions, which were more for Umberto's benefit. I looked down at the agenda, and it was brief, focusing primarily on a strategic plan process, reviewing policies, and identifying staffing needs. There was time for me to talk about the partnership for crafting classes. I had finished the proposal with the information I already had and estimated the rest. I had added one more class idea that I had seen on YouTube when searching for ideas. It was one where you could sand down wooden rods to points and create knitting needles. I was willing to bet that it would be an easy craft that could be used for future classes and donated to Warm Up New England. Is there money in the budget to pay for teachers, or would there need to be more funds raised to cover the expense? Lois Fairfax asked as she looked over some budget details on her tablet. My eyes met Lisa's before she answered. We have enough for a small number of classes. If popular, we may need additional funding. What about the Lackack State Knitting Club? Amelia said. I know a few of them want careers in crafting, and getting experience teaching classes will be helpful. I wrote the task down in my journal. Bart, we need some extra items from the big craft store, I said as I wrote. Do you know someone there who might be able to get us a discount? What? Bart said, looking up from his laptop. Can't you get it from Woodhouse Yarns? Amelia and I both looked at him. No, I said. They're giving us a deep discount on the yarn since we're buying their seconds and discounted yarns. They don't have crafting supplies like needles, hooks, and other things. Bart looked down at his laptop again. Let me do a little research tomorrow, he mumbled as his focus returned to his computer, and he started typing rapidly. I looked around at everyone, wondering if they were all as irritated with him as I was. I had been in plenty of meetings with people who seemed disinterested and distracted, but that typically ended when asked to do something. I saw Lois Fairfax roll her eyes, and I felt better. Is there anything else we want to discuss today? Lisa asked when all her agenda items had been covered. Bart started packing up his items, impatient to get out of the meeting. The rest of us shook our heads, having plenty to do before our next meeting. Carrie, Bart said as we walked out. We still need to talk about your charity knitting plans for next year. I had put him off last week, telling him I was too busy getting this proposal ready and stretching the truth about the discussion with the charity knitting team. I wasn't prepared to talk to him about it yet. I wanted to have it all settled so that he wouldn't be able to push me into doing what he wanted. I knew I would have to meet with him eventually. Can we do it next week? There's so much going on, and we're focused on getting things finished this year, I said, trying to walk faster than him to get away. Sure, he said as I outpaced him. I'll email to set up a meeting. I waved as I got farther away and rushed to the stash, hoping he wasn't behind me. I knew the confrontation would have to happen soon, but I wasn't ready for it today. I thought about asking Zach for his thoughts, but I knew he would tell me to get it over with. Instead of getting everything settled on my end, I focused on other projects, primarily hiring people to help in the store for the holidays. Are you ready for the knit-along? My mother asked over our group Zoom later that afternoon. Carson and my father were also on the call. Even the twins kept popping into the frame to say hi to one of us. It had been weeks since they had seen either of my parents, and I could tell everyone was ready to be at home. We had spent the first 20 minutes of the call catching up with things they were enjoying while they traveled. Carson had the twins share their latest school art projects, one of which I asked if I could have for my home. My father was excited to show us the arpillera, the Peruvian quilts he had found in a local market. He had purchased one for each of us. I knew my parents would want to hear about what was happening at the stash, so I lifted some papers to show them. Rashad's marketing plan was a great map to follow. I think we're going to have more people than usual. I love your idea of getting reusable tote bags, my mother added, and I knew she was looking at the social media. This is a test run, but the people who have them will be able to return to shop with them, I reminded her. I think I might ask other local stores to split the cost with me, and we'll add their logos so they get promoted as well. We can do it as a local shopping bag. That's a perfect way to build engagement downtown, my father added. But I bet non-locals will want some type of Woodhouse yarn bag. They come to visit the store and the mills at the same time. Maybe we can share the cost to do bags people can buy as souvenirs? I quickly noted the idea to remind our sales rep about it. I knew from experience that the team would dismiss my father's vision since he was always brainstorming new ones. Most went nowhere, but this one was good. While I was writing, one of the twins jumped into Carson's lap to show off something he had made with Play-Doh. Can I ask you about Meriton candies? I asked my parents after the show and tell was over. If my parents were in the same room, they would have locked eyes, but this was a video chat. Both looked like this was the last thing they wanted to talk about. Sure, my father said after a few moments. Why are the Bennets so reluctant for help? I asked, slumping a little. My mother took a deep breath and exhaled while my father shook his head. We don't really know, he eventually said. Has their candy always sucked? Carson asked with a slight sneer. Both our parents nodded. The candy was never that great. Even the previous owner didn't make good candy. Carson's eyebrows raised before I heard a small voice in the background yelling about wanting candy. Everyone laughed at that. I'm trying to help them with marketing and was hoping you'd have some insight, I said to my parents. Mrs. Bennet shut me down as soon as I asked. I'm thinking of going back to offer a marketing plan for a specific event. My father bobbed his head, but my mother wore a frown. How serious are you about consulting with other local businesses? She asked. I shrugged. I'm not sure yet, but they are the ones in most need of help. I know if I can help them, the other businesses will trust me more. Everyone knows they need help. My father continued nodding. I agree, but you may need to start with another business first. The more success you have, the more the Bennets might trust that you can help, he said. My mother was nodding now. But remember, she added, they've been very private about their struggles with the shop. You can help every other business in town, and Louisa Bennet may still shut you out. I slumped a little. I will try one more time with this small event proposal, and I'll work for free. Then I'll ask Doug if we can do something together. Oh, Carson said, getting excited. What about a wine tasting event or something for parents to try while walking around downtown with their kids on Halloween? My mother laughed. When you were kids, the parents drank excessively while you all walked around downtown. We always walked to dinner with the Knightleys after because we were drunk and needed to eat and have time to sober up. My parents laughed at the memories. Zach and James' parents had been their closest friends and business partners, running the Woodhouse Family Foundation until both passed away within a few years of each other. Even though we rarely talked about their absence, it was a moment like this when it was clear the couple was missed by everyone. I'm going to ask James if he remembers that because I don't, Carson said, slightly irritated that we did not remember Halloween that way. We both knew this would be an easy way to honor the Knightleys without making it too emotional. I wrote down the idea because I would have to move fast if I wanted to make that happen. Are we doing dinner tonight? I asked Zach as he cleaned up for the day. I had planned to stay late while Dorothy ran an evening class for new knitters. I would spend my time at the register reviewing applications for the holiday staff, but I hoped Zach would be up for a late dinner. Oh, you have time for me? He asked with a grin. I rolled my eyes. Is that a no? I asked. He laughed. I was thinking of making a quiche if you're interested. We could rent a movie and relax on the couch. I raised an eyebrow. What kind of quiche? You know I don't want broccoli in my food. It's spinach, goat cheese, and caramelized onion. Yes, before you ask, I can add more cheese in, Zach said as he wiped down the prep tables. Is this a recipe test or something special? I asked, grinning. Zach tossed his wipe into the sink and gave me a small peck on the lips. Can't it be both? He went over to the fridge and pulled out a cinnamon bun for me. You can have this to hold you over, he said as I accepted it from him. I looked at the bun, the frosting nearly solid from being in the fridge. What do you do with your leftovers each day? I asked. You know you could donate them to a food pantry and… Zach was already shaking his head. Carrie, we never have leftovers. We make less than we probably should to help keep our costs low and to make people think there's scarcity. I tilted my head to the side. I didn't know that. Zach chuckled. Food service is a risky business. There's a lot of waste, and I have to eat those costs. I'm finally making a profit, and I want to keep it that way. I kept my mouth shut, but an idea was already forming in my head. I took my bun back to the register and watched the store for the next few hours. I needed to focus on increasing the staff for the holidays. We needed 2 people to help with the store since online orders consistently grew, and we would sell more in the store because of classes. We needed 2 more people to help Dorothy with those classes. We would offer more children's classes so they could make holiday gifts for parents and grandparents. The most popular was one to make slippers, and Dorothy couldn't handle the volume on her own. I narrowed my search down to 4 people. One was Lori, who worked for us every holiday season. This could be the chance to hire her as a store manager after the holidays. We needed more help, which would allow me to run things behind the scenes and do more consulting. There was an application from Erica, the yarn maker. I knew she probably wanted some extra spending money for the holidays. I wasn't sure she would be the best fit. Would she try to promote her own yarn over other brands? Would something reciprocal be expected for helping me out? I had to think about it. Jenna, the president of the knitting club and Amelia's friend at the university, was the third person I considered. I was more interested in her helping us as a teacher since I knew she was building a crafting business. I knew she was already building a crafting business and needed more experience and connections to grow when she graduated. Plus, she would have finals and go home at the very end of our season when we had a rush for gifts. The last was from Cindy Fairfax, Teresa's niece. I had not expected to see her application in the stack. I knew she was a crafter, able to knit and crochet, but from what we heard from Teresa, she was looking for a corporate job that needed her MBA. As much as I needed holiday help, I wondered if this was the best use of her education. At the same time, I knew Teresa would work with her and could happily train her. I spent some time turning things over in my mind and came up with a plan to use all 4 of these people. Lori and Cindy could work in the store seasonally since that was what they probably wanted. I could let Erica and Jenna teach classes with Dorothy over the holidays and then see if they would do the same for the community center. This way, they had more flexibility when their schedules didn't work. I checked with Dorothy about this plan when her class was over. "Have I met Jenna before?" she asked. I nodded. "She's been at a few events, but she's at the college. Maybe Rashad knows her." Dorothy thought about it for a moment. "I'll help them get comfortable, but they can't change them," she said with a sharp head nod. I smiled and made a note. "What if they develop their own classes?" I asked. "That's between you and them. They're only helping with my classes." I took care of a few purchases by the students who had been in the class before heading upstairs. I might be avoiding Bart and the charity knitting discussion, but I prided myself on being productive. Knit along. When a group of knitters all work on the same pattern simultaneously, often coordinated by the pattern designer or a yarn store, yarns will either be suggested or sold together to fit the details of the pattern. Occasionally, the finished project will remain a secret, with the pattern broken up into sections revealed periodically. Chapter 8. I love these colors. Someone said a little louder than necessary as a group of women handled the skeins of yarn I had placed on the table. More people showed up than expected, so tonight's knit-along launch was more chaotic than any I had hosted before. I credited Rashad's marketing plan and what he had put up on social media for the crowd of people in the store. When we had sold the pre-made yarn kits for this season's project, I rushed through the store, picking color combinations from any yarn that would work. I only had time to put them on the table before people started arriving, and now people were crowding around, considering their color combinations. The combinations I had picked had been forgotten as people remixed them in exciting ways. I was glad both Lori and Teresa had come for the event because they could help at the register while I ran around, trying to find more yarn for these people. My anticipated 15 participants had doubled. Most of these women made it clear that they followed the store on either Facebook or Instagram. When Doug arrived, he quickly turned around and got bottles of wine and snacks that he was happily selling to people because we did not have enough food. "Where did all of these people come from?" Doug asked as the door jiggled again, and 3 more people walked in. I shrugged, delighted at the crowd and thinking about how I needed to give Rashad a bonus for his success. Seeing Jenna as one of the people who had walked in made me happy. "The whole knitting club is coming," she said when she saw me. "They saw what I was working on, and now they all want to, make it too." I calculated how many more people would be coming and knew I needed more yarn. I wanted to text Erica, who still wasn't here, but I knew it was too late for her to bring more yarn since she was likely stuck in traffic. "Would you be able to help people start their shawls?" I asked Jenna. She brightened and stood up straighter. Earlier that day, she had done all the paperwork to start teaching for the holiday season. She, Erica, and Lori were now seasonal employees, so I would make sure they were paid for their time tonight. I didn't have time to tell her more because Erica was the next person to walk in, pulling her wagon of yarn. "I was bringing in some to restock with," she said when she saw the crowd. "I'm so glad you did," I said as she handed me the inventory sheet of what she was bringing. We knew she would have to sell it right away, so I got my tablet and quickly entered basic information so that it could be sold at our register. "Jenna and Teresa are here to help you go through this week's phase of the project and to teach any difficult stitches," I said as I worked. "How many people are here?" Erica whispered to me. I looked up, overwhelmed and feeling more emotional than I expected. "I don't know, maybe 40 people," I said with a shrug, too busy to count heads. We sold about 15 kits before tonight, and then more people showed up. "I've been gathering more yarn, and Jenna said the Lackack State Knitting Club is coming." Erica's jaw dropped, and she looked like she would cry from happiness. "Do you do these types of events for crochet?" A woman asked me as she came to look at the yarn Erica had with her. I shook my head. "Not yet," I said. "But if we have enough people who want to do it, I'm sure I can find a designer who will help me start one." The woman smiled. "My sister prefers to crochet and would come out from Worcester to do something like this." I made a mental note to add this to my to-do list. "I think we're ready," Lori said 30 minutes later. I had decided to wait until everyone seemed to be done selecting and paying for yarn before opening the event. Typically, when we had a group of 10 people who had already bought their yarn kits, we launched right into helping everyone get started. With so many new people, I had instantly revised my plan. I felt I had to introduce everyone to the store and explain what to expect. "Someone told me you're part of Woodhouse Yarns," one of the new people asked. I nodded with a wide smile. "We're their flagship store and have been in Lackack longer than any of us have been alive," I said with a smile. "We like to support small fiber businesses and artists, which is why Erica is here, and many of you are using her yarn." "Why isn't the cafe open?" another person cut in. I looked back at the dark cafe area with its empty display case. "They're open in the morning, but they made some of our snacks today. We didn't expect so many of you to come." I recalled my discussion with Zach about the value of having the cafe open for events like this. Indeed, an event with this many people would make him reconsider hiring people to open the cafe. If he resisted again, I would push him to reconsider. We spent the next couple of hours going over the project details and helping everyone get started. All of us who had started the project ahead of time ended up walking around and helping the other knitters. I watched Jenna and Erica closely, wishing Dorothy was here to help them out. "Make sure you mention the charity knitting group and our work," Lori whispered to me as the evening wrapped up. I felt my stomach clench. I hadn't been thinking about next year's charity project, especially since I wasn't ready to talk to Bart. I had heard from Warm Up New England's founder, Gina, about hosting their events at the stash next year. She was relieved to have a space for a whole year. We even worked out a deal so she could store their supplies in one of the empty apartments upstairs. I still needed to talk to her about some events we could do to help them fundraise. I would talk to Jenna about the Lackack State Knitting Club co-hosting those events with us, but I needed to have a plan if I was going to reject any proposal Bart had for another year of yarn bombing. It turned out I didn't need to do a formal invitation. All I had to do was remind people when our next meeting would be and that they were all invited to come. Teresa had been chatting about it all night, between mentions about Cindy coming home and helping in the store. She had even handed out store business cards after writing the date and time on the back. You know, one of the new women said to me as people were leaving, I have several connections with banks in Boston, and I bet I could get them to donate to this charity you're working with. I smiled at her. I'm sure they would appreciate it, I said. I know they just got funding from the Woodhouse Foundation for the year, but will probably need more as they grow. They're looking for long-term office and event space as well as money to fund their work. Oh, there's plenty of space in Boston, she said. I'm sure I can help them. I held back my opinion since a small charity would not be able to afford Boston rents. You should come to our next charity night then, I said. I'll make sure Gina, the founder, is there to talk to people about what they're doing and need help with. I'll be there, she said, looking very pleased with herself as she left. I wondered if I would ever see her again. Hi, Elliot, I said when I walked into an empty Meriton Candies and saw the Bennett's second son sitting at the register reading a well-worn paperback. I had been energized by the success of the knit-along launch. Many of the new participants were posting pictures on social media. Rashad was already at work promoting the classes and the Woodhouse Yarns trunk show that would happen in a couple of weeks to debut the company's new yarn. For next time, we had decided to require RSVPs for the event, so we had a better idea of how many people would attend. He also helped me develop a marketing plan to bring to the Bennetts to promote holiday candy sales at Meriton Candies. How can I help you, Carrie? Elliot asked. While I was a bit older than the Bennett brothers, I knew the older two, Elliot and Johnny, since we had been through the same schools and participated in many of the same sports and camps over the years. I babysat for the brothers a few times before realizing I didn't care much for children. I didn't know the younger boys as well, not having interacted with them since they were babies. Are your parents around? I asked, giving him my best smile. He raised an eyebrow before going to the back. Unlike my previous visit, Elliot didn't yell for his mother. When Mrs. Bennett came out from the kitchen, she didn't look as irritated either. I already worked out the details of our donation with Amelia, Mrs. Bennett said when she saw me. Is something wrong? I pulled out my marketing plan so she could look it over. I want to extend my offer to help with marketing again, I said. Mrs. Bennett let out a deep sigh. I thought I was clear that we don't want help. I put up my hands. I know, and I'm only offering to do some social media content to help with the holidays, I said. If you just look. Let me stop you, Carrie, she said before I could continue. We're not interested in help. We've always been able to manage, and we will continue to do so. I could feel my face get hot. I knew this wasn't personal, but it was hard to back down when I knew that doing better didn't require much work. There's so much more you could do without spending money, I said, resisting my urge to list all the issues working against her store. We used a similar marketing plan at the stash for a recent event and more than doubled our expected attendance. Mrs. Bennet didn't react. "We don't need your help," she said before turning and going back to the kitchen. I returned the marketing plan to the folder I was carrying. Elliot was sitting at the register again and gave me a pitying look. "She doesn't want to hear it from us either," he said with a grimace. "I'm impressed by Rashad's work and have suggested it to her already." That was interesting since, last time I was here, she had made a point of telling me Elliot could help with marketing. If she didn't want help from her own son, who probably had a capstone project to complete, who would she allow to work on marketing? "You know," I said, my fingers itching to pull out my pen and write down a few ideas. "If we worked together." Elliot shook his head. "No, Carrie," he said and looked behind him to ensure his mother couldn't hear. "This is more than marketing, and she bought a rotten store for a lot of money and has been trying for years. They're burnt out and do as much as they can already." I didn't understand everything Elliot told me, but I could see Mrs. Bennet was burnt out. It couldn't be energizing to work hard and not have it come back in sales. I wished she would let us help her. I knew if she let me, it would help revive her spirit and the store. I bought a pack of Good and Plenty out of pity before walking down the street to the liquor store. It was early in the day, so the store was empty as Doug restocked. "I know you want to help them," Doug said when I told him what had happened. "Maybe you need an example other than the stash and the bookstore?" I perked up, remembering the idea Carson had suggested. "What if I use the Halloween wine tasting event as another example? Rashad and I can put a plan together for you." Doug chuckled. "I've already started promoting it." "On social media?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. I already knew the answer. He rarely had to use social media to promote store events. Doug thought about it for a few seconds. "You'd have to make sure people know that tickets are required. They can't simply show up and expect to participate." I looked around the store and understood. A small tasting space in the back corner only fits so many people. "Agreed," I said, and we spent the next hour talking about the information that needed to be shared. I wrote 2 pages of notes in my journal, including a brainstorm about what we could do with a larger space. I wished there was an event space in the area where other small stores could collaborate, increase their exposure, and do more business. "Here you are," Bart said without knocking on my office door. I forced a smile on my face. I had been avoiding Bart as I tried to figure out the best way to shut down his attempts to dictate the charity project for next year. It had been more than a week since the charity knitting group had discussed their ideas. I had spent the time putting together a plan with Gina, the founder and executive director for Warm Up New England, the charity Amelia had mentioned. We would merge her knitting group with ours while they found their own space. I also took it on myself to reach out to Jenna to see if the Lackack State Knitting Club wanted to be part of our plan. I knew it would be Jenna's senior year, and she would probably have a lot on her plate, but she was my best contact with the club. She had been open to the idea, knowing the campus wanted them engaged in their community and participating in philanthropic projects. I was excited about the forming plan but dreading Bart's reaction. "How can I help you, Bart?" I asked without looking up from the tablet I was brainstorming on. "Did you forget about meeting to discuss next year's yarn bombing?" He asked and continued to stand instead of sitting in one of the empty chairs. I hadn't forgotten that he was coming by to talk, and I had set the alarm to remind me of it. The work I was doing on my tablet was a list of points I wanted to make sure I said, depending on the direction of the conversation. I shook my head. I'm not sure what you want to talk about, I said and ensured he couldn't see the tablet's screen. He leaned on the door frame and crossed his arms. I want to do the yarn bombing again next year, and I have a few ideas like covering the city benches or the big mailboxes around downtown. You could cover something different each month. Angry thoughts zoomed through my brain. I scribbled a doodle on my tablet, pretending I was considering this and making notes. I expected you to be thrilled with this idea, Bart said, pouting. I let out a deep sigh. To be honest with you, I told him as I put my tablet down. The charity knitting team isn't interested in another yarn bombing project. It was more time-consuming than we realized, and personal projects took a back seat. The pout turned into a frown as I continued. His nostrils flared, but he didn't say anything. They've all agreed to work with Warm Up New England, I continued, embellishing the status of this project, a charity that donates knit items to shelters around the region. I've already worked out most of the details with them. Bart narrowed his eyes and straightened, filling the doorframe. What will you sell during your annual fundraiser next winter? I shrugged, trying to look calm even as my anxiety rose. I was feeling trapped in my own office. I suspect we'll go back to what we've always done and reach out to local businesses to put themed baskets together, I said and waved my hand. That's what we've always done. The blankets are something special, so we don't waste this yarn. His frown changed to a sneer, but he stayed in the doorway. Well, then start a yarn bombing group. I bet plenty of people in town would love to help. This wasn't going the way I had expected. I pushed my chair back a little, giving me some physical space, and my mind raced with ways to get out if I couldn't defuse the situation. I'm sorry, but that's not a priority right now, I said, and my stomach clenched. Bart took a step closer and leaned over me. I think you should reconsider, he said, jabbing his finger. I took a deep breath and increased the volume of my voice, hoping someone would hear if Bart got confrontational. How are you going to help? I asked, deciding fight instead of flight. What do you mean? He asked and took a step back. I stood up and stepped toward him, regaining control in one motion. You're here telling me what to do with my business without offering any resources to assist me. Do you understand the level of work that went into planning what we did this year? The knitters are burnt out, and only one new person has joined our efforts. Bart took another silent step back, backing out of the doorway and giving me the ground I needed. You helped us get permits from the city, I continued, jabbing my finger at him and taking small steps forward. And I am grateful for that, but other than that, you have not provided any assistance. Now you're telling me to repeat this with a far more difficult proposal and offer nothing in return. I think you should reconsider, Bart said through his teeth as he realized I had forced him to step out of my office. I'm good, and you can leave, I said, taking another step forward, so I was in the doorway and pointed to the store's door, nearly poking him in the face. Bart narrowed his eyes and gave a curt nod before stomping to the exit, not looking at anyone around him. He practically slammed the door behind him as he left. I slumped into my chair, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. I looked down at my notes about being gracious and thanking him for all he had done this past year. None of that had gone as I expected, and I was sure that last nod had been a declaration of war. Shaken by the confrontation, I got up, not sure what I needed. I didn't get out of my office before Zach came into the door and wrapped his arms around me. I could feel my body shaking as I rested my head on his shoulder until I calmed down again. Are you okay? He asked when he finally let me go a few minutes later. My breathing and heart rate had slowed down as the adrenaline left me. I silently nodded as my body shook, and he kissed me. "That's going to make a mess," I said, taking a deep, shaky breath. Zach wrapped his arms around me again. "We'll figure it out." Trunk show. When a yarn company has something new to share, they will visit a yarn store to give special advance access to customers. Yarn companies will often share new yarns and colors while discounting those being discontinued. Attendees will often be able to try knitting with these yarns and buying before the general public. Chapter 9. My blow-up with Bart didn't immediately impact my life, so I put that moment in the back of my mind. Events were picking up for the season as people wanted to get yarn for holiday gifts. I turned my attention to the Woodhouse Yarn Trunk Show, an event I loved to host for the region. On the day of the event, I came in later than usual so that I wouldn't be exhausted in the late afternoon. I could hear my office phone ringing as I walked through the store, and it would pause for a moment before starting again. "How many people do you expect tonight?" Whitney asked me as soon as I picked up the line, trying to catch my breath. Whitney was the local sales representative for Woodhouse Yarn, who would host this event at the stash. She would show off the new yarns they would be selling, feature new colors in the current yarns, and sell the discontinued lines through the store. This was a big event for the company and the local yarn community. In the past, this was a small event that was exclusively for yarn store owners, but this season, after the success of the Knit-Along launch, I had suggested we open it up to crafters too. About 100 people RSVP'd, so I expect that to turn out to be 25 who show up, I said as I looked at the system Rashad had picked to manage the attendance. "That's more than usual," Whitney said after a few moments of silence. I could hear her clacking on a keyboard on the other end of the call, probably adjusting how much yarn she planned to bring. I flipped my journal open to the page where I kept my notes for the event and scribbled some changes of my own. I talked to the Woodhouse Yarn marketing team and asked if they could promote it, I said, tapping my pen on the pages of the journal. "Maybe we can add a video stream next year to do it virtually too." Whitney was silent for a moment. I had considered suggesting this earlier, so we could do it tonight, but now I was glad I hadn't. I was confident we would do it for a future trunk show, but it would have been more than she could handle this time. Increasing the number of people would be plenty for her to come to terms with. "Do you think more than 25 will show up?" she asked, and I could hear a hint of anxiety in her voice. I took a deep breath, unsure of the answer but wanting her to feel confident. "Don't worry," I said. "We have plenty of space because the cafe won't be open to the public, but they will be selling food to people who attend." Zach and I had discussed opening the cafe for the trunk show. After the Knit-Along launch, I was so excited that I asked him to have one person work at the cafe for tonight. He had only agreed to make this an experiment. I didn't really know how he would determine if this was successful, but I didn't care. Whitney was paying for some pre-prepared snacks, but there would be more to buy if people wanted more or ran out of food. There was a moment of silence on Whitney's end of the call. I thought Zach was providing food. I arranged that with him. I had to think for a moment. I hadn't told Whitney about this change of plan. "He's finishing the sandwiches you ordered as we speak." "Don't worry," I said. "We want to make sure people can get food since we expect more people than you ordered food for." I said we, but it was only me feeling confident that I was right. Zach insisted that I pay the barista to work and for the food. "What if we still run out of food?" Whitney asked. I had to laugh. At the Knit-Along launch, we grabbed snacks from the liquor store. I continued. We can also have something delivered. There are tons of restaurants in the area. Whitney's concern was too predictable. Even though she was an amazing sales rep, Whitney's events made her anxious. She always thought about all possible disasters, ensuring the backup plans had backup plans. I wasn't concerned. We could move a few chairs around, and everyone would have a great time at tonight's event. Plus, managing Whitney's anxiety allowed me to avoid thinking about last week's disaster with Bart. Once I was off the phone, I went to find Rashad. He was at the table working on the following week's social media, including a plan to start promoting Carson's window displays for photos. He had taken photos and video of Carson working on the October window, which he was currently editing. I made videos with Teresa explaining more complicated elements in the knit-along pattern. "You did an amazing job promoting tonight's event," I told him, sitting next to him at the table. "Thanks," he said, beaming with pride. "Our sales rep is afraid too many people will come," I added with a giggle. He looked confused. "Is that bad?" "Not as far as I'm concerned," I said and held out my hand for a high five. He made a fist, and I quickly recovered to give him a fist bump. "Teresa thinks her niece Cindy can help with the videos when she starts working next week," Rashad said, looking back at his camera screen. "I told her I would talk to you." I turned away from Rashad and rolled my eyes. I knew Teresa meant well, but Cindy was only working at the register and restocking yarn. We didn't need extra help making videos, especially if someone wasn't going to be permanent. "We could set up a YouTube channel," he said. "Someone could do it for any complicated stitch." This was an idea to move forward with. "Why don't we work on more videos later this week?" Rashad snapped a few pictures from different angles. I suspected he was thinking before he answered. "I have everything ready to go to launch the YouTube channel at the beginning of November," Rashad said and put his camera down. He put this display in a crate and pulled out more yarn. "You should consider setting up a mailing list, and you can use the event management system to build it from people who come to events." I had to think for a moment. I was sure we had a mailing list already, but I couldn't remember the last time I used it. There hadn't been many people on it the last time I checked. Maybe it was the perfect time to try it again. "That's a good idea," I said and noted on the journal next to me. "I believe we have something already set up that we could sync with the event management account. Set up what you need to move forward with both, and we'll start working on them tomorrow." Rashad went back to editing. "Have you considered a second channel with videos about running or marketing a small business?" he asked before I walked away. "We could do it together." "What do you mean?" I asked, sitting back down at the table. "You're trying to help local businesses, right?" he asked but continued before I responded. "I was trying to find webinars about social media marketing for us to watch. I realized that all these people who promote themselves as experts and consultants do short webinars and videos to entice people to pay for more advanced seminars or consulting work. There's not much out there about running a store like this, mostly running an online business. Maybe that would help the other local businesses see how you can help them. Maybe Bart would help expand your reach or allow you to run workshops." I slowly nodded my head, realizing he had a great point. Maybe not the part about getting Bart to help. After last week, I wasn't sure he would be open to that idea. "Let me think about it. I have to deal with the trunk show tonight, and then we can discuss all of this," I said and made my way back to the kitchen to find Zach. "Rashad's got the right idea," Zach said when I told him about the conversation. He was making more chicken salad for lunches. The apples and walnuts were chopped and ready to be added. I know, I said and put a few apple pieces in my mouth. Then why do you need me to tell you that? He asked. Or are you here to gloat? That wasn't the reaction I expected from Zach, and I wasn't sure how to respond. He seemed increasingly irritated with discussions about how well I've been doing since hiring Rashad. Even when we had brunch with our brothers the other day, he had been quiet as I told them about the success of the knit-along event. I went back to my office thinking about how to showcase the cafe better in our promotional efforts. My best guess was that I wasn't including the cafe in our marketing plans. It was part of the stash, after all. Are you angry with me? I asked, hoping I could fix whatever was wrong. Zach shook his head. You keep taking on more tasks and projects. Am I a priority? I didn't understand what he meant. He was always a priority, but things were exactly how I wanted them to be. We spent plenty of time together because the cafe was here, which has been one of the main reasons I wanted his cafe in my store. This way, I knew I didn't neglect our relationship or stop spending time with him when the store needed my attention. Where do you want me to put the discontinued yarn? Nicole asked me as we set up later that afternoon. I looked around the store and couldn't find a spot. I wanted the yarn to be prominently displayed so people would buy it. The pricing I set should make sure it was an enticing offer. There was simply no space in the store area that would work. I needed to make sure Whitney had room to put the new yarns and swatches she would share. Zach came out of the kitchen as we were looking for a spot. Start using the cafe's tables and put up a sign, he said when he noticed us. Are you sure? There are still people here, I said. They'll start leaving soon, he said and looked around at the stragglers. The cafe was only open for those coming to our event, and we wouldn't kick people out. I never did that until the store completely closed. I had already gone around to let people know about our event and that it would be noisy. Almost all of them were beginning to pack up their stuff to leave. I nodded to Nicole, and she put the baskets of discontinued yarn on the two tables closest to the yarn shop. I quickly printed a sign with the discount. People were already beginning to trickle in. Some had printed their tickets, but others showed their phones as Lori walked around with the attendance list. We needed to make sure everyone here had registered, and a couple of women had been turned away because they hadn't. Dolores and Betty are here, Teresa whispered to me and pointed to the windows as the two older women walked by. I hadn't seen their names on the RSVP list, and I felt a moment of delight at being able to turn them away. I'm sorry, ladies, I said when I saw them. This season's trunk show required an RSVP. We had too many people register to allow walk-ins. Betty and Dolores were stereotypical older women. They went to the same hairdresser, who gave them the same teased bouffant and dyed their gray hair the same shade of black. They lived next door to each other, and their husbands, now retired, spent all their time together, too, typically far away from their wives. I had always assumed my grandmother had been their friend, but when I took over the store, my mother and grandmother suggested I fire them eventually. That's when I realized my grandparents had never socialized with either couple. We always come for the trunk show, Betty said, putting her hands on her hip, her large brocade bag sliding off her shoulder. I gave her my fakest, sweetest smile. We're going to be packed, and I suspect most events will require online registration. Dolores was the shorter of the two women. She snarled at me. You know we don't have smartphones or computers. I sighed. I'm sure the library can help you learn to use your phones if you want to make sure you can come to future events. The two stomped off, furiously whispering as they departed. I was sure they were complaining about me and my changes to their store. I had heard it before and learned to ignore it. This feels like the hottest club in Boston. The next person said as she watched the pair walk away, whispering about how terrible I was. I remembered this woman from the knit-along event. She had been the one who had offered to help find funding for warming New England. As Laurie checked her in, I noted her name, Andrea. She carried a large tote bag but didn't have a project bag like everyone else. I wondered if she owned a local yarn shop or if she was an avid knitter. I laughed at her comment. "This is certainly a first for us," I said, already putting my 2 former employees out of my mind. "Whatever you're doing," she said with a smile. "Keep it up." She walked past us and turned back suddenly. "Last time, I mentioned my contacts in Boston who could help fund a charity. Do you remember me?" I smiled. "Of course, I do." Andrea pulled out a business card. "I don't want to forget to give you this," she said as she handed it to me. "Please tell them to contact me anytime. I've just moved here and am interested in working with local businesses and charities." She smiled as she walked away, and I looked at the card. It was heavier than I expected because it was made of metal. Andrea, it turned out, was a financial consultant. I made a mental note to pay attention to her. Maybe she could help me build my consulting business. I didn't think of her as my competitor since she was a financial consultant while I was focused on marketing. I looked back in her direction as she introduced herself to others, handing her card out. Something was disingenuous about her, and her fake smile was the first sign. She sat down at a table and pulled out a tablet. I watched as she opened it up and started typing something. I wondered if she did any type of yarn craft or was here to find clients. "Carrie?" someone asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. I turned to see Whitney standing next to me. "Are we ready?" I asked. She nodded, and I got the group's attention. Before I turn it over to Whitney, I said after introducing myself, "I want to let you know about our upcoming events and classes. You can take a card with the events or go to our social media to sign up." I held up the cards I had printed for holiday classes and events. The local print shop ran them off quickly because I thought of these cards last minute. I made a mental note to talk to them about metal business cards next time or if they could do something that could make an impact. I passed the stack of event cards around and was surprised to see so many people taking one. I let Whitney take over. She showed the new yarns and swatches. Since Teresa, Laurie, Jenna, and I had all helped make the swatches, a personal benefit to working in the store, Whitney often asked us to share what we thought about it. I had fallen in love with a new Angora and silk blend. "Oh," Andrea said. "But Angora is so fuzzy and gets everywhere." Whitney smiled, but I could tell she wanted to roll her eyes. "We're very aware of that, and silk can be a difficult fiber. We encourage you to use this for intricate details like collars and cuffs of sweaters. I guess you could make more formal items with it, too," Andrea said, the corner of her mouth lifting in a half-smile. Whitney moved on to another yarn. Each time someone mentioned something, Andrea spoke up as if she needed to get in the last word. Most people didn't notice, but I knew Whitney did when our eyes met halfway through her presentation. There was nothing we could do. Some people just needed to be the center of attention, even if they had to force it. "Everything okay?" I asked Whitney when she was done talking. The guests were trying the yarn themselves, most of the swatches unfinished so that people could try knitting with it. "She's very aggressive," Whitney said, lifting her chin in Andrea's direction. I sighed before telling Whitney what I already knew and showing her the business card. I didn't realize you wanted to do marketing too, Whitney said. Now I understand why you had those tips for the company's marketing team. I smiled. I'm trying. I'm helping Doug with some holiday wine tastings at the liquor store. Whitney brightened, but I knew she probably wouldn't be able to attend any of those. She frequently traveled around the Northeast to work with store owners. Even now, I let her get back to the group so she could talk to those who had shown up tonight. I made my way to the register to make sure people could buy any other yarn. The rest of the team was busy showing people the new yarns and suggesting patterns. People purchased the discontinued yarn, but there was a lot left when everyone was gone. I was told you're taking the discontinued yarn, Whitney said as she packed up. I raised an eyebrow. Really? I was told we're donating it for classes at the community center or to warm up New England, she said with a nod. I perked up. I hadn't forgotten that I had asked about this, but I hadn't been able to follow up to confirm they were providing yarn. There was enough here to split between the two groups. I took the crate back to my office and left myself a note to organize the pile. Warm Up New England wanted specific weights and fibers for their yarns. They needed the yarn to be easy to wash and heavy to keep people warm. This meant they needed synthetic fibers that could easily be washed and bulky yarns. There were plenty of options for that, but I needed time to go through the crate. My thoughts turned to Andrea as I locked up. I took her business card with me as I went up to my apartment. Zach was already there, dinner almost ready. He still seemed irritated while I told him the highlights of the evening. The RSVPs were a good way to set boundaries for Betty and Dolores, he said without looking at me. That's fine, I said, waving my hands. I want to know about this Andrea woman. Zach brought the food to the table. I think she's Bart's girlfriend. I tilted my head to the side. Really? Where did you hear that? Zach raised an eyebrow. People in the cafe talked to me, Carrie, he said, and I could hear the irritation in his voice. From what I understand, they've been together for a while. If she's a consultant, it's probably easier for her to move here instead of him moving out of Lackac. I shook my head. It's unexpected because she's never been around before, and he never has a date for local events and parties. Zach smirked. Or is it unexpected because you're not friends with Bart, and you don't know everything going on around town? I didn't know how to react. He wasn't wrong, but I didn't like how he put it. Did he think there had been something romantic between Bart and me? I felt jealousy from Zach, but I was probably defensive about my last conversation with Bart. I hadn't heard from him since, and he hadn't been in the cafe holding court either. I couldn't shake the feeling that my refusal to bend to him about yarn bombing was the tip of an iceberg, and I had unintentionally started a battle. I didn't argue with him, especially if he assumed I had been romantically interested in Bart. When he returned to his own apartment after we cleaned the kitchen, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. Procrastinating. Sometimes there are important things we should be doing, but we knit instead. Chapter 10. I thought you could store your supplies in one of the vacant apartments upstairs, I said to Gina, the head of Warm Up New England. This was the first time I met Gina, but she confidently mentioned that we had met before. I felt terrible since she was clearly someone on the rise if that was true. She was a tall woman, a little older than my mother, with short gray hair. She had pulled a large van up behind the store and parked in the loading zone. She was wearing gym clothes and looked ready to get to work. Clearly, she was prepared to move things in storage, not merely discuss it. I grabbed the keys to the apartment next to mine and took her upstairs. I would give you a set of keys to both doors, I said as we walked. This way, you can come in when you want. I opened the apartment doors to show her the empty space. This apartment was in desperate need of some updates, but it was perfect for storage while I figured out my own renovation plans. When I saw her reaction, I wondered if she had other plans. Can we use this as an office too? She asked, eyes wide as she looked around the den space. I crossed my arms and looked around the space too. What are you thinking? I asked, wanting to hear her expectations before allowing my imagination to run away with me. Her eyes were wide with excitement. I mean, she said, we could use the apartment for offices and host events. Excitement bubbled in the back of my mind. I don't know if we can do that now because of zoning laws. But let me talk to James and some people I know, and we may be able to work something out. I didn't share how much I thought about this over the past few months. Zach and I talked about updating the apartment, but he wasn't going to be living here, only visiting when he wanted. As much as I liked the idea of taking over the entire third floor, my brain started spinning about ways the other 3 apartments could be used by local crafting businesses and organizations. I hadn't brought my journal up with me, but I stopped myself from running back to my office to get it. The income as office space could go back into the business since we owned the building and there was no mortgage to pay. I already had some ideas about how Lackac would benefit from smaller, shared office spaces. I was trying to keep my excitement under control as we continued to walk through the apartment, but Gina kept talking about her needs. It would make everything so much easier, she said. We wouldn't need to waste time finding space, and we would be close to some good partners. Plus, the den area is perfect for knitting nights or small classes. I let her go on, remembering to mention an elevator that would help with accessibility. Can you really make this happen? I bet we could work something out with the Woodhouse Foundation if we're using space owned by the family, she said, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. I let out a deep breath, ready to do everything she asked and then some. I offered, let's get what you have in the space, and you can use the cafe for events for now. Just tell me what you need, and I'll let Zach know. Don't move furniture in yet, only what you need to store, I said with a big smile, fighting the urge to share all my collaboration ideas. Let me do my research, because we'd probably want to renovate the space to make it useful. I'm pretty sure the bathroom and kitchen are in major need of an overhaul. Plus, there may be things we have to do because we're changing the way the space is used. I was already bouncing on the balls of my feet, anxious to get all my ideas down on paper but not wanting to stay up here without a journal. Gina kept wandering through the apartment, looking at the rooms and saying what she could use the space for. I handed her the keys, and she jogged down the stairs. I practically ran back to my office and started writing down all the ideas that had come to me as quickly as possible. I even dialed James as I wrote, hoping he would have all the answers I needed about converting one of the apartments into offices. I have a connection, so let me check into the zoning, he said after I finished my rapid brainstorm. I feel confident we can do this as a joint effort with the foundation, and it would be a good transitional space to offer projects we fund. Are you comfortable with people coming in and out of a place you live? I knew he had made sense of everything I had dumped on him. Even as I had spoken, I had added new details like making it a shared office space where multiple groups could work and store their stuff. I thought of someone like Erica, who often mentioned that she found it challenging to do the business side of her work in the same space she crafted. I imagined she would like a place to store the finished yarn, ship from, and maybe a space where she could collaborate with other fiber people. I shrugged and realized he couldn't see me. I spend so much time in the store, and I could always move to the third floor after renovating it. I resisted the urge to share the next idea that had popped into my head. Should I expand the third floor so I could live there? Then the second floor could all be one big, shared office space. There was so much to consider, and I needed other people to give me their advice. Fortunately, my parents were both on their way home. They would help me make some decisions. I hung up the phone and spent some time outlining options for the apartments upstairs. I lost track of time until Cindy knocking on my door pulled me back to reality. It had been a while since I had seen her, even though I hadn't hesitated to hire her to work in the store. "I just wanted to let you know I'm here," she said, sticking her head in. Cindy was short with long brown hair pulled up into a neat bun. She was wearing leggings and an old staff t-shirt that my mother had made everyone wear when she ran the store. I knew she had pulled it from Teresa's collection. "Sorry," I said. I was distracted by a project. She gave me a smile. "You were upstairs with Gina when I got here, and my aunt's been training me." I laughed. She knows more about running the store than I do. "I like your shirt, though, and it's been a long time since I've seen that one." Cindy stepped in and pulled her shirt down. I remember loving this one and wishing I had one of my own. The tie-dyed shirt featured fluorescent colors popular in the 80s and 90s. I had been looking for a thank you holiday gift for the people helping this winter and our regular staff. I wondered if a throwback gift like these shirts was a good idea for our temporary staff. Rashad might not want one, and Teresa clearly had one already. "Do you need me to explain anything?" I asked, remembering that I should make sure she was ready to work. Cindy shook her head. "I'll ask either you or Teresa when it comes up. I'll sit at the table and knit with you all at lunch too. I will work on a project for you to display in the store or sell." I grabbed a pen close to me, ready to start tapping it, but I stopped myself. "Do you crochet or only knit?" I asked, thinking of a project she could work on. "Both," she said, tilting her head to the side. I pulled up a pattern on my computer. "I'm going to try a crochet along for January. I'm not that great with crochet, and Teresa's still working on the knit-along samples. Would you be up for working on the crochet one so we can show people a finished version?" Cindy came over and looked at the pattern over my shoulder. It was another shawl, but this was from a designer I hadn't worked with before. If there was enough interest, I would reach out to the designer to get them involved more. "Can you print it out for me?" Cindy asked after a few moments. I hit the print button and handed her the paper when it was done. "Pick any yarn you want, but use something affordable so people will be encouraged to buy from the store. We can work on color combinations when you know what yarn you like." Cindy raised an eyebrow. "You want me to pick any yarn I want?" I bobbed my head. "That's how it works with Teresa. We use her final version for display, and then it gets sold or donated for auction when we're done." "Just don't use cashmere," I said with a giggle. "I heard we're going to get snow this week," Lisa said when she saw me. She was bundled up in a heavy pea coat with a hand-knit scarf, hat, and gloves. You would think it was snowing right now, and it took me a minute to remember her body must still be acclimated to Miami. I was sitting in the window display, down to my t-shirt. It was a clear day, and, while cold outside, the sun was high in the sky and hitting the windows. It might as well have been summer from the position I was in. "The forecast is likely to change," I told her when I looked up. She looked around the display space. "What are you doing back here?" Carson sent over a bunch of pumpkins he had made with the twins and their preschool class. They had glued yarn onto pieces of wood, which were in the shape of pumpkins, which looked like they were made by toddlers but was a cute and fun display idea. I switched out parts of the Windows display to feature these at Carson's instruction. We had other pumpkin items like some large needle felted ones Carson had made years ago. They looked professional and complete. He also found some large knit and crochet ones big enough for kids to sit on. We decided to make this part of the Halloween trick-or-treat event. The preschool parents will come downtown between now and Halloween to take pictures with their kids, I said to Lisa. Is that a thing? Lisa asked. Would you do that for other holidays? They want social media content, I said with a shrug. Each weekend, Doug will have mulled cider out for the parents to sample in the store after taking pictures. It's part of our marketing plan now. If it works, we can do it for many other events. Maybe even the end of classes for the community center. Lisa brightened. Clearly, we had the same idea. That's such a cute idea, and it makes me want a kid so I could be part of it, she said. We'll talk about it at the next board meeting. It would be a great way for parents to see what their kids are doing at the center and feel like part of LACUX community. What else do we have to talk about? I asked. Lisa shrugged. I'm going to put the agenda together today. Bart has some opportunities to share, and Umberto told me about some businesses who might partner with us for job opportunities for older kids. That's great, I said, hiding my concern. I wasn't sure how Bart would behave in meetings after our fight. Plus, what businesses could Umberto have found for teenagers? Before either of us could say anything more, Zach came over with a tray of cereal treats. I need feedback, he said, and put a tray down on a table. What's this for? I asked, getting up on my knees and crawling over. I thought it would be nice since Doug's doing mulled cider for the twins' preschool class that we have a kid-friendly snack, Zach said. I looked over the treats with different brands of cereal and marshmallows shaped into balls. I put chocolate in the center, Umberto said, coming up behind Lisa. I put one in my mouth. It was a sweet corn pop cereal, and the burst of chocolate made me moan with pleasure. I looked at Lisa, who closed her eyes and smiled. Umberto was focused entirely on her reaction. This is so yummy, Umberto, she said, her eyes still closed. I turned to Zach, and our eyes met. He was smiling and looked back over at them. He was clearly trying to help Umberto get to know Lisa better. As for me, I was more focused on ensuring she had the best team at the community center, not on her personal life. I think these will be a great addition, I said with a smile once I finished chewing. Umberto beamed and went back to the kitchen, and Lisa followed him. You're in a good mood, Zach said when we were alone. I smiled and told him some of what had happened with Gina upstairs. You're going to take on a remodeling project now, he slowly asked, narrowing his eyes. I slowly nodded as I realized I hadn't told him anything about this. We've been talking about it, and James will look into zoning. Zach took a deep breath and continued to speak slowly. Do you have time to add this to your plate? Do you want to come up and brainstorm with me tonight? I said, putting another pumpkin in place, avoiding Zach's eyes. Seriously, Carrie, he said. From the corner of my eye, I could see him fold his arms across his chest. Aren't we going to the movies tonight? I had forgotten our movie plans. I was more interested in planning a house remodel with him. If you want me to expand the apartment kitchen, you should have a say in what it looks like, I said, nodding my head. Why should I care what it looks like? You're never going to be there with all you have going on, Zach said in a low voice. I didn't respond right away, and when I turned around to insist that it wasn't true, Zach had already walked away. I went over to the bookstore to clear my head. A few people were browsing, and I picked up a book Nicole had ordered for me. I hadn't been able to come over since the grand opening a few weeks ago, but I was happy to see it was busy. She had a large sign at the entrance announcing the week's events. There was a different book club or writers group each night, and the large community table at the back was being used by a group of retired men. I could see they all had the same book with them, and I was thrilled as I realized they were a book club. Nicole waved from her office windows and came out carrying a heavy bag. Want to have lunch at the table with me? Nicole asked. I slipped my book into my tote bag, the very one we had ordered with Doug, and followed Nicole out of the store after she got someone to watch the register. As we walked, I told her about meeting Gina and the ideas for renovating the space. She was encouraging but was full of energy and didn't seem to focus on what I was saying. The ladies weren't at the table today, but my staff was. I grabbed my lunch from my office while Nicole got her own. This would be an excellent chance to have an unofficial staff meeting since all 4 new employees were present. Okay, Nicole said when we were both at the table. We should start a crafting book club. She pulled books out of her bag and dropped them on the table. She had a variety of different titles, but they were all about knitting or yarn crafts. Rashad opened his tablet and seemed ready to take notes. Jenna and Teresa both picked up books from the stack. There are plenty of novels written about knitting and yarn, Nicole said as she held up a book for all of us to see. I found these in the stock that came with the store. We probably have enough books about knitting to last us more than a year. I raised an eyebrow. Tell me more, I said, my mind already spinning with the plan's details until I remembered what Zach had asked me about having too much on my plate. The evening would be simple, Nicole said, passing her hand across her face as if setting the scene. We'll make it bring your own bottle so Doug can sell some wine, and Zach can make snacks. We can ask people to pay to attend, and they get a copy of the book in exchange. We host it here to have enough space for everyone, and people will be encouraged to knit while we talk. I looked around to see the staff's reaction. Nobody seemed that excited, and Dorothy was shaking her head. What about knitters who can't afford the book? Dorothy asked when I focused on her. My staff all started nodding, even Rashad. You often make choices that keep lower-income knitters from participating, Dorothy added, looking directly at me. I hadn't been expecting that and felt the heat rise on my face, shame and defensiveness competing for control. Anyone can come to any event, and almost everything is free. I said. Jenna shook her head. Knitting club members felt pressured to, buy yarn here for the knit-along. If they want to come here to knit, they feel pressured to buy food at the cafe, she said, looking down at her knitting. People can bring their own yarn for the knit-along. We put yarn together for convenience, and everyone knows that. I said, feeling less shame. Nicole raised an eyebrow, and I looked around. Nobody was making eye contact except Dorothy and Lori. You seem to want to be inclusive with your work at the community center, Dorothy said, locking eyes with me. But you don't mirror that at the store. You're not even that open with crafting. You host knitting events, but not anything specific for people who crochet or weave. I didn't break away from Dorothy's eyes. That's already something I'm addressing, and Cindy is helping me design a crochet-along. Cindy was focused on the bag of chips in her hands and didn't respond. The point would be to sell some of my books, Nicole said, and I knew I wasn't the only one who felt attacked. Lori leaned her head back. Then tell people where they can buy the books, but don't make people pay for the ticket. Let Doug promote the liquor store instead of telling people to get their wine from him. Include other local businesses in some way, especially those owned by newer residents and diverse owners. We have diverse clients here, I said, knowing I was missing the point but wanting to defend myself. Plenty of Latinx residents come in. Dorothy wasn't backing down. They come for the cafe and Umberto, not to crafting events, she said. I blinked, not sure how I wanted to respond. I'll be right back, I said and left my lunch at the table. I wanted to be alone for a moment. I expected everyone to be excited, Nicole said, following me back to the office. I turned to her and dropped into my desk chair. I know, and I'm sorry. I said. There's so much going on with the holidays, charity knitting, Carson's changes to the window display, Bart wanted us to do a big knit-a-thon next year, and staffing changes. Maybe we hold off on this until the spring? Nicole gave me a half-smile, and I hope she understood even if she didn't like it. It's not difficult for me to get started with. The key is going to be promotion, right? She asked. I nodded and let out a deep sigh. Why don't you talk to the library and see if they'll buy copies of the book and do this with us? Maybe that will help everyone see we do want to be inclusive. Can do. I'll think about dates for the event and pick books. If we get the dates on the calendar, then we can build interest, Nicole said. Why don't I see if there's interest first? We can put up a poll on social media, I said, not wanting to do more work if there wasn't interest. Nicole gave me a smile, but I sensed she wanted to pout. I hated how it felt to not be able to help my friend with a good idea. Both my staff and Zach attacked me on the same day, and I hated the feeling. I didn't see why I had to say no to anything I wanted to do, especially if it helped local businesses and friends. I could easily make the store more inclusive if that was the problem. I would mention other crafts more often and select less expensive yarns for community projects. Maybe that would make people happy. I took a few deep breaths and went back to the table. Cindy was the only one remaining. I heard your dad is back in town, she said once I was sitting again. I nodded and smiled, happy to have the family back in one state. He hates being away from his alpacas for too long. His assistant Elsa stayed for a few more weeks to work out contract details. My father had sent a text message that day about coming home. I was surprised that news had traveled already. Elsa would be coming home with him, which was exciting. Each year Elsa and I worked on the planning committee for a local fiber festival. It had been difficult for her to plan the event this year since she and my father had spent more time than usual on the road. She had sent me a text after my father's letting me know she was ready to help with events. She worked on strips for the yarn bombing, often getting as far ahead as possible, so we had her strips even if she wasn't in town. Cindy looked off, seemingly thinking about something else. I can't wait to see your parents, she said. You should stop out at the farm when they're back, I said and leaned closer to Cindy. My dad has a new theory that the farm is haunted by our ancestors, and he swears he hears the spinning wheels at night. We both laughed since we had been the ones, with Zach as kids, to start telling haunted stories about the farm. I heard your grandfather is finally ready to retire, and your parents will take over running the company, Cindy said, putting away her lunch. I hadn't expected this. I didn't think it was official since my parents hadn't discussed it with the family yet. Cindy could have only heard this from Teresa, and I didn't think my parents would tell someone who works for the store before they told me. I didn't want to get into it, so I changed the topic. Your aunt is on cloud 9 now that you're here, I said. You should ask her to help teach or give her more things to do, Cindy said. I was surprised. I didn't know she wanted more on her plate. She wants to be asked. She mentioned that Betty and Dolores were finally fired, and now you need more help all year. She also mentioned that you want to do classes for the community center. Plus, from what happened today, you're getting busier and need someone to help manage the store. My aunt's very excited about the changes happening and loves kids. What about you? Do you want to keep working after the holidays while you job hunt? I asked. Cindy shrugged. I'm not sure how long it will take. There are so many little details that are impacting my hunt. I wanted to know more, but I didn't want to pry. I didn't feel we were close enough for her to share the specifics. I wish there was a job worth your experience in the company, I said, realizing how great she could be for Woodhouse Yarns. Cindy shook her head. Maybe if the rumors are true, something will open up. I would like to get a job outside of Boston in a community like Lackack. I have experience in healthcare, but I'm not sure I want to stay there. I realized I didn't know anything about those programs. Well, I'm sure there are plenty of groups like that in this part of the state. Maybe there's one in Lackack too. Cindy's head wobbled. There are, and I'm hoping to focus more on the Worcester area while I'm here, she said, and she seemed tired of the hunt already. Worcester was the largest city in central Massachusetts and only a 30-minute drive away from Lackack. Many people in the area worked in Worcester but lived here, where it was less expensive. That sounds like a good plan, I said with a smile. Hibernating. To ignore the world and focus on the one thing you can control, your knitting. Chapter 11. I was running late for the October Community Center board meeting. Rashad and I were making videos for the YouTube channel. We had set up a small studio in our storage room. We had made videos about new yarn in the shop and how to do the different stitches for the knit-along. He was confident it would help get people to order yarn. Our online sales were steady, and we had 2 people helping with it for the holidays. I had been ready to leave on time, but Teresa stopped me to show the small scenes she had created in the store so parents could come in and take pictures with their kids. By the time I was ready to go, Umberto had already left, and I was sure Amelia was already at the meeting. Now I was walking alone in the blustering cold with nothing to distract me from my growing to-do list. I dreaded the meeting. Even though I was prepared to talk about the winter classes we would run with the community center, I wasn't sure what to expect from Bart. Walking allowed my mind to play through the worst-case scenarios. Would he question every little detail, try to take over, or, even worse, simply refuse to let it happen? I was sure Amelia and Lisa would overrule him, and Umberto probably would as well. I couldn't help but plan what I would say to any objection he would have. Sorry I'm late, I said as I came into Lisa's office. Everyone except Lois Fairfax was already there. The president of Lackack State had another commitment this afternoon and had let us know she wouldn't be at the meeting. The seating arrangement around the table had changed. Lisa and Bart were sitting at opposite ends of the table. Amelia and Umberto were already sitting next to each other, leaving me to pick from 2 chairs on the same side. It felt like my choice of seat would signal some preference between Lisa and Bart. I chose the one next to Lisa, hoping Bart would see that he was isolated. No problem, Lisa said with a smile. Bart was telling us he has someone else who would be a great fit for the board. I think you met her, Carrie, Bart said with a grin that made me nervous. Her name is Andrea, and she's a financial consultant. I did my best not to react since I remembered Andrea from the events at the stash. I was sure Amelia and Lisa remembered her too. I wasn't surprised that Andrea had made her way to the Chamber of Commerce. She's also Bart's fiancée, Amelia said, meeting my eyes across the table. I looked back toward Bart, who was nodding. I didn't have a moment to think about what this meant. On the one hand, I didn't care about his personal life. Yet, she was already becoming part of the community, especially in my life. I hadn't thought much would happen between Bart and me professionally. I assumed he would make some trouble here, on this board, to get back at me for refusing to do his plan for charity knitting. This move seemed far more aggressive, but maybe I was reading into it. The two of them sitting on the board together could make things difficult for Lisa. I'm interested in meeting her to learn more about what she can offer as a board member, Lisa said, and that felt final. Maybe I had missed something by being late. I looked at Umberto and Amelia, but neither revealed anything. My classes were first on the agenda, so I shared our plan. This is very comprehensive, Amelia said as she flipped through the packet of papers. I have a few questions, Bart said, tapping his pen on the table. I braced myself. Where will these classes take place in the store? Bart asked, not waiting for an invitation to speak. It gets busy in the cafe in the afternoon. Will a class full of high-energy children disrupt the people using the cafe? We can start at the big table in the yarn shop, I started. People know that's reserved for knitting. We already do classes there. Yes, but people often like to use that to spread out, Bart said, barely waiting for me to finish. If groups come to the cafe to have meetings. Your knitters aren't the only ones who use the space. I bit back my defensiveness. As I said, people know it's reserved for knitting. They are asked to move when knitters want to use it, and we keep a reserved sign there, so people are reminded. The cafe and store can easily be partitioned off, Umberto added. We aren't a meeting space. The store's needs come before those who simply want to park themselves somewhere. I raised my eyebrows and smiled at the baker. Amelia took a moment to think. I agree, she eventually said. I won't speak to how Carrie and Zach will handle their schedule, but the cafe isn't a place to have a meeting. Carrie and Zach allow people to work there, but their programs come first. We can also host some classes here, Lisa said. But I like the idea of the kids being in the community. Maybe other businesses will see this and welcome the kids for events. If this works well, Umberto said, I'm sure Zach and I can host cooking classes with other local restaurants. This could be a good way for the businesses and kids to connect for eventual career mentoring. Lisa beamed. That's a great idea. Before Umberto shares his thoughts about those partnerships, let's approve Carrie's plan. I was surprised that more discussion didn't happen, but Bart was the only one who voted against it. I simply don't feel the stash should be hosting these events, and I feel like Carrie is far too busy to take this on. He said as he raised his hand in dissent. I appreciate the thoughts, Lisa said. We'll reconsider these concerns at the end of the term and adjust the plan then. She didn't give him a chance to respond before turning to Umberto, who passed a sheet of paper to everyone. These are the businesses who already agreed to host an intern or open a part-time position to a teenager from our program, he said in a low voice. I looked over the list and saw the stash on the list. I hadn't even considered allowing one of the teenagers to work in the store, but then I realized it was probably someone to work in the cafe. 4 other businesses were on the list, and a long list of those still considering the option. I saw Nicole's bookstore on the list. At the end of the paper was a short list of businesses that said no. For valid reasons, Doug's liquor store was on that list, but so was Meriton Candies. They are all putting together job descriptions, but I told them these should include an educational element, Umberto continued. What do you mean by educational? Bart asked, narrowing his eyes. Umberto turned to face Bart. I mean that this is an opportunity for the teenagers to see if this is a possible career. I suggested they teach them something about running a small business or doing this job professionally. For example, we don't want a restaurant to simply hire someone to wash dishes, Lisa said, picking up the thread. We want them to learn how to prep a kitchen or cook on the line. Umberto said nothing, but Bart didn't back down. That's the Chamber of Commerce's role, Bart said and slapped his hand on the table. We all jumped a bit, and I wondered if Bart intended to have such an aggressive reaction. I was hoping you would help with this process, Umberto said. Isn't that why you're on this board? Bart didn't respond, and I wondered what had happened before I arrived. I agree, Bart, Lisa said, regaining control of the meeting. I expected you to have a lot of input in this project since you're so involved with local businesses. I think those undecided businesses would benefit from knowing you'll help them. We'd even love for you to sponsor some workshops for teenagers on what to expect about running their own businesses. I was impressed at how Lisa was handling Bart. I glanced at Amelia, who was biting her lips to hide her grin. Bart's anger turned to surprise and fear. I was positive he had not expected to do anything on the board, especially services he wasn't offering to established local businesses. I wouldn't be surprised if he did nothing but tried to take credit for everything the rest of us did. James and Carson told me an interesting story last night, Zach said when he found me sitting on the floor of the shop, surrounded by yarn as Teresa and I added new inventory the next day. I raised an eyebrow expecting to hear some gossip. That you already asked James to get approval from the zoning board for space renovations and that you want to include the basement in the project, he continued and leaned against one of the bookcases we used to hold the yarn. I had called James yesterday about including the basement. I had been down there looking for t-shirts my mother had made a few decades ago. I discovered there was a small kitchen that had a fridge from the 1950s. The space was ample and is currently only being used as storage. I got lost down a rabbit hole of ideas and knew this could be a fantastic class and event space in the future. It's still an idea right now, I said with a wave of my hand. I told you about it already, remembering that it had started a fight that was now at the heart of the tension between us. They both seemed to think it was more than an idea. Carson saw you talking to the contractor, Zach added, and I felt terrible for not telling him about that meeting. I shrugged, not sure if Zach was excited or irritated. He was here to talk about what would need to be updated if we did this. Zach raised an eyebrow. We? He asked. I assume this is you and someone else since you've not mentioned any of this to me. Now I heard the irritation and thought about it before responding. It probably won't affect the cafe, I said. It would be upstairs and the basement. Zach continued nodding. If it happens in this building, it impacts me, Carrie. We're partners in more ways than one. Teresa, who hadn't been paying much attention to the conversation so far, looked up. It was rare for Zach and me to talk about our relationship, but it wasn't a secret either. If you're going to rent the apartments, I wonder if Cindy would want one? Teresa said. Well, I started, turning to her, I would move up to take over the third floor, and the second floor would become shared office space where people could also host classes. If Cindy needs office space, she could rent that. Oh, Teresa said, I'll tell her about it because she may open up a small business. I didn't respond, but I highly doubted that's what Cindy wanted after talking with her. She hadn't suggested anything of the sort so far, focusing on applying to larger companies in Worcester. I knew because she was submitting resumes on her lunch breaks and had met with a local career advisor at the cafe one afternoon. "Don't worry, Teresa," Zach said. "You and I are learning about all of this simultaneously." Teresa looked back and forth between us, not sure what to say. I realized Zach might be looking for a longer discussion, and I didn't want Teresa interrupting with comments about Cindy. "Let's go to my office," I said to Zach as I got up. "When did you plan on telling me about the changing plans?" Zach asked after we were in my office, and the door was closed. I shrugged. "When it was more than an idea in my head." "Since when don't you talk to me about these ideas?" he said and sat down in the chair next to my desk. It wasn't something I had consciously stopped doing. He had always been a sounding board for my brainstorms. Lately, he had been more critical of what I wanted to do, and I had others who were more supportive. "You've been busy, and I'm getting busier." I had an idea, talked to James, and then didn't think about it again until you brought it up, I said, sitting down at my desk but turning to him and leaning closer. "But Carrie," Zach said, leaning in too. "I'm your business partner, and we're sort of dating." I smirked. That didn't feel like a stretch, but I didn't say it. "Would I have a say in any of this?" Zach asked, reading my reaction. I sighed. "Of course. Do you think you should include me in conversations about the store and the building it's in?" he asked. "I'll include you when it's time," I said, unsure what he was irritated about. Zach looked at me for a few moments. "Do you think you're taking on too much?" he finally asked. "You have the store, which is getting busier, the work you want to do with local businesses, being on the board of the community center, you're on the planning committee for the Northeast Fiber Festival, and now you're adding in a large building renovation. When do you have time for anything or anyone else?" It took me a moment, but I shook my head. "It's a busy time, but I can handle everything going on." "Really?" he asked and raised an eyebrow. "When was the last time we went out together or spent time alone?" I had to think about it. It had been a while since I had time, but we were both busy. Zach continued talking when I didn't respond. "I'm worried that things are going to fall through the cracks. You can ask me for help." I smiled. "I don't need help, really." Zach pursed his lips. "Fine," he said and stood up. "I need a break from us for a while, and I need some time to figure out what I'm doing if this is the life you want and I'm not a priority." "Tell me more about charity night," Andrea said to Teresa once she sat at the table. "Who is she?" Doug whispered to me as he helped me bring out the snacks for the evening. I was feeling run down since my fight with Zach, and I wasn't sure what it meant for us to take a break. I had been distracted by the things he said. I knew he was right about not going out together or spending much time alone, but he had known my priorities long before we had started sleeping together. Between Zach's complaints and my anticipated war with Bart, I had decided to avoid thinking of it all. That was working well until Andrea showed up tonight. "She's Bart's fiancée," I said and leaned on the cafe's counter, resisting the urge to roll my eyes. "She started coming to events, and now he's suggested she join the community center's board." "Wow," he said, eyes wide. I didn't even realize he was dating anyone. "Seriously?" "Right?" I said, excited that someone else was as surprised as I was. "I'm not sure what to make of her yet." My brain keeps telling me not to trust her since Bart is angry with me. I want to trust that she's here to help local businesses even if her fiancé and I aren't on the same page. Doug rubbed my back and gave me a side hug before we picked up the food trays and brought them over to the table where everyone was working. It felt good to have an ally now that Zach was setting boundaries. Tonight Gina, from Warm Up New England, joined us. I hoped she could tell us more about what they needed so we could collaborate with her for next year. She had moved all her stuff into the empty apartment upstairs and brought over a folding table so she could work there. It felt like a natural fit. Andrea had picked a seat next to Gina, and I kept an eye on them. I didn't know Andrea's goal, but I was afraid she was trying to sabotage something on Bart's behalf. Carrie can tell you more about it, Teresa said when I got to the table. She looked relieved to see me. What can I tell you more about? I asked, looking back and forth between Andrea and Teresa. The charity project this year. Bart said you always have one. What's next year's charity? I thought about my answer carefully. There was no way he hadn't told her what had happened a few weeks ago. Maybe he hadn't shared the specifics of my plan, but I was increasingly sure Bart had sent his fiancée here to manipulate me. I didn't want to alienate her, but I also didn't want to give her hope that I would change my mind. I didn't want to put Gina on the spot or in an uncomfortable position. We're still working on it and will announce it next month at our annual holiday fundraiser for the foundation, I said with a smile. Gina, maybe you can tell us more about Warm Up New England and some help you might need. That could give us a few ideas. Gina's eyes got wide, and she licked her lips a few times. Well, she started and blinked a few times. I knew I had to save her. Warm Up New England donates hand-knit scarves, hats, and gloves to local shelters for the homeless or those escaping abusive homes, I said, recalling the research I had done weeks ago. I bet one thing you need is people to make those items. Gina nodded and continued while I walked back to the kitchen to get the rest of the food. Holy fuck, I said when I found Doug in the walk-in fridge laughing. She's the worst. She went right into manipulating you about next year's charity project. He said through his laughter. She didn't even try to be coy about it. Did you invite her to charity night? I asked, forgetting that I had done it when I first met her. She already offered to help Warm Up New England find more money, Nicole said as she pulled the fridge door open, revealing our hiding space. Why is she even asking me about the charity program? Doug shrugged as he followed me out of the fridge. Do you want to see if I kill her? I asked, hoping they would be a buffer when I needed one tonight. Doug and Nicole giggled as we took more food to the table. I have some ideas for a crochet-along project, Cindy said when I was back at the table. Since Halloween was the next day, we had taken down the October strips from the light poles. Early in the morning, on November 1st, we would quickly add the new ones. We would have a larger group helping us for the next 2 months. Elsa and my father were home, but Elsa was still recovering from the time changes. My mother was coming home tonight. The two of them would join us after Halloween, and Cindy was helping too. Even Rashad was coming, primarily to document the event and share it on social media. He was doing it to get people interested in the fundraiser before Christmas. I didn't include Andrea in my plans. I suspected she was here as a spy for Bart. She'd be welcome if she did join us, but I wasn't holding my breath. Cindy, Andrea said, bringing herself back to the center of attention. Your aunt has been telling me about your job hunt, and I'd be happy to help you anytime. I have many contacts in Boston. Teresa's face lit up at the chance to talk about Cindy again. Oh, that's such a generous offer. It's so nice that you don't have to take resumes to offices. Cindy just sends it online. Zip. It's in their email box. You have an MBA? Andrea asked, making sure to make eye contact with Cindy. Yes, she's officially done with the degree. Teresa added, and Cindy gave a simple nod in response since she was focused on her knitting. I'd be happy to help you find something with a large company. I have so many connections in Fortune 500 companies. I'm sure I can get you a job worthy of someone with her degree. Teresa's smile got wider than I had ever seen before, but Cindy remained reticent. I know she would appreciate any help you can give her. It seems very frustrating to have such a highly regarded degree like a Harvard MBA and not be able to get a job. That settles it, Andrea added before Teresa took another breath. I will start reaching out tomorrow, and by the time the holidays are over, Cindy, you'll have a job. I kept my mouth shut as I watched Cindy. I was pretty sure she didn't want some high-powered corporate job. I always felt she was great at the corporate level of Woodhouse Yarns, but she had been clear in what she had told me about her hopes. She had mentioned wanting to be in a small organization focused on healthcare. Even if she had to wait for the job she wanted, I was also confident that she wanted to remain local to easily transition when the right job became available. Andrea continued to dominate the conversation throughout the entire evening. Bart and I met years ago through an internship with a politician I shouldn't name, she said with a wink to Lisa. I was helping with fundraising, and Bart was learning the promotion and branding jobs. He was a whiz at government and business partnerships. We've been dating ever since. I was floored that we'd never considered our future in the decade we'd been together, and suddenly we were talking about our future, and here I am. This story seemed too practiced, like the two had crafted it to explain her sudden appearance in town. It also felt like a personal jab at my relationship with Zach. What do you do now? Lisa asked. Andrea gave her a stiff smile. I'm a financial coach for small businesses. There is a real need for small business owners to have someone to help them. That's what Carrie's been doing, but with marketing and promotion. Teresa said, excited to have recognized the connection. Lisa and I shared a look. I was sure Lisa was using this opportunity to decide if Andrea would be a good fit on the community center board. Andrea had a sour look on her face when I looked at her again. I'd also like to help local nonprofits with fundraising. That's why I'm such a good fit for this group. I know so many companies looking for charitable opportunities, Andrea added when she knew I was paying attention again. Bart said there was an open seat on the community center board. I'd love to help with the fundraising there. I gave her my best smile, realizing that Lisa would add Andrea to the board if she really could help them get more funding. The fundraising concerns should take center stage for Lisa. Any opportunity to do that would overrule personal objections. I decided I would learn to tolerate Andrea even though she pushed every button I had. When Doug, Nicole, and I cleaned up after the others had left, I asked them, do you think Bart is trying to push me out of the charity work the stash does? I'm sure you don't have to worry, Doug said as he packed up the leftovers. You're at the center of the regional crafting community. Would another store in the region organize a yarn bombing project for Lakuk? Would Jenna do it with the university's knitting club? He would have to do all the work himself and build a community. Nicole and I shook our heads. They would do it for their town, I added. Sure, Doug said with a shrug. Local yarn shops will do yarn bombings for fun, but Bart wants power. Andrea may be trying to get it from the inside, but they can't push you out unless you're bored and ready to move on. I know the foundation wouldn't be thrilled to do charity stuff without me, I said with a deep exhale. Precisely, he said and tossed a bag of leftovers to Nicole. You have your fingers in all local crafting activities, and they need you on board for any art community plan. You lead our local, downtown business community. Andrea may be offering consulting services, but she'll have to build relationships you've had all your life. If Bart is trying to push you out, he will find it difficult to make his town plan a reality. I should let him dig his own hole? I asked. Nicole smiled. Don't go to war with Bart. It's a waste of your energy, and he'll dig his own grave. Crafting under the influence. Yes, libations can be essential, but be careful. You may make a mistake. Chapter 12. I just love Halloween, Teresa said when she arrived at work the following afternoon. She was dressed like a ball of yarn. It was a costume she had made before I was born and wore every year. Sometimes she replaced the yarn and added more, but it was an impressive costume. We had decided to have special Halloween hours so people could come in later in the day. Even Zach was closing the cafe early so they could open again in the evening as kids walked around getting candy. I was putting the final touches on the picture display by the window. I could see the public work crews putting up the roadblocks so people could freely walk around downtown without the risk of cars. Even though Zach and I were still on a break, I was in a better mood. I had heard back from James that morning. He had an update about remodeling the apartments upstairs. He had done more work than I expected, getting the city's approval to make changes. Whatever zoning approvals were needed to make changes had been taken care of, and this included having businesses rent the spaces instead of residents. I suspected James' relationship with the city had helped move things along quickly. I can't wait for trick-or-treaters this afternoon, I said, smiling at Teresa. I can't wait for Cindy to get here, Teresa said, taking a deep breath. She said something about an expensive gift from a friend, and she won't tell me more about it. I didn't respond to Teresa. I knew she was looking for someone she could talk to, but I had been in my own head thinking about what I could do with the upstairs apartments. I had been saving some of my personal money for apartment upgrades. I wanted to talk to the contractor we had worked with for the stash remodel when Zach built the kitchen. I needed his advice on expanding my apartment and converting the other spaces. I wondered if I should make it 2 floors of shared office space with rooms for different activities. My brain spun as I considered each option, alternating between various ideas and possible layouts. Every so often, another thought would pop into my head and distract me for a few minutes. Spring class ideas popped into my head, and then I realized we could do classes upstairs if we had the shared office space. It is a very nice gift, Teresa said, not taking my reticence as a cue to leave me alone. What's the gift? I said, assuming I missed her mentioning it. Oh, I don't know, she said, trailing off. She said she'll show me when she gets here. As if on cue, Cindy walked past the window and waved. I spotted the brand new smartwatch on her wrist and knew that must be the gift. Cindy wasn't the techiest person I knew, but she loved watches. She had a vintage collection of Swatch watches from the 1980s, but not a smartwatch. As far as Teresa had told us, she had a knack for finding vintage watches. Teresa's father had left Cindy his collection of classic watches that the family had collected for generations. They were clockmakers in the past. What's the gift? Teresa called across the store as Cindy came in. I cringed a little, reminding myself that Teresa was simply excited about the idea of an expensive gift. I put a few things in place before getting up and leaving the window display alone. I made my way over to the table, where a few people had gathered to look at the watch on Cindy's wrist. "Who's it from?" someone asked. Cindy's face was flushed as she shrugged. When she saw me, she moved her wrist towards me so I could see. "It's the new Hermes line of Apple watches," she said, nearly breathless. I would never have guessed that Hermes, known for their expensive scarves and purses, would have a line of smart watches, but here it was. "It's a $1,700 watch," Zach said, looking it up on his phone. Cindy bobbed her head. "I have no idea who sent it, but it had a gift card. It's a graduation gift." I was speechless, unsure if I was jealous or amazed that anyone would spend that much on a graduation gift. I wondered if I knew anyone who could afford something that expensive. Was she someone's secret sugar baby? Maybe it was a gift from my parents? That idea sparked more jealously than I liked, so I tucked it away. They would never gift someone a gift that expensive. Cindy sat down, and some of the crowd did the same, so they could see the features of her watch. I went back to work, and Zach followed me. "You don't seem amazed by Cindy's gift," Zach said as he followed me back to the display window. I shrugged. "It's just an Apple Watch. I don't think it has special features because the band is made by Hermes." Zach was quiet for a moment as I continued working on the display. "Or are you jealous?" I felt my irritation rise, and I pursed my lips before turning to look at him. "What do I have to be jealous about? It's only an expensive watch." Zach didn't get to answer when there was a knock on the window. Standing there were my parents and Elsa, my father's assistant. They all looked refreshed and relaxed. I underestimated how much I had missed my parents and felt all my emotions rise to the surface. I dropped what I was working on and ran to the door, throwing my arms around them. "I missed you so much, my darling," my father whispered into my ear as we held on to each other. I held on to him for a few minutes before turning to Elsa and giving her a big hug. "I'm so glad you're all back and can see the Halloween set up," I said when I let Elsa go. I really needed my parents right now. I felt out of sync with Zach, which I had never experienced in my life. I was sure it was impacting my relationships with everyone. I wanted their help to find ways to make Zach see that working together on these projects was a way for us to spend time together. I could talk to my parents when I was alone with them. To my relief, Zach went back to the cafe to grab them coffees. I showed the three of them some of the changes we had made for the holiday. "You found those pumpkins?" my mother said when she saw the felted pumpkins in the window. I wondered if they had been lost over the years. "Carson's going to do some classes about felting," I told her. "He's been making needle felted art all year, and James secretly submitted one to the festival contest." My parents seemed pleased. I even saw my mother's eyes fill. Elsa's eyes got wide. The finished object contest was a big part of the regional fiber festival Elsa and I helped plan every year. People submitted their work in different categories, and a subcommittee gave out prizes to the best ones. "Did you recuse yourself from judging the contest this year?" Elsa asked. I waved a hand to dismiss her concern. "I didn't volunteer for that committee anyway, but I don't want accusations of bias." Elsa sighed. "I'm glad I didn't volunteer either," she said. "I was so busy traveling that it made sense to focus on the main committee work." My mother squeezed my hand as I showed her some of the other things I was doing in the store. "I think this looks fantastic," my father said. He had been inspecting the display in close detail. Someone walked past the window and waved at my parents while another person stopped to take pictures. "That's exactly what we want to happen," he said, wandering away to look at the other picture spots in the store. "What's going on at the table?" Elsa said, gesturing to the group still collected around Cindy, exploring the features of her watch. I hesitated to introduce Elsa and Cindy at the moment. Part of me wanted to keep my friend to myself, especially since she had been away for so long. Instead, I explained what I knew about why the group was around the table. "Someone bought her a $1,700 watch?" Elsa said, raising an eyebrow. "Wow. Does she know who was so generous?" I shook my head. "If she does, she's keeping it a secret." Elsa cocked her head and went to talk to the ladies while my parents joined me in my office with their coffee. "What was Zach telling me about you renovating the apartments and basement?" he asked when the door was closed. I dropped into my office chair and slumped before telling them what had happened. Zach and I hadn't spoken beyond work-related conversations. It had only been a few days since he decided we needed a break, and I missed him. I was acutely aware of his absence for the first time, but my parents didn't need to know that. Instead, I filled them in on what I was thinking. "I like the idea of you expanding the apartment instead of moving away," my father said. "But where does Zach fit into all of this? Is he always going to be in relationship limbo?" I hadn't mentioned anything about moving away. Where did he get that idea? I couldn't help but wonder what was going on in his head if he was worried about that. As for Zach being in relationship limbo, I wasn't sure how to resolve that if he wouldn't speak to me. "You should renovate the third floor to be the apartment first," my mother said. "Then you could set it up the way you need it to function and live downstairs and use the other apartment for this charity storage. That would also give you space to make a home with Zach. Being a couple doesn't have to end in marriage and babies. It can simply be making a home together." I was happy to hear one of my ideas echo back to me. I thought if Zach did these renovations with me, this would be the outcome. Our home would be the top floor and our business down here. Together we could use the other floors for the projects that meant something to us. Plus, it's what the contractor had suggested. "But what would she do when the second floor is being renovated?" my father asked. "All that dust wouldn't be good for the stored yarn." I waved an arm up. This was the argument in my head. "That's what the basement is for," my mother said. "That can be renovated last." I raised my eyebrows. "Did you know there was a kitchen down there?" I asked my father. He nodded. "My grandparents and the Knightley family used to make preserves there, and Zach uses that recipe for his pickles." I perked up as I hadn't realized Zach was making his own pickles. They were yummy. What else did Zach do that I didn't know about? "You could do a lot with that space," my father said. "Plus, no complicated zoning changes would need to be considered." I could practically see the wheels turning in his head. I knew I needed to stop him before he went deeper. "We should have a meeting. Maybe there's a way we can bring the yarn company in or use the foundation to pay for the updates. You need an office manager and personal assistant at the rate you're going," my mother said with a laugh. I smiled and put the idea in the back of my head to consider later. Zach had said I was taking on too much, but did I have enough going on that an assistant would help? I loved having Rashad on board, and he had been very helpful, but his job kept growing. Would the same thing happen with a personal assistant? "It would allow you more time to consult with the local businesses," my father added, putting a finger in the air. There was a knock on the door, and Elsa walked in. I gestured for her to close the door. She could hear this part of the conversation. Doug let me help him promote the wine tasting the other day. We're going to do it again in a few weeks. Was it that successful? My mother asked. I leaned forward as if this was a secret. He had a waiting list, and those who attended bought the wine they tasted. Wow. Elsa said. Can you host a tasting in the cafe to give him more room? I took a deep breath. Maybe, but there are liquor license issues since it's in the cafe. I'd have to talk to Zach since he knows more about that than I do. My father's face lit up. You could hold them in some renovated spaces when they're done. I chuckled and wrote the idea down in my journal. I had a growing list of specific things we could do with a renovated space. One more item only strengthened the argument in favor of the renovation. Trick or treat. My niece yelled at the top of her lungs as people walked into the stash. My parents had brought the twins over with Carson and James. Both twins were dressed as their favorite Northanger Parks character, Charlie the cat. This was the most identical the toddlers would ever be, and they were both in the middle of extreme sugar highs. Neither James nor Carson looked worried, and I knew that was only because my parents were taking the twins for the night and the impending meltdowns would happen when their fathers weren't with them. Now the twins ran in circles, posing for pictures around the store. James was following them around with his camera, laughing while he moved candy bowls out of their reach. I don't remember ever seeing James so relaxed, Lisa said when she came by with a group of kids from the community center. I smiled. He's the more relaxed of the two dads, I said. He turns into the primary parent in the evenings and on weekends. Lisa looked over at Carson, who showed off some of the finished items by the register. As he took someone's credit card, I realized he was working. He had only worked in the store when we were teenagers. It was surprising to see him working the register and bagging up the item without asking how to use the machine. Carson looks at home, Lisa said. I giggled. Look at him go. Elsa limped over to us. I had already introduced Lisa and Elsa. I looked down to see my nephew clinging to Elsa's legs, giggling with delight. I have developed a lump on my leg, Elsa said. My nephew screamed with laughter, loving that Elsa was pretending he wasn't there. My mother came over and grabbed my nephew, covering him with kisses as she pulled him off Elsa's leg. I love that Doug has cider waiting for people as they walk in, my mother said. Having him get little silicone shot glasses that you can wash was a good decision. I was pleased with myself. The idea was that people could buy their cups for $1 and bring them to other tasting events or leave them in a basket. Zach was washing them in the back in batches for future use. The basket was empty, and most people were buying them. I suspected they thought they were paying for the cider, but nobody complained. Since it was non-alcoholic cider, people were going back for more. Have you had any luck convincing Louisa Bennett to let you help with marketing? My mother asked. I wasn't surprised she asked this, but I had been so busy with everything else that I hadn't been working on my marketing plan for them. I think, now that I've helped Doug with his marketing, I can offer them a more specific plan, I said with a smile and hoped my mother wouldn't ask for more than that. I made a mental note not to forget to get back to the Bennetts with another plan. My mother gave me a look. How much effort are you willing to give them before moving on to other businesses? She asked. I half grimaced. I'll keep trying until they say yes. I'll keep going to other businesses to prove to the Bennetts that I can help them. My mother gave me a single nod and put her hand on my shoulder. As long as you know they may never say yes, and, if you really want to be a marketing consultant, you remember the other businesses in town need help too. Lisa turned to me. I bet the businesses working with the community center to offer jobs would love some marketing help. It would be a great reward for making these jobs available. My mother and Elsa both nodded. You could set up some limited, fundamental marketing instruction and then promote yourself to help with a personalized plan for their business needs. I took a deep breath and knew they were right. I shouldn't put so much effort into Meriton candies if Mrs. Bennet didn't want my help. I wasn't ready to give up on them yet. I was optimistic that I could convince her to let me help them. Dropped stitch. There are times when a stitch will fall off the needle. You've dropped it, and if it goes unnoticed, it can create a hole in the fabric or a ladder effect. This can be an intended look to make something look worn or create an aesthetic in some cases. You can, with care, recover the stitch and bring it back up to the needle. Watch out for continuing too long without the stitch. It can throw off a lace pattern, or you might create a new stitch in your haste. Chapter 13. After nearly a year of early mornings to yarn bomb the streetlights in downtown Lacock, I had a new appreciation for this town. Today it was hazy with fog, and the streets were still quiet while people slept late on the weekend. The sun rose as we all gathered together outside of the stash. I could smell something baking, even from outside the cafe. There were brown leaves plastered on the brick sidewalks and small piles of gray snow that remained from the first storm. This was my favorite time of year. I was still tired from Halloween. Between all the sugar and excitement of the day, I had crashed and struggled to get up this early. "Are you ready?" I asked everyone as they came over to where I was standing with the crates of yarn. I was the first to get to the stash, bundled up in my warmest coat and with a mug of tea in my hands. The steam rose, and my hands were warmed by the heat. We were expecting a bigger group than usual since it was the last yarn bombing of the year. Zach had set up the coffee maker the night before, and I turned it on so people could grab something warm before we got started. Slowly everyone else came in. Elsa was first and practically skipped into the store. I had forgotten that she was a morning person. Next came Lori, Patty, and my mother, who drove over together. Dorothy brought Rashad with her, so he could take pictures and videos for our social media. Amelia and Jenna brought a couple of the campus knitters with them. Doug and Nicole walked out of the stash with their coffee cups. I hadn't seen either of them walk past. I thought Teresa and Cindy were the last to arrive, but Andrea wasn't far behind them. "Oh, Lordy," Doug said under his breath when he saw her. Nicole and Doug had each had their own interactions with Andrea. I learned she had walked around downtown for a few days, meeting with each business owner and offering her services as a financial consultant. The mayor was so impressed that he hired her to work for his office. He wants her to take over the Economic Redevelopment Office, Doug had shared at Halloween when he had been serving drinks to people. I was shocked and thought about what I knew about the current director. But Cam is great. She has that whole spa town plan she's trying to make happen. Doug shrugged, but I could put the pieces together. I knew Bart and Lawrence wanted to make Lacock into an art town. They tried to get my family to convert one of our old mills into artist lofts and studio spaces. I was sure Bart insisted that we do more yarn bombing events because he wants Lacock to look inviting to artists. The Economic Redevelopment Office wanted to make Lacock into a spa town, inviting industries to build that. I hadn't cared much either way, and I saw a place for the stash in either model. On the one hand, I would love to see more artists, especially if they were fiber artists. My current plan to have office and studio space through the building would match that wonderfully. A spa town could attract wealthier people looking to relax. I didn't see why we couldn't serve both communities in different ways, but I understood we were crafting a vision that could be used to attract new businesses, and it was important to focus. The problem lay in that the mayor's office didn't want the economic redevelopment office's plan. Until a new mayor was elected to office, the art community was the direction the town was heading. It was a point of contention, and we all knew the mayor was trying to find a way to get rid of the director he had hired. If Lawrence was attempting to sneak Andrea in to push someone else out the door, I wondered if I should reconsider my support. I made a mental note to talk to Cam about what she thought would work for Lakuk. Maybe I needed to give this more of my attention? Andrea was the loudest voice in the group. I'm so interested to learn how this works even though I'm not the greatest knitter, she said to nobody and everybody. I recalled when I had seen her knit and couldn't remember. Even when she came to the charity knitting evening, when we had gotten ready for today, she had talked to people the entire time. I wondered if I hadn't been paying attention or if she was only here to spy for Bart. That's the nice thing with this part of the project, my mother said, taking some of the pressure off of me. All you need to do is sew two ends together. It's tough to mess up. If anyone's going to mess it up, it will probably be me, Teresa said with a nervous giggle. I don't think you could mess up any project this important, Cindy said, wrapping one of her arms around her aunt and giving her a squeeze. You're such a doll, Teresa said with a sigh and adoring smile. We all grabbed the crates of finished strips and left the store. I was thrilled to see my father waving to us as he walked in our direction. He wasn't alone. I saw Carson and James ready to help. The twins were with them but strapped securely into the stroller. Zach, who had a barista working in the store, walked out of the stash and joined us. I was thrilled that we could do this as a Woodhouse/nightly family event this month, even if Zach and I were on a break. Once the sun had fully risen, I was surprised when Lisa made her way over with community center staff members and older students. We split up into groups, each taking at least one strip. We had far more people than needed to complete this, so people were given small tasks. We were able to have multiple people hold the ladders while the sewers worked. Others focused on cutting down the October strips without cutting the yarn. Other people had jobs on the ground, like running the crates back to the stash and getting more coffee. Zach eventually disappeared and came back with Umberto and breakfast. Elsa and I worked together, keeping everyone on task and helping when needed. We walked between teams, talking. I hope Cindy is fast. I suspect Teresa will slow them down, Elsa whispered to me as we got started. I looked back at the aunt and niece pair. Teresa was up on the ladder, pulling down the strip from October, quickly snipping the yarn with her scissors. The sheet of yarn fell on my delighted nephew, who was standing next to Cindy and dancing under the yarn. Teresa's done this every month without a problem. She's a pro, I told Elsa as I smiled at the scene. It's Andrea I'm worried about. She seems to act and talk without considering. I heard her talking to your mother as we walked over. Something about doing this again next year, Elsa whispered. I couldn't help but bark a laugh. My mother would placate Andrea, but wouldn't convince me to do something I didn't want to do with my store. Last year, Elsa came up with the yarn bombing idea, and my mother felt it was too much commitment. I had allowed the charity knitters to decide, and then we had made it as simple as possible. My mother hadn't been wrong, but now that we had done it, I knew we could. Little does she know, you're the only one who can convince me to yarn bomb something repeatedly through another year, I said to Elsa with a giggle. What if we yarn bomb Andrea? She suggested with a wicked grin on her lips. What if we yarn bomb ourselves? I said, and we both cackled with laughter. Like Zach would ever let that happen, she said when we had finally calmed down. He might right now, I said, my smile fading. Elsa didn't say anything as we got closer to a group ready to start sewing their Thanksgiving-themed strip. We were quickly diverted when someone yelled, "Oh no!" We looked in the direction of the voice and saw my mother and Andrea. Some of us ran over to see what had happened. "I can fix it," Teresa said by the time I got over to the group. "Don't worry. It's super easy." "Barely an inconvenience," Rashad whispered. I couldn't help but turn to him to smile at the joke. We had both watched enough YouTube to know the reference. Teresa quickly pulled the cut yarn tight and tied it in the smallest knot. Once she was confident the knot would hold, she stretched the yarn and smoothed it out. This was Teresa's secret talent. She could fix any break in the yarn, whether in stitches already knit or in the yarn as you got to it on the skein. We all clapped before going back to work. We picked up the pace after this, everyone focusing on finishing before anyone would show up downtown. "Who's Andrea talking to?" Elsa said to me as the morning began to wrap up. It was hard to see since we were at the other end of the street, but she was talking to two people, ushering them around the corner. We quietly made our way down the road and listened to the end of the conversation. "It was a good idea for me to go around to the local businesses, but you told me that her mother could convince her to do more yarn bombing," Andrea said. There was no response from the two people she was with. "Bart has arranged for a few guests to come in January," she continued. "If they see the yarn bombing, they'll know we're committed to an art community. The Woodhouse family hasn't seemed all that engaged with the project, and Jean isn't in a rush to convert the mill into lofts. He and James keep putting off a meeting with Lawrence and Bart." "We don't know anything about that," Dolores said. "We only know about what Carrie does in the store. She can convince the rest of the family to follow along since she's involved in the town." I couldn't see the three women clearly, but I could hear the snark in Dolores' voice. "We want her to leave the store so it can go back to the way it used to be," Betty said, nodding in agreement. "If she goes to work for the company, they'll bring in someone new to run the store." Like Teresa, Dolores turned to Betty, and they sneered. "She's a pushover and would give us our jobs back." I turned and looked at Elsa. We both knew exactly who Andrea was talking to and didn't need to hear more. We turned around and quietly went back to the group. "I thought Betty and Dolores were gone," Elsa said when we were far enough away. "I did, and then I kicked them out of the store. I've basically banned them from returning and made it difficult for them to just show up," I said, feeling the heat fill my face. "I can't believe they think I'd leave the store and Teresa would hire them again. She's not a pushover." Elsa looked at me but didn't say anything before we got back to the rest of the group, who were finishing up. I got lost in my head while trying to figure out the situation with Andrea involving Betty and Dolores in getting rid of me. What did she hope to gain? I couldn't make heads or tails of this war Andrea and Bart were trying to start and how they were picking their allies. "It's beautiful," Cindy said when we looked at our work from the end of the street. As if summoned, snow flurries started falling from the sky. It wouldn't be more than a dusting of snow, but Rashad took pictures of the falling snow as it landed on the yarn. The sight of our work finished for another month cooled me off. "I'm going to want one of those as a print," my mother said. "We should put them on display for the charity auction." Amelia looked over Rashad's shoulder as he scrolled through the ones he had taken. "I bet we could auction off some of these pictures, and I'd love to have a few to put up in our offices." More of us gathered behind Rashad to see what he had taken. The quality was far better than I expected. I wondered if putting them on social media would do them justice. I had a quick vision of them going up around the basement and in the shared office space. The more I thought about it, the more I could see the layout of each space. I knew this was something I wanted to move forward on. I think you should do it all again next year. Maybe do mailboxes, Andrea said, sneaking back over to the group at some point. We all ignored her. Now that I knew she was trying to hurt my business and use my store to reach Bart's end, I was less interested in having her around. What the fuck are you doing, Carrie? Zach said behind me. I froze, caught in the act. Rashad and I were in the kitchen later that afternoon. The cafe had already closed for the day, and Dorothy was teaching a knitting class at the table. Rashad and I had come back here to take some pictures of the baked goods. We had reviewed the pictures from earlier in the day, picking some to post on social media. Carson had been with us and picked a few we could showcase at the charity auction and in the store. After stewing about Andrea, I decided to be more aggressive about my commitment to the store. Promoting the cafe seemed like the logical next step. Now I turned to my social media manager and could see a faint hint of pink on his brown skin. I wasn't going to throw him under the bus. I asked Rashad to help me take some pictures of food in the cafe so we can promote it on our accounts, I said after taking a deep breath and standing to my full height. Zach's face was bright red as he scowled at me. Will you excuse us, Rashad? Zach said from between his teeth. The young man gave me a sympathetic smile before walking away, his head down. I braced myself for what would happen next. Zach took a few deep breaths while waiting for Rashad to seem out of earshot. Why are you taking pictures for your social media accounts? Zach finally asked, pronouncing each word slowly. I had been hoping that showing him the cafe was a priority for me as much as it was for him would help smooth some of our recent conflicts, but I knew that had been wrong. I tried to smile at him, but it faltered. I want people to know the food we're serving, so they'll come. Zach looked up and crossed his arms. Why wasn't I included in your decisions about my cafe? I hung my head. His choice of words wasn't lost on me, but a spark of anger flashed in my mind. I won't promote the cafe then, I whispered. I moved to get out of the kitchen, but Zach blocked my path. You can't exclude me when it comes to decisions about my cafe, he said, his face still flush with anger. I get it, I said and pushed my way out. I didn't want to fight with him, and even though I heard him calling my name as I walked out, I ignored him. I knew he wouldn't try too hard since other people were within earshot. I rushed back to my office and shut the door. I had thought he would like that I included the cafe, but I had been wrong, and now I wanted to hide before he could break up with me permanently. Zach didn't let me hide. A few minutes later, he opened my office door with his tablet in hand. We are not done, he said. I don't think you get it at all. I tried to focus on my computer, but he sat in a chair next to my desk, so I had to face him. Why are there charity workshops happening in the cafe? He asked and showed me the shared calendar on his tablet. Lucy had emailed me her list of dates, and I had added them to the calendar right away so we wouldn't schedule any more events or classes. I stuttered, unsure whether I should be assertive about this all being my shop or apologetic for not talking to him. My best guess is that you see this all as your shop, and you get to control how all of it is used, he said when I didn't answer. Is that true? I felt the heat rise to my face. I fought the urge to be defensive, but I lost that battle. It is my shop, and I'm the one who gets to decide how to use it, I said, instantly regretting how it came out but not willing to back down now that it was out there. "Really?" Zach said. "That's how you feel?" I gave him a sharp nod even as a voice in my head yelled to shut up and admit he was my partner. My mouth was disconnected from my brain at the moment. "Your cafe is in my shop because I decided to use it that way. I can promote the cafe on our social media. I can schedule workshops in the space." Zach sat there, the red rising again, and his lips pursed. "Is that so?" he said, nodding a few times. "All right then. I'll start exploring my other options since I clearly need a dedicated space." Zach got up and left the office. Part of me wanted to follow him and apologize, but the worst part of me was in control, and I refused to admit I might have handled this all poorly. I should have shut up and used this chance to talk to him about what it meant to be partners. I had dug my hole the more I had spoken. I had made it clear, this was my shop and my cafe. He wasn't leasing the space. He had offered to do this when I said I wanted a cafe space. I didn't need his permission to use the cafe's space. It was supposed to be there for my shoppers, not the random people in town who wanted a space to work. My shop's needs came first, and I was ready to die on this hill. I sat in silence, continuing the debate in my head. The one thing I knew was that I may have lost Zach forever, and I wasn't sure he would forgive me for treating him this way. Frogging. When you don't like a project, or you've messed it up, you frog it. This means you have to rip the stitches out either to the spot where you made the mistake or completely unravel the entire project. Rip it, rip it, rip it, like a frog. Chapter 14. Are you and Zach still not speaking? Rashad asked in my office a few days after the blow-up in the kitchen. I shook my head. I almost instantly regretted what I had said and how I had acted a few days before. I had tried to get him to speak to me and allow me to apologize, but he refused to talk to me, having Umberto play interference when I attempted to get into the kitchen. I suspected they were both upset that I seemed to claim ownership of their domain. Carson was irritated with me since our brothers were stuck in the middle. He had reminded me that I hadn't thought to include a cafe until Zach suggested it. In a flurry of angry words, Carson had reminded me that I couldn't call Zach my partner and then behave the way I had. I didn't disagree. I simply wanted the chance to make it up to Zach. I apologized for not including him, Rashad continued, even as I was thinking about my shame. I had not apologized. Part of me didn't feel like I needed to apologize for anything. This was my store, and I should be able to promote all our services. The other part of me was sure he wouldn't accept an apology, and I had ruined everything with him. I'd spent most of the last few days working around the store in a haze. While Lori, Teresa, and Cindy managed the front of the store, restocking and pulling items for online orders, I spent my time trying to get organized for the upcoming events and classes. But things that generally took moments to complete now took hours as I got distracted by every little thing. I had been trying to cross off the small items on my long to-do list. It seems the list never stopped growing. When did I expect to do all of this? Today, I was getting everything ready for the crochet-along that Cindy had helped me put together. Fortunately, she and Rashad had done most of the work. She had selected an inexpensive variegated yarn so that people could pick pre-made color combinations. It took 4 skeins of yarn to finish the project, and people could get the right amount of yarn from any store. When Rashad came in, I was composing an email to the pattern designer about the event. I wanted to ensure they were adequately compensated for the number of people using their pattern. I hit send when I was done and noticed Rashad had gotten comfortable at the spare table. He was setting up the space to take pictures for the crochet along, which would start in January. Have you thought about ways you want to make this inclusive? Rashad asked when he noticed I was paying attention again. I looked over at him and slumped back in my chair. I'd prefer people buy the yarn we're picking out, but they can use whatever they want, I said with a deep sigh. I avoided thinking about the inclusiveness of our events. Why did it have to be such a big deal? We made sure to pick out affordable yarn, and the pattern was barely any money. Was it really asking too much for people to pay for this? It wasn't like we charged to participate on top of the cost of the supplies. I pouted, but Rashad didn't say anything in response. He typed something on his tablet and absently nodded. I left the room to give him some space and to help me clear my head. I ignored the other things I had to finish. When I got to the cafe, I didn't see Zach, but I saw my brother and James sitting and having lunch with the twins. He had brought over a huge box of needle felting kits for people to make Christmas tree ornaments. He had taught a class for the community center, teaching the kids how to needle felt. We were putting their ornaments on one of our Christmas trees, and I had made a sign about where the ornaments had come from. Each ornament had a tag with the child's name who made it. Lisa was thrilled with the idea and encouraged parents to buy their child's ornament. All the money we made from those sales would go to the community center. It wouldn't be much money, but it was an easy gesture. The clear crate of ornaments on the table was open, and they were scattered all over the table. As I walked over, I could see the twins trying to grab and play with the items. James picked them up quickly and put them back in the crate. There was someone else at the table with them, Andrea. She had pulled up a chair to the end of the table and went through the container. We're putting the trees up in the window on Monday, Carson said to Andrea, his face devoid of emotion. Carson's irritation was directed at someone else, which made me glad. I looked around the cafe and saw Bart avoided making eye contact with me, a chair missing from the table he was sitting at. What a wonderful idea. We should make it a local event, Andrea said. It always is, James, who was sitting with his husband, said. The town goes all out because all the downtown retailers put up their Christmas displays after Veterans Day. Oh, Andrea said, her face falling a little. I bit my lips to hide my smile. I loved that James had no fuck to give about Andrea's position and plans. It will be like it was on Halloween, Carson explained. Doug, from the liquor store, will make spiced cider for everyone again. Alcohol-free, right? Bart asked from his table. He gets the adults in his store to buy the adult beverages, James clarified, ever the lawyer. It didn't matter. We had a license to serve people small amounts of alcohol, about as much as would fit in a shot glass. I was careful since kids would be running around downtown. The schools send over their bands and choirs, Carson continued. We allow people from town to come and hang an ornament in the display window. What are you doing for other winter holidays? Andrea asked, interrupting my brother. We have a large electric menorah that we light each night, Carson said. Meriton Candies made gold chocolate coins to give away to kids, right? James asked Carson. Carson smiled at his husband and snorted. Love, you're the only person I know who enjoys Meriton Candies. I could see Bart try to hide his distaste at the mention of Meriton Candies. I was irritated that he would be so blatantly hostile to a long-standing local business. It reminded me that I had to deal with my next attempt to help Mrs. Bennett with marketing the store, and I had been struggling to come up with my next plan of attack for them. They made most of their money at this time of year when big corporate orders came in for holiday gifts. I wondered if I should increase their orders, but maybe promoting them as a general supplier for all winter holidays was better. I was sure Christmas through Easter should be busy for them. Including Valentine's Day, this was the biggest candy season, and fudge was a typical Christmas gift tradition. I was expecting Bart to use my failure with Meriton candies and the Bennets' increasing irritation with me to his benefit. Part of my block was that I was afraid he already had. If he was really at war with me, they would be great allies. I decided to walk away before Bart made the connection. I avoided Andrea and went back to the kitchen, hoping to see Zach. Only Umberto was back there, his earbuds in as he mixed something in a massive steel bowl. I sighed and grabbed my lunch out of the fridge. As I walked back to my office, I found my mother at the register talking to Lori. When I had been in the kitchen, she had come in, and the twins had seen her. My mother directed them to the couch next to the register, and they started bouncing, playing their own game. "Where did you find all these needle felting kits?" my mother asked when she saw me. I couldn't tell if she was irritated or surprised. The kits had been discontinued years ago when the original craze had died down. Like many other items, the company stored them until someone wanted them. I often grabbed these types of kits for classes, and the community center was a perfect one. Nobody expected to make money on them anymore, and we could move them faster, especially to help the community center. Carson brought them over from the warehouse, I told her, and explained the plan for the community center. "What a great idea," Lori said and turned to my mother. "Maureen, did Carson tell you about all the felting projects he will teach next year?" Felting was Carson's latest obsession. The ornaments were only a small introduction to what he had been doing. He had been focused lately on wall art that looked like paintings. "I assume that's why he set up the tree ornaments this year," my mother said and gestured to where the twins were now hanging some of the finished ornaments on their clothes. I rushed over to stop them. Teresa, who was restocking yarn, called them over to help her move the yarn around on the shelves in the store. The twins seemed delighted, so I left her alone with them. "How's the consulting going? Has anyone else reached out?" my mother asked when I was back at the counter. "I've been thinking about what to propose to Meriton Candies next," I lied. "What if I gave them a promotion plan to increase their corporate orders?" "That sounds interesting," my mother said, but it was clear she didn't like it. "Wouldn't it make more sense to plan for a Valentine's Day promotion? I imagine they've gotten their corporate orders for the holidays." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. She was correct, even I was already planning for February and March. "Have other stores reached out for your help?" she asked when I didn't respond. I shook my head. I wanted to get Mrs. Bennet to let me help Meriton Candies. I was convinced that if they let me help them, other businesses would see how great I was. "You seem to have a lot of irons in the fire," my mother continued. "Maybe you need to let go of a few things." I gave her a smile, not ready to admit defeat with the Bennets and their candy store. Later that afternoon, I made my way down the street to Meriton Candies. I was feeling exhausted at the idea of dealing with Mrs. Bennet again, but I was ready to show the Valentine's Day plan I, admittedly, had just thrown together. I had focused on marketing their candy for Valentine's Day and Easter, the two big holidays next year. I found Mrs. Bennet organizing a holiday candy display, complete with a list of fudges people could order. This seemed more along the lines of what I was ready to propose. Maybe they were finally ready for what I wanted to help them do. "No," Mrs. Bennet said when she saw me enter. She was alone, as if she had been waiting for me. I stepped back, the bar to push the door out, hitting my lower back. I was confused by the hostility of what she said and the work she was already doing. I knew you'd be back, and I've already talked to Andrea about you, Mrs. Bennet said before I could comment. It was exactly what I had been afraid of. My mind spun in rapidly changing scenes of what Mrs. Bennet and Andrea could have talked about. I was sure my face was turning red with anger. "Excuse me?" I asked, trying to bury my anger, but I was curious. "Andrea came over and told me all about how you don't really want to help us. You want to show the town that we can't be helped, so they won't support our store anymore," Mrs. Bennet said, the words rapidly spilling from her. I took a deep breath, but I found it difficult to focus. I wanted to reassure her that I only wanted the best for her candy store. I wanted to praise her effort with the holiday candy, but I couldn't make myself say them. I wanted to get out of the store before saying something stupid and mean. I bit the insides of my lips and put my proposal on her countertop before turning and leaving. I didn't care what she did with it, but if she chose to read it, at least she would know that I approved of the small effort she had made. I walked back to the shop, my arms straight by my side and my hands balled into fists. My heart was beating so hard that I could see the pulsing in my vision. I wanted to get back to my office and clear my head. What were Bart and Andrea trying to do? All I had done was refuse his idea. I felt like this was more than a silly war. Was Bart trying to destroy my business and reputation? All because I didn't want to do more yarn bombing in town? I pushed open the door of the stash and found Zach and Teresa standing at the register, pulling out the needle felting kits. "Carrie," Teresa said with a smile when she saw me. "What would you like us to do with these kits that Carson brought over?" I didn't think before responding. "I don't know, Teresa," I said, barely stopping to look at her. "You've worked here long enough. If you can't figure out what to do with them, then maybe you should reconsider your job." I got to my office, but Zach pushed his way in when I tried to close my door, and he looked furious with me. "What the fuck was that?" Zach said, looking as angry with me as I felt about what I had been through a moment before. "What?" I asked, not sure why he was angry with me. "The way you snapped at Teresa was inappropriate and offensive," he said, crossing his arms and blocking the door. I sat down and leaned both elbows on my desk. "I'm not in the mood, Zach. She can figure out what to do with the kits, and I need to deal with Bart and Andrea attacking me and my business." Zach stood there in silence for a moment. "I don't know what's going on with you, Carrie," he finally said, and I heard him open the door. "Whatever it is, you need to remember your priorities. Who fucking cares about Bart and Andrea and whatever they're doing? You're going to lose your business all on your own." I didn't look up, but I knew he was gone when I heard the door click shut again. I wanted to kick something because I hadn't made anything better. My week ended early as Elsa and I went out to Western Massachusetts for the final fiber festival of the year. Since we were both on the planning committee, we needed to be out there early to prepare everything before vendors started arriving. The 2-hour drive to the town in the Berkshires was usually a fun road trip, but I was stretched too thin and still dwelling on Zach. I let her talk about the Peru trip while I did the driving. "This trip was much too long," she said. I was surprised since Elsa loved to travel. It was my father who hated it. "I would rather do more trips for shorter periods, but it doesn't make much sense financially," she continued. "I think my father is done with the travel," I said to her. I had noticed it since his return. He and my mother had been out at the farm since they'd come back. I had joined them for late dinners a few times, not wanting to be alone and cooking for myself in the apartment. Neither seemed that interested in traveling again. My mother wanted to be home to help Carson and James. I wasn't sure what my father wanted, though, only that he didn't want to travel anymore. She bent her head toward me. We've talked about it. He wants me to take over, but the company's CFO thinks I'm not ready for so much responsibility. I rolled my eyes. Elsa was more than my father's assistant, even though it was her official title. She was his protégée, and the plan had always included her taking over the job. Since my grandparents had moved to Florida for their retirement in the past few years, they had held on to these titles. My parents were stepping into the roles was a sign that the company was ready to shift to new positions. My parents would look for younger people to work in the company, shifting people around. The CFO, who had been with the company longer than my parents, was always more conservative in his decision-making but was close to retirement. It was time for company leadership to change and the next generation to step up. My dad's ready to be president and CEO of the company finally, right? I asked. Elsa nodded. Your father thinks your grandfather will officially retire too. Your mother will be CFO, and her position working with international retailers will open up. Does my father want Carson to join the company? I asked her. Elsa shook her head. I think they want to restructure the company leadership. I'm surprised they haven't talked to you about it yet. I get the impression that Carson's been asked to think about returning to work if your parents are around to help more, and the twins are in preschool. I assumed they would do the same with you. I know they want you both to run the company someday. I could see Carson running the company's creative side, but I don't know what I'd bring to the table, I said with a half grin. Elsa raised an eyebrow. Carrie, you have an MBA, and you've been running the store for years. Even if Bennett doesn't want your help, you are amazing at marketing. I've talked to the Woodhouse Yarns marketing people, and they get their ideas from you. I like being in the store with Zach, I said, shrugging one shoulder. Elsa smirked. Rumors suggest that's not the case. I rolled my eyes. If they're coming from Bart, it's not true. I like working in the community and at the store. Why does that upset you? Elsa asked. He's not the only one who thinks you're ready to move on. I thought about it, not realizing how upset I was about it. It upsets me because all I did was refuse to do more yarn bombs, and now Bart seems to have gone to war with me. I took a deep breath before continuing. Andrea's going around trying to push me out and insert herself in my place. He suggested Lisa put her on the community center board. They're talking to Betty and Dolores, who think Teresa would take over running the store and rehire them. Andrea's trying to push herself as a financial consultant while working on something for the mayor. The pitch of my voice had risen, and the speed of my words increased as I ranted. When I was done, I took a deep breath and felt better. That's fair, Else said with a single nod, but I felt like she wanted to say more. What? I asked. I think you often forget how people around our community see you. You represent the Woodhouse company and family in Lackac. From what I know of Bart, which is little, I wonder if he thought working with you would look good to outsiders, Elsa said with a shrug. I was quiet for the rest of the ride. I knew I didn't like the direction things had taken. I needed to figure out what I had done to mess things up, not just with Zach. Did I want to work for Woodhouse Yarns, or continue to run the stash? What if I didn't want either? Would it be so bad for Teresa to run the store? She had worked there longer than I had been alive. Then there was whatever was going on with Zach. Would my friendship with Zach last if we weren't partners at the stash? Is it time to decide what our relationship really is? I missed him more than I thought I would. His anger at me meant he wasn't even my friend. I was pretty sure this meant if I didn't recognize how our relationship had changed over the years, I would lose him permanently. That was something I knew I didn't want. Before we arrived at the hotel, I knew Zach had been right. I was stretching myself too thin. I knew what I didn't want, but I had forgotten to think of what I did want. I sat up later that night at the hotel room desk with my journal open as I took notes and reconsidered all my ideas and plans to focus on my priorities. Tink. When you knit and spell knit backward. Done when you've made a mistake and need to go back and fix it. Chapter 15. I appreciate you stopping by my booth, Erica said to me. The Northeast Fiber Festival was the last fiber festival until spring. We took over the biggest fairground in the region for a long weekend. Someone from my family had always had someone on the planning committee. My mother had allowed me to replace her before I left for college. Elsa had been a committee member longer than she had worked for the yarn company. Her involvement had been why she had gotten the job working for my father. I loved doing this because it allowed me to meet people making yarn, designing patterns, and reaching out to local knitters. I wanted to see what you had with you, I said with a smile and fingered some of the yarn she had with her. I saw Carson and James walking around with the twins, Erica said, straining her neck above the crowds, trying to spot them again. I was happy not to have to talk about myself for once. He's so excited to have won an award for one of his needle-felted portraits, I said, my smile getting bigger. I think next year we're going to feature it in the store for a while and maybe do a gallery opening of sorts, I said, excited that my brother's hard work was being recognized. In reality, the idea had just come to me. It was already spinning through my head, including an opening complete with wine from Doug and snacks from Zach. That was if Zach ever forgave me. James secretly submitted Carson's work to the competition and used the Knightley name for the entry, I said, leaning in as if this was still a secret. I wasn't one of the judges, so I didn't know about it until they had narrowed down the finalists. Erica raised her eyebrow. It's a very different use of fiber, especially for someone from your family. The fiber art competition was taken very seriously. It surprised me to see how many of the submissions looked like artwork. One of my favorites was a lace shawl that resembled a peacock. Did Carson blush? I asked Erica. Red like a tomato, she giggled for a few seconds, her hand covering her mouth before thinking of something else. I met the woman from Warm Up New England, and I'm going to find a way to work with her next year. That news got my attention. Gina? How exciting! Things may be changing in the store over the next couple of years, I told her. It will give us some new opportunities for partnerships. Erica's eyes got wide, but I left her without any other information. I wanted to see if this would generate some ideas from her about what we could do. I had spent the last few days thinking about what had gone wrong. I was ready to accept that I had stretched myself too thin. Zach was right that I was giving my attention to the wrong things. I would apologize to Teresa and realized, in a way, I had been right. She had been working at the store forever. She could manage the store as well as I could. She had trained Cindy to help over the holidays. She helped knitters at events. She knew as many people as I did around our community. Not only was I ready to apologize to her, but I needed to make her the assistant manager and empower her to make decisions without me. As I walked around the booths and talked to the various vendors, I took cards for those I wanted to discuss collaborations with. I ended my walk at the Woodhouse Yarn Company booth, the largest one at the event. I waved to Whitney when I saw her talking to Elsa. There are so many rumors flying around about the changes in executives, Whitney whispered when I was close enough to hear. I smiled, not entirely sure if any decisions had been made or what was even being proposed. My parents, who were here for the festival, asked Carson and me to have a family meeting tonight to discuss the future of the yarn company and store. After talking with Elsa on the ride here, I knew I needed to be sure about what I wanted. If I wanted to stay in the store, which I kept saying was my priority, I had to focus on that again. What are the rumors? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Whitney looked around as if to make sure nobody heard us. That you're going to take your mother's job doing international distribution and sales. That Carson will take on your father's job, and your parents will become executives. I nodded a few times, trying to hide my panic. That's not entirely true, I said. But I don't know much myself. It's all only rumors for now, Elsa said with a shrug. Since I didn't work for Woodhouse Yarns or spend time at the corporate headquarters, I hadn't heard any rumors. It was clear that these were all wild speculation since Elsa had heard something about me taking over marketing, and Whitney thought I was taking over my mother's job. I was confident that my parents wouldn't push me to do something I had no experience with, but these rumors were wildly different. I went to the staging room at the back of the exhibit hall. It was next to the pens of alpacas, sheep, goats, and Angora bunnies. There was a demonstration on shearing sheep that had a couple of people in attendance. The room smelled like animals, which struck a memory. We hadn't lived at the Woodhouse farm growing up. My parents wanted us in a good school system and to live close to the Knightley family. My parents owned a small home in Lackac until I left for college. We spent weekends and holidays at the farm, often with James and Zach in tow. The smell of farm animals always made me feel at home. There was a lunch set up for the organizers and volunteers helping make the Fiber Festival run. I wanted to get back there to enjoy some of it, but I heard someone call my name. I turned around to see Teresa waving to me from the crowd. I was shocked at her chipper mood, considering how mean I had been to her. "We've been looking everywhere for you," Teresa said when she caught up to me. "Listen," I said before she could continue. "I'm so sorry I was so nasty the other day. I shouldn't have taken my frustrations out on you." Teresa waved her hand. "Carrie, I love you like you're my own. Just like with Cindy. You've been so stressed over the past few months, and I know you're trying to do good things. That can be frustrating." Teresa put her arms around me, and I wanted to cry. I wasn't sure I deserved her forgiveness and kindness this easily. To have her tell me that I meant as much to her as Cindy was more important than I realized. I asked, looking around as we hugged. Her early statement finally registered. She let me go, and I noticed other people weaving through the crowd to us. "A bunch of us rented a van and came out for the day," she said as nearly everyone else from the store made their way out of the crowd. "We wanted to see Carson's win announced." "Wonderful," I said, excited that my brother would have a cheering section when the awards were announced in a few hours. "Rashad is here somewhere," Dorothy said. "He's enjoying all the things he can film and get pictures of. I'm pretty sure he will develop a business around helping small craft companies with marketing." "Andrea is here," Lori said, raising an eyebrow to let me know to be careful. "What was that trip like?" I asked. "Zach drove. She kept talking to him," Cindy said. "I heard her say something about him moving the cafe to Boston." I snorted at the idea. Zach had left Boston to come home. There was no way he was going back. I hid my sadness that Zach had come without telling me was like a punch in the gut. Since my meltdown, we hadn't spoken, but that seemed like the final straw for him. Another of my epiphanies while here was that we needed to talk about our personal and professional relationships. I was sure he was here for Carson and James, but I wanted to see him. I wanted some time alone to talk. That woman has advice for all of us. Poor Cindy had to hear about all the job offers Andrea was securing on her behalf, Lori added. I turned to Cindy, my eyebrows drawn together. Cindy rolled her eyes. She's trying to get me a job in Boston. I keep telling her I'm not interested, but she's insisting. Will you have dinner with us before we head out tonight? Dorothy asked. Sure. I said, thrilled to have an invitation to see Zach. I'll grab lunch, but I'll see you at the awards ceremony. I made my way to the food area, hoping to casually run into Zach, but it was Andrea who found me. This is so exciting. I didn't realize you were one of the organizers, she said when she found me at a booth. I gave her a fake smile, not sure what to say. If she was going to pretend we were friends and that she wasn't trying to destroy me, I could pretend I wasn't aware of it. I'm sure I could help get you a corporate sponsor or at least one better than these tiny local banks, she continued, again reminding me about her corporate connections. We could host it in Lackac next year. Oh, that wouldn't work, I said, ready to nip that in the bud. We have so many great spaces for a fiber festival, she continued as if I hadn't said anything. We could close downtown and host it there. That would do so much to help build an artists' community like the mayor has planned. We need a large indoor space and a space that would allow the farm animals. There's nothing this big in Lackac, I said, shaking my head. What about the Woodhouse farm? She said as if that was the logical answer. This isn't a Woodhouse event, I said, my smile disappearing. We're careful that all fiber companies feel welcome. People would complain if we hosted anything at the family farm. Andrea didn't seem to hear me. She was busy looking around as if looking for someone specific. Plus, that's a working farm, I continued. Their space is used by the animals we keep. Andrea waved her hand, dismissing me. I'm going to talk to your father, she said. I'm sure he'll agree with me. She followed me around until she got distracted by something at another booth, and I was able to slip into the crowd again. Auntie Carrie. I heard a small voice yell, and I knew who it belonged to as if it had been my own child. I turned around to see my nephew standing in the middle of an aisle, with tears in his eyes. I looked around, but didn't see my brother or James anywhere. I ran over to him and picked him up. Baby, where's Daddy? I asked. I got nothing in reply but sobs. I suspected he was trying to get to the Woodhouse booth, where both children knew to go if they got separated from their fathers, but that did not reduce his terror of being so small in a big crowd. I took him back to the staging area with me, trying to text my brother with one hand. I couldn't get more than gibberish to him until I sat down, and my nephew wrapped his arms around my neck, sobbing until he fell asleep. It was Zach who came rushing into the room. He's fine, I said with a weak smile. Zach dropped into the seat next to me and let out a deep breath while he sent a text message back to James and Carson. They were freaking out, Zach said. He found me, I said and held the toddler closer, glad he had spotted me in the crowd. My phone twittered with a text message telling me they were on their way to the stage for the awards ceremony. I got up, ready to head over there too. I didn't know you planned on coming, I said to Zach. The ladies needed a driver, and I promised James the first would be here. Carson's win is a big deal, Zach said, forgetting, for a moment, that he was angry with me. Did you see the landscape? It was based on a picture James had taken on their honeymoon in the French countryside. The felted wool was in pastel colors and made it look similar to an impressionist painting. There was a romanticism to it that made me confident that Carson had made it for James. I was thinking of letting him do a display in the store and have some type of gallery opening event to sell the other ones he has, I said, allowing everything to remain unsaid. Maybe it would be nice to have in the window for the spring. That would be a wonderful thing to do for him. He said people are asking if he'll take commissions or sell others, and I think people would come for it, Zach said. We saw the ladies already sitting in the rows of chairs set up before a small empty stage. The award-winning pieces were already set up on display and had been here all weekend. I was telling Dorothy that she should submit one of the lace shawls she made next year, Lisa said when she saw me. Dorothy laughed like this was a joke. In a way, it was. Every year we suggested it to Dorothy, who never did. Now that James had secretly submitted Carson's work, I had created a plan with Rashad to do the same for his grandmother next year. He even picked one already, one made to resemble astrological signs in beads on a night sky. It had been a popular pattern for a few years, but she had deviated from it to pick a view of the night sky from the Caribbean, where her family was from. She had also added some lace details into the pattern that hadn't been there before. Rashad was sure it would win something. My nephew woke up with all the chatter around him and reached out to Zach, who took him from my arms. It allowed me to get away, and I found Rashad taking pictures of Carson's landscape. Do you think he'll let me take one with him in it? Rashad asked when he saw me. Probably. You still want to submit your grandmother's shawl next year? I asked. He put his finger to his lips. I smiled back and turned to see my brother running over to me. He threw his arms around me. I was so scared. Where did you find him? He found me at one of the booths, I said, patting my brother's back. In as much panic as my brother was, James came over to Zach and took my nephew in his arms. I didn't even think to tell you to watch for him. I could hear Carson's sniffing in my ear. I let him cling to me as his fear evaporated. I think he was heading to the Woodhouse booth. He knew what to do, but he was scared. Would they know what to do if he made it there? Carson asked, not letting me go. Elsa was there, I reminded him. She would have known in an instant. I felt his whole body relax, and Carson finally let me go before moving to his husband and children. I could even see the streaks of tears on my niece's face. I hated this terror and what small part of it I had felt. We all settled down again, and, as the other members of the planning committee came over, they asked what had happened that had everyone so anxious. I told them some of the story, and I saw the empathy in each person's face. This was a fear everyone could understand. To another wonderful and finished Northeast Fiber Festival, James said, leading us all in a toast after dinner. Since this was the festival's final day, the venue closed early, and the cleanup team started. We all got cleaned up and met for dinner. Whitney, Elsa, and my parents joined us. Carson and James were also staying, so we could have our family meeting in the hotel bar. Elsa decided to go back tonight, but I would stay one more night and drive back with my parents in the morning. Jean, Andrea said to my father, interrupting the celebration, I want to talk to you about hosting this festival in Lacuk next year. My father looked at me, clearly confused. Why? I have nothing to do with the festival. You're going to be the CEO of Woodhouse Yarn Company, and Lackack is its corporate headquarters. We all turned to look at my father. This was the first anyone had heard that this promotion was official. My mother pursed her lips and glared at Andrea. I felt confident that my parents would make sure Bart and Andrea were cut out of any communication between Woodhouse Yarn and the city of Lackack. My father shook his head, and his nostrils flared. No, the festival has nothing to do with us. We rent a booth just like every other vendor. I'm sure Carrie gets you a discount, Andrea said. My mother let out a terse laugh. This is Carrie's passion project, and nobody gets a discount. Everything is Carrie's passion project, my father said with a chuckle. Well then, we'll have to plan our own fiber festival, Andrea said. Everyone at the table looked away from Andrea, and nobody would tell her how bad of an idea this was. I know Bart and Lawrence want to build an art community, but a fiber festival only benefits a few businesses, James asked and waved his hand. Nobody from this festival goes into town. They drive in for the day and maybe stay overnight in a hotel. The vendors are too tired to go visit local restaurants or shops. If it benefits Woodhouse Yarns, it benefits the community. You're the largest employer in town, Andrea said, tapping her finger on the table. People who come to the festival will buy from local businesses. Lackack State employs more people in Lackack than we do, Carson said quietly, and I wasn't sure Andrea heard him. Then have some other type of festival, my father said. In Massachusetts, there are 3 fiber festivals a year. Each of the states around us has one, and Rhinebeck in New York has one of the country's largest. The fiber community doesn't need or want another. Then we can do a craft fair, Andrea said, getting excited all over again. My mother shook her head. I've been to craft fairs in the last few years, and there are far fewer crafters and far more multi-level marketing consultants. Plus, you have the competition of farmers' markets, school craft fairs, and more. I think Carrie has the right idea by creating a community of businesses working together. I don't know, James said. I wouldn't mind some type of Oktoberfest event. That would be fun. Zach could make those bratwurst sausages our father used to make. Zach chuckled. You could have tons of restaurants making different food for it. Plus, I'm sure there's a brewery a few towns over that would sell us kegs of beer. I was surprised to hear Zach say this much. Usually, I was the one brainstorming plans from a simple idea. Everyone got lost in a conversation about an Oktoberfest event, but Andrea was quiet and pouting with her lips pursed in a snarl. I didn't know if she was working from Bart's instructions, but I felt like her plans were never working out the way she wanted. Cindy, I heard the bank made you a job offer, Andrea finally said, interrupting everyone. Cindy blushed as everyone turned to her. I'm not going to take it, and it's not what I want. Elsa's reaction caught my attention, and I could hear her grinding her teeth. She didn't like Andrea and was irritated to have the conversation interrupted. You can't pass up such an amazing job, Andrea said. How many other offers have you gotten? How long can you afford to be unemployed? Cindy's face fell into a frown. As much as she didn't want that job, I knew she should probably take it. She could always continue to job hunt for her ideal job, couldn't she? I looked at my parents, who were sharing a look between themselves. I wondered why they hadn't offered her a job, especially now that they were restructuring, and neither Carson nor I wanted the jobs they were offering us. I didn't say anything, and Andrea moved on to another topic of conversation that she could advise people about. Elsa's not staying at the hotel tonight, I said to Zach as we all left the restaurant. Do you want to stay the night? Things had been so good between us today that I hoped he and I could have some time to reconnect tonight. Who would drive the van? He said, shaking his head as if this was the stupidest question. I'm sure someone else can drive the van, I said and waved my hand to the group of women who were all capable drivers. I'm not ready for the break to be over, Carrie, he said with a slight frown before opening the van door and getting into the driver's seat. Carson and my parents joined me for drinks back at the hotel. Everyone had either left or gone to bed. It's time to talk about the future, my father said when we found a quiet spot in the back of the bar. There had been enough talk around the topic and rumors flying for me to know what was coming. Your grandparents are officially retiring, my mother said. Dad's going to take over as CEO, and I will be Chief Operations Officer. I'm surprised it took this long, Carson said, his voice flat. I assume you want us to pick which of your two roles we'll take on. I looked at my brother and realized he was dreading this conversation. My parents had picked jobs with the company that had interested them. My father had always enjoyed sourcing and combining fiber, while my mother had a knack for languages and loved international travel. My mother shook her head as my brother finished talking. Elsa's going to take over Dad's job sourcing suppliers, but if one of you wants to take over international sales and distribution, you're welcome to, she said, looking back and forth between us. I met Carson's eyes, and both relaxed. Neither of us wanted our mother's job that would require we be on the road for months at a time. I told you neither would want it, my father said with a chuckle. Don't worry, my mother said, the laughter in her voice. We have someone in mind for that as well. That being said, my father quickly added, we want to restructure the company. What role would both of you like to play? Nobody said anything. I had never thought about what job I would create if I worked for Woodhouse Yarns. That wasn't a change I thought I would have to make until much later in my life. I don't want to be away from James and the kids, Carson said, his voice catching. I could see the tears fill his eyes and handed him my napkin to use as a tissue. The last thing my brother wanted was a job that required extensive travel or long hours at work. He had stopped working to be home with his family. Even James' position with the foundation allowed him the flexibility to be at home when he wanted. I don't want to give up the store, I said, quick to ensure I wasn't forgotten. My parents exchanged a look, and I was glad I had spoken up now. We were under the impression that you'd outgrown the store, my father said. What about all the work you're doing in the community and consulting? I took a deep breath. As much as I wanted to evolve my career in that direction, it wasn't working. I could see that now. It was vital that I do good things in my community, but consulting was not the direction I wanted to go. The work I was doing to help warm up New England and the community center was more rewarding than consulting. I'm rethinking that, but I want to do it from the store, I said after taking a deep breath. I can't do those things if I'm working for the company. We have Amelia and the foundation to do the local community work, my father said. What about the great work you can do in the crafting community from within the company? I shook my head. Then I wouldn't be working with Zach or my friends. My mother looked confused. Then why all this work focusing on marketing and consulting? You're already qualified to rebuild the Woodhouse Yarns marketing team. I smiled, so happy that my parents appreciated the knowledge and skills I had enough to give me that much responsibility. I love being in the store. I want to help the businesses of Lakuk. I want to make our town a place where everyone can thrive, I said, taking out my ideas as they were forming in my mind. I want to make the entire city successful, no matter who they are and what they do. My mother smiled. It felt good to say this out loud. All the criticism about accessibility suddenly made sense. Zach, Lisa, and Dorothy had been right. I didn't see the whole picture. I didn't see beyond my own bubble. The point of my working with the community center was to help those less fortunate feel part of the community, but that's not what I had been building. Let others make our town a destination for artists or people seeking a vacation. I was in a position to help those who already lived there. If we don't work for the business now, do we lose the chance? Carson asked, his hands gripping the edge of the table. I wrapped my arm through my older brother's and felt him relax. I realized he was worried that we would lose the company and our hopes for the future, especially for the twins to inherit it. My mother sighed. You two are the most important thing to us, not this company. You can join us when you're ready, and we can create a position that plays to your strengths. We're reorganizing to be a modern company, and we'll do it our way, she said as she leaned across the table, putting her hands on ours. I let go of Carson's arm and sat back. Not having Zach and James as part of this conversation made it incomplete. Zach was as much my family as James was to Carson, and I needed to make sure he saw that. Whatever else happened next, I needed Zach at my side. Will you help us as if we're a local business? My father asked, turning to me with a smile. Without thinking about it, I smiled back at him, pulled the cocktail straw out of my drink, and started tapping it on the table. I have a few ideas, I said with a smile. I wanted to go back to my room so I could brainstorm in my journal. Distash. Sometimes, a crafter will realize they have more yarn than they need or have purchased yarn they no longer want. If it's nice or special, we pass it on to other knitters. If it's cheap or not a significant amount, we may donate it to be used for charity knitting. Chapter 16. I got to the community center early for our board meeting. I had finished the meeting with the contractor earlier than I expected. When I got back from the Fiber Festival, I sent him my final list of updates we were making, and we reviewed the cost. It was more expensive than I anticipated, but Amelia and James were going to give me money from the Woodhouse Family Foundation so we could do it. James had already applied for a couple of grants that would support updating historical buildings. It wasn't something I had ever known existed, but one was from our town's Economic Redevelopment Office. I would stay out of any war brewing around that office, but I wouldn't turn down money that would take the pressure off my budget. I had sent an email to everyone about a staff meeting before I left. I even made sure I went to Zach and said we had to have our own meeting before that happened. I had invited him to talk to the contractor with me, but he had refused. I wasn't giving up on fixing the damage I had caused between us. I needed to find the right way to show him. Now that I had a new plan of action, I wouldn't let an opportunity pass me. I was so early to the board meeting that I brought lunches to sit with Lisa and chat. I was surprised to see Bart and Andrea in her office, the tension high. We'll have to discuss this later with the rest of the board, Lisa said when she saw me walk in. I'm not comfortable making any changes without everyone's approval. I knocked, wanting to make sure they knew someone could hear them. Bart turned and glared at me. After some reflection, I think I understood his plan better. He was trying to look outward to secure a future for our town. He thought drawing artists here would bring in more businesses, but the problem was that he had never been great at supporting the businesses already here. I was sure he was trying to position Woodhouse Yarn as the leading employer and property owner, using that to draw other crafting businesses and artists. The yarn bombing would be a visual manifestation of that, at least in his mind. He wasn't a doer, he thought he was a visionary, but he was merely good at getting people to follow him. This board was a prime example. We had asked for his help with his connections at the big craft stores back in September. We needed supplies beyond yarn. He had never done it, so I quickly contacted one and worked out a deal. Bart had no idea how much work went into the yarn bombing projects or anything else he suggested. Andrea was more complicated for me to understand. She was obviously ambitious and wanted to leverage her connections. I wasn't sure if she could deliver on anything she had promised. Her efforts to get Cindy job offers had worked. She had come into the store the previous day yelling at Cindy for not accepting an executive position she had been offered at a major bank in Boston. Now our store manager, Teresa, stepped in and told Andrea to leave the store. I had a moment of regret that I hadn't given her this responsibility earlier, but I was glad I had finally realized she could do this. I wasn't worried that Betty and Dolores would find their way back to the store. They were petty annoyances, but now they would be less valuable to Andrea and Bart. I waited outside until Andrea and Bart left, ignoring me as they walked by. As I drove home from the Fiber Festival with my parents, I decided I didn't have to be at war with Andrea and Bart. I wanted to help in my community, and I already had an excellent plan to do that. Yikes, I said when Lisa and I were alone. That did not seem to be going well. Lisa put her head in her hands and took a deep breath. He insists that I add Andrea to the board as a representative of the town government, she said through her teeth. I took a deep breath and let it sink in. What exactly is her position? Lisa looked up at me. She's the mayor's manager of special projects. I had to laugh. So the battle is on for the future of the town. Is that a battle you want to take a side on, or do you need help staying out of it? I asked and opened the bag of lunches. She smiled as she got up from her desk and moved toward the conference table where I was setting up lunch. I need the community center to stay out of it. I'm not worried about businesses, I'm worried about residents. I understood, now being able to see precisely why I liked Lisa. I have some ideas, I said and handed her the sandwich I'd brought from the cafe. Lisa took a bite and thought while she chewed. Be ready for an attack from Bart at today's meeting, she said after swallowing. In what way? I asked, suspecting he was merely trying to push me out, not that he had real objections. He thinks you're using your position to advance your own business. He doesn't believe there should be so many crafting classes and that you'll take over if I allow it. I shrugged. Let the board decide if he's right, I said. There may be room for more variety in your programs, but I will do what you need and what the board wants. I had more to bring to the table this month than I was sharing over lunch. Some of the organizations that had sponsored the Northeast Fiber Festival were looking for other opportunities to support local businesses and nonprofits. I had talked to some vendors about their connections to state and federal agencies and larger private foundations. I had a small but strong list of potential partners for Lisa to talk to. Plus, she continued, Bart wants me to run the knitting and crochet classes out of the community center instead of the stash. He thinks we could start a knitting club that would do yarn bombing projects around town. I laughed at that. You've seen the work that's gone into it for a couple of months. Do you want to take it on? Lisa shook her head. Maybe something small and in the center would be nice, but these kids have school. We don't want to add anything to their plates that wouldn't be fun. I quirked my lips. That being said, a cute mural of knit and crochet flowers would be sweet. If you display it indoors, you could keep it up all year, and kids could add to it over time. Lisa smiled. That would be a fun class to offer kids. Learn to knit or crochet flowers, and then we display them. I laughed. I'll add it to the list for the spring. What happened at the October meeting? Lois Fairfax asked me while we sat in the conference room, waiting for everyone to arrive. She, Amelia, and I were sitting on one side of the table. Umberto was alone, across from me and next to where Lisa would sit when the meeting began. I think you know everything as well as we do, Amelia said. Bart's fiancée Andrea is coming, I added. Have you met her yet? Lois nodded, her smile falling. I was sure Andrea had made a point of meeting with the university, especially if she was thinking about economic redevelopment. The university was growing, and the town could benefit from those partnerships. Umberto, Lois said, looking over to the baker. Please tell me these cranberry scones will be in the bakery. He had brought them over like he had with the past 2 meetings. These are the ones Zach made, Umberto said. He wants traditional Thanksgiving flavors on the menu all week. I saw turkey melts on the specials, Lois said. I need to hire a work-study student to pick up lunches. Lois took a bite of her scone as Andrea and Bart walked in and quietly sat down. The meeting quickly covered the list of items on the agenda before we got to new business. I want to raise an objection to all these crafting classes on the calendar. We need more diverse offerings, Bart said. You could have consultants from multi-level marketing companies come in and teach whatever they sell, Andrea said. Lois, Amelia, and Lisa stared at Andrea, their faces flat with disdain. No, Lisa said. We will not support that business model and allow those consultants an opportunity to share their opportunities for recruiting people who can't afford to fail at business. How does that differ from what Carrie is doing by offering crafting classes? Andrea asked, her shoulders tightening. Lisa looked at me before answering. Unlike a multi-level marketing company, Carrie does not make money off our classes, nor is she trying to get people to accept an opportunity. Her employees teach them, some happen at her shop, and you're using Woodhouse yarns, Bart said. Lisa took a deep breath, and I knew she wouldn't let Bart win. Her teachers already know what they're teaching, but they are paid by us. The classes happen at her shop because we need the space. We're using Woodhouse yarns because we get a large discount. I think it's very confusing to people when Carrie advertises these classes like those offered by the Stash, Andrea said and pulled out our winter class brochure. I raised an eyebrow. We didn't advertise the classes we did for the community center, but we did offer some of the same classes for people at different times. I didn't say anything as Lisa pulled up the community center calendar on her tablet and explained it to Andrea herself. Our classes are blocked for our students, Lisa said, slowing her words to make sure Andrea understood. It may seem like anyone can register, but I assure you they can't. There is an excellent chance we will eventually have private classroom space, I said, tipping my hand just a little. That will allow us to make sure classes aren't interrupted. That's quite a ways away. Lisa and Bart gave me curious looks, but Bart's seemed more hostile. I have some other program ideas, Umberto said in a near whisper. I turned my attention to the baker, interested to learn more. He blushed as the others did the same. We're very focused on children and teenagers, but what about adults? We are a community that encourages small businesses but doesn't do a good job of preparing owners or supporting them, he said, his voice still low. I looked at Bart, sure he would have something to say about this. The Chamber of Commerce was supposed to prepare and support, but he didn't respond. He looked down at his laptop and started rapidly typing, his face bright red and his lips pursed. I felt my face get red. I would support this project, but Bart should run these through the Chamber of Commerce. That's a fair point, Lisa said, nodding and smiling at Umberto. I looked back and forth at the pair and realized she already knew where this conversation was going. What if we offer programs to help people start their own businesses? Umberto continued, meeting Lisa's eyes. In what way? Andrea said, a snarl on her lips. Umberto took a deep breath. Traditional options for money are often closed to people from lower-income backgrounds or minorities who don't have a proven return on investment. I know there are other options, so how do we teach others to find them? A smile spread across my face. This was a good audience to attract and a program Lisa could get funding to support. Even I could benefit from classes like this, especially if I want to support a diverse community and make my own business more inclusive. Umberto passed around a single-sheet proposal that outlined the basics of what could be done and possible people to include. He was farther along than I realized, already having some contacts that I didn't expect. I would love to get our Multicultural Affairs Office involved with this, Lois Fairfax said. I think many of our students would benefit from this. They'd be happy to help you support our diverse community better. I focused on the proposal. Even if he had help from Lisa or Zach, this was an amazing level of work. What had I been ignoring about Umberto? Clearly, there was more to him than a baker. Even though I knew deep down that he wouldn't, I had expected Bart to bring these ideas and support to this group. Looking at him now, his anger causing him to shut down, I understood that I had relied on my privileged position. Neither Bart nor I could understand the needs of lower-income or minority small business owners. When we voted to have Umberto put together a deeper proposal, as we had with my crafting classes, I didn't hesitate to agree. As we left a few minutes later, I noticed that Bart and Andrea stayed behind. We hadn't even discussed Andrea being added to the board. I lingered outside, hoping to overhear the conversation. Nothing made it outside the walls of Lisa's office, but Andrea and Bart both looked angry when they walked out 10 minutes later. Bart has resigned from the board, Lisa said when she followed them out about a minute later. I was surprised at the relief I felt and noticed she didn't seem angry about it. I'm so sorry that I suggested you add him to the board, I said. She smiled. You meant well, but I'm glad I also stuck to my guns about Umberto. I completely agreed that I had been wrong about him as well. Do you have another person to add to the board? I asked, curious about who would take Bart's place. Lisa nodded. Cam from the Economic Redevelopment Office has a lot of ideas that line up with the programs Umberto is suggesting. I suspect she's going to need some allies. I smiled and tilted my head to the side as I thought about this woman. I may not be interested in a war with Bart and Andrea, but if Cam wanted to enter the fray, I could certainly give her some ammunition and support. As I walked home, I decided to make one more stop. I entered Meriton Candies and found Elliot at the register. She doesn't want to speak to you, he said without greeting me. I put my hands up. I come in peace, I said. What does that mean? I heard Mrs. Bennet say through the door. I looked over and saw her face through the window in the door. I took a deep breath. I want to apologize for pushing when nobody asked for my help. I hope you can forgive me. Mrs. Bennet walked through the door. Did James send you here, or was it your father? I shook my head. Nobody told me to come. I realized I had been behaving like I knew everything about your business, and I was trying to use you to my own benefit. Mrs. Bennet silently assessed me, her face flat. Well, she eventually said. I forgive you, but I still don't want you to help with our marketing. I smiled. Thank you, I said, wanting to remind her that I was always available, but I decided against it. Elliot watched as his mother made her way back into the kitchen, and I turned to leave. She may not want your help, but she heard some of what you were saying, Elliot said before I opened the door. I turned back to him. I hope she's able to figure it out then. I resumed my walk back to the stash. Even if the Bennets didn't let me help them, knowing they would do something was a small victory. I couldn't help but hope that Mrs. Bennet would become irritated with Andrea as she was with me. I suspected it wouldn't take long, but maybe they would work well together. I ruffled at the idea, but it could be good for the candy store. Cast off. This is how you finish the project. You secure each stitch, but loop it over the next one. You pass the remaining yarn through the last stitch in a knot. Chapter 17. Miss Carrie, can I have the purple yarn? One of the little boys asked as I handed out yarn to the kids taking the holiday class. I handed the boy the skein of lavender yarn. We had scheduled this class over Thanksgiving weekend when parents would be out shopping. My hope was that this would give the parents some time to breathe or get away from their children. Now that Teresa was managing the store and overseeing online sales, I was able to help with classes. Today I was acting as Dorothy's assistant. I was still anxious after a tense Thanksgiving. The 8 of us had been together for the holiday, but the comfort had dissipated since Zach and I were on a break. I hadn't realized how easy and natural our relationship had been. I had helped James and my father, who handled all the cooking and quietly thought about what I did and didn't want in my relationship with Zach. Maybe I had been too rigid about not changing anything. I'm going to make my mom a scarf and hat set, he said as he dug his fingers into the center of the skein the way Dorothy was showing them. I bet she'll love it, I said before moving on to the next kid, not that I had any idea who his mother was. Are we ready? Dorothy asked when everyone had their yarn. Yes, Miss Dorothy, the group of 10 children chorused in response. I smiled at the group before going back to the register, where Teresa helped a customer pay for a crochet-along project kit. I needed to grab the canvas shopping bags so the kids in the class could carry their supplies home. I'm shocked the knitting class is so popular and diverse, Teresa said after the customer walked away. I dropped the price and used the cheapest yarns that Woodhouse Yarns makes, I said with a smile. Teresa raised an eyebrow. That was what you all kept reminding me, wasn't it? I said. Teresa nodded. Cindy suggested this change when we planned the crochet-along. We're also suggesting and picking differently priced yarns for people and giving away the list of supplies so people can go to any store with yarn, I said. That made Teresa brighten. Cindy has so many great ideas. I should see if she wants to stay on after the holidays are over. I smiled and found where Cindy was working. She was restocking yarn after the big Black Friday sale. Rashad had done a big social media blitz to get ready for sales. We had sold so much both in person and online that some of our shelves were nearly empty. I knew Lori was back boxing up the online orders. Now I looked down at what Teresa was working on. She had large white shipping labels and wrote "sold" with a black marker. I'm going to put these on the display items sold yesterday. This way, people will see that these items are for sale and that they're hot, she said when looking down. That's a good idea, I said, sounding as surprised as possible. I looked around at the items on display. It was primarily the ornaments on the trees and some of the items I had knit as samples. Teresa, I said. If you want to sell the items you've put on display, you can, and you can keep the profit. She shook her head. I appreciate that, but I was paid and given free yarn to make them, and they belong to the store. I smiled as I took the tote bags back to the class. Thank you all for an amazing weekend and season, I said to my team a few days later. I had handed out the bags with their holiday gifts. I had found a place to do fun tie-dyed shirts, and Teresa was the most excited about hers. Are we going to have store shirts we can wear on shift? She asked. We did that for years when your mother was running the store. They were always different styles, and she would give you 3 for free when you were hired so that you could pick the ones you liked. I think I have all my old ones. Every year we got a new one. Lori giggled as Teresa spoke, remembering those shirts as clearly as Teresa had. Some had been silly memes by today's standards. Even I had a selection of old shirts. If we want to, we can start doing that again. I found the old shirts in the basement storage, I said. You can take the ones you want and as many as you want. Jenna's eyes got wide. Wait, are these, like, collector items for Woodhouse yarns in the store? I shrugged and grinned. Carrie, she said, her hand up to stop me. You can, like, sell these too. So many fiber people would buy these as vintage items and souvenirs. I laughed, loving that I had someone in the store who thought like I did, even if she was only helping for the holidays. Why were you in the basement? Lori asked, leading us to the real reason for this meeting. It's a good thing you asked, I said with a big smile. It's time to share the details of the store's future. I worked with the store's contractor about how I wanted to use the space. I had tried to include Zach in these meetings, hoping to repair our relationship, but he had resisted, throwing my own words back at me. If this was my store, I didn't need his help to make decisions. This is not set in stone yet, but there will be a bunch of construction here over the next year, I said. Will it impact the store? Teresa asked, the panic already rising in her body. I shook my head. This will be above us for now. The apartments will be renovated, I said and pulled out the blueprints that made little sense to anyone. First, they will renovate the 3rd floor, and I will be moving up there when it's done. I watched as each of them looked over the top blueprint. Where are you going to live while they do this? Lori asked. I smiled. I'm not sure yet, but I might temporarily move into another of the apartments or something else. I had hoped to move in with Zach for that time, but it might be off the table since he wouldn't speak to me. Will you rent out the other 2 apartments? Erica asked. The 2nd floor will be turned into a shared office space for crafters. Warm Up New England is going to rent space there. I said as I flipped to the next blueprint and showed them the layout. There will be studios to make videos, set up photo shoots, dye yarn, and do any other business work renters need. Wow, Jenna said. I bet that will be nice for small crafting businesses. I knew that was the kind of business Jenna wanted and the space she could work in if she stayed local after graduation. Erica looked at me, already interested in talking more. I nodded to let her know that we could talk about her needs privately. She was someone I had envisioned in the space as the contractor, and I had made space decisions. The idea is that it will be a transition space as a business grows out of someone's home and into something of their own. We will be working with Amelia and the foundation to plan the use of that space. It is a good resource for those they fund. I let everyone look over these blueprints, pointing things out to each other. Rashad will be helping with this? Dorothy asked. I kept nodding. He's helping with the studios we're building, and I suspect he will work out of this space for a while too. It's the basement that will eventually impact the store, I said and flipped to the third page of blueprints. We'll be creating workshop and classroom spaces. Teresa and I will hire someone to coordinate the space and plan classes. We'll work with the community center to offer business workshops for local small businesses. Cindy looked up at me. Isn't that what the Chamber of Commerce does? Is Bart part of this? She asked. I shook my head. He has refused to do this type of work. He's more focused on the mayor's plan to bring in new businesses to fit the art community idea. Everyone sat there, taking in this change, so I didn't want to share more. He had been quiet since the community center board meeting. I didn't know if he was done with his war or if he was gearing up for something worse. Is Zach going to help with these projects? Lori asked, her voice low. I shrugged and let my smile fade. I don't know yet. He's very angry with me, and I'm trying to fix it. Who's going to use the space? Jenna asked. I smiled, glad to not have to get more in-depth about Zach. There will be a closed classroom down there where we will host classes. The community center will also use it for crafting classes or when they need the space. Bigger events can happen downstairs, especially if the store is still open. Teresa and Dorothy both perked up. I knew they would be happy about that change. It looks like you'll have a kitchen too, Erica said and pointed to the spot on the blueprint. I leaned in and looked. That will be both kitchen and crafting space for projects that require a kitchen. You'll like that if you want to teach a class about how to dye yarn. Erica wiggled in her seat, excited to have a space where she could host classes. Warm Up New England will be using the space for their knitting events, I continued. You'll see more of their team in the next few months. How about you? Lori asked. Will we see less of you while you do more consulting and start working for the yarn company? I shook my head. No more consulting, I said with a sigh. I need to focus on building our community directly. I can do more for other local businesses from the stash. We have the resources they need. I didn't share more, not ready to talk about what was happening at the company level. I was going to have lunch over at the foundation offices with James and Carson. My brother was ready to decide his future with Woodhouse Yarns and wanted my input. I was excited to have a chance to talk to him about it. Carrie? A voice asked from the other side of my office door. I half hoped it was Zach, but I had asked Umberto to come by and talk to me about his idea for the community center business classes. I had been turning the idea over in my head for a few days and loved it the more I thought about it. My instinct was to take over the project, but I tried to be better. My goal was to see what Umberto thought the stash could do, not what I personally could do. Umberto came in, holding a sandwich on a plate. I thought you might want a snack, he said and put the plate down next to me. On it was a piece of apple crumble, something that had been a nightly family recipe for generations. It was one of my favorite pre-lunch snacks. I can't lie, Umberto said before I could thank him. It's from Zach. He told me to bring you a snack since you've been avoiding the cafe. Then thank him for me, I said. And thank you for playing go-between. He gave me a moment to take a bite of the warm snack. I closed my eyes and enjoyed some of my favorite flavors, apple, cinnamon, and butter. What can I help you with? Umberto asked. I smiled as I swallowed. Actually, I said. I want to know what the stash can do to help you? Umberto looked confused. You have a plan to help local businesses. What can this store do to help you with this plan? I asked, clarifying what I meant. Umberto slowly nodded. I'm not sure yet. I haven't planned that much. I suspected this much. Will you let me know when you have some ideas? We're happy to help. Umberto sat for a moment before putting his hands on his knees and getting up. Aren't you worried about Bart's retaliation? He asked before walking out. I shook my head. He'll try something, but I have to do what I do best. Going to war with him doesn't benefit me, and helping my community does. Umberto's shoulders relaxed. I hadn't realized he was anxious about that. Good, I like that plan better anyway, he said as he left to go back to the kitchen. I hadn't been able to get Zach to talk with me, even about business changes. I had made all these renovation decisions without him. Every time I had offered to involve him, he would snap back that he was only my employee and had no say. No matter how much I tried to argue with him about it, he would shut me down and walk away. Now I walked the mile to the Woodhouse Foundation offices from the stash. Carson had invited me to have lunch with him after Thanksgiving when he saw how much I was trying with Zach. I wasn't sure Zach knew I would be there, so I hadn't tried to walk over with him. Zach was already in the offices when I arrived. Zach had been making Thanksgiving sandwiches as the special for the week and brought them with him. The three men were sitting at the conference room table, and the twins were in a small, unused office they had set up as a play and nap area. I peeked in and saw they were both sound asleep. Zach glared at me when I sat down at the table, having brought my own lunch. I've decided about my future at Woodhouse Yarns, Carson said as we ate. We all sat there and waited for his announcement. My brother took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. I've talked to Mom and Dad about this too. We will make me the executive responsible for creative output or something along those lines. I looked at James, who was smiling and nodding. Zach and I were probably the last to know about this decision. What does that mean? I asked, not sure what creative output meant. I'll be overseeing different aspects. Mom and Dad's old jobs will become positions I oversee. So it means sourcing new farms for fiber and dealing with sales and distribution? I asked. Carson nodded. And determining new colors, new fiber blends, developing kits, finding pattern designers to work with, getting samples made, creating the catalog, and other creative things. My brother's smile grew as he explained everything he'd be overseeing. That's a lot of work, Zach said. Carson chuckled. Other people will be doing the day-to-day activities, he said with a smirk. Like Elsa is taking on Dad's sourcing job since she knows that so well. And we're hiring Cindy to do Mom's job of international distribution and sales. What? I said, surprised by this turn of events. I looked at Zach, who was clearly just as surprised. Did they not tell you yet? James said, looking back and forth between Zach and me. We both shook our heads. Carson grimaced. Yikes, he said. Well, surprise. Mom talked to her about it after the Fiber Festival, and she's a perfect fit. Cindy told me she was looking for something in healthcare, I said, thinking back to my few conversations about it. I had suggested something like Woodhouse Yarns to her, and she dismissed me. I sounded more irritated than I was, so I took a deep breath. Sorry, I said. I'm surprised, especially since she's had Andrea running in circles trying to find her a job. Zach laughed. No wonder she didn't want the job offer from Andrea's connection. I thought back to the two women's argument after the Fiber Festival. I smiled at the memory of Teresa kicking Andrea out. Cindy's reluctance to take that job had been surprising, but I had been focused on how nice it had felt to kick Andrea out. I didn't think Zach had made the right connection. Something else was going on. I shook my head, not wanting to speculate just yet. I was excited that Cindy would be working for the yarn company. That would give Teresa plenty to talk about, but it would mean someone I liked would be working with the company. Zach tried to leave the foundation offices before me, but I was ready. I hadn't wanted to take the focus off Carson while we were having lunch, but I had a good 10 minutes to walk back to the stash, and I was going to make sure Zach talked to me. What exactly are you so angry about? I asked him. And don't tell me it was about how I treated Teresa or treat you like an employee. I apologized to Teresa when I saw her again, and she brushed it off like it had been nothing. Plus, I'm trying to do better about letting you be my partner, but you keep shutting me down. Zach had avoided eye contact, trying to ignore me as we walked. You get in your head and forget about the people around you. You ignore problems, preferring to be busy with endless projects that keep you the center of attention. I walked in silence for a moment. That's not new, Zach, I finally said. I've been like that since I was born. What's different now? You're ignoring me. You keep adding projects, and I get less time with you. You're excluding me, and you've never done that, he said, his voice getting higher. He stopped walking and turned to me. I wanted to insist that he was wrong, and I always gave him my attention, but I couldn't negate his feelings. I knew that if I opened my journal, I would see him at the bottom of every to-do list. Making time and space for him had never been a priority. I missed him now that he was avoiding me, but would I have sensed how important he was to my life if things had continued as they had been? On top of that, he said, not waiting for my response. You behave like I'm your employee, cook, and fuckboy. He said that last part in a whisper. I waited for him to finish because I knew he would finally give me what I deserved. I should be your partner in every way, but I put up with it because I love you. You make decisions about everything without me, but I won't let you do it for my cafe. I could see his face getting redder. I was torn between my desire to defend myself and reacting to his proclamation of love. This wasn't an argument. He needed me to hear what he felt about our situation. Even he seemed taken aback by what he had said. He took a deep breath, and I could see the tears filling his eyes as he exhaled before continuing. I love you, but I can't do this with you, he said in a low voice, the first tear sliding down his face before walking away. It was one thing to blurt out a love confession, but now he had doubled down. It was important, and I was irritated that he did it this way. I jogged to catch up with him. You don't get to tell me you love me and then run away, I said, matching his pace. What are you actually willing to change, he asked. I've loved you for years, but you've been clear that you want what we have, whether I want the same thing. Now you're adding a massive construction project on top of all your other commitments. Where do I fit into this? Why haven't you said anything? I asked, wanting to make him stop walking to discuss this, but the sidewalk was busy with other people. You know I'm not that man. Maybe if I loved you less, I could talk about it more, he said, waving a hand. I thought of all the ways he showed me he loved me. Most were with food, but Zach was a chef. The menu at the cafe was built around my favorite foods. He came to my home and cooked meals in my crummy kitchen. He built the cafe in my store, even though it probably would have been less expensive to rent a place that already had a kitchen. He supported my crazy ideas and friends, and his family was my family. There was no version of my life without Zach Knightley in it as my partner. Why had I always considered him a friend with benefits? It was simply because he was a constant in my life, and I knew he would always be there. As we walked, I knew what I felt for him was love. Our relationship might look different than those around us, but at its heart, we were a couple in love. I love you too, I said as he started to walk away again, making sure I was loud enough so that he heard me. That made him pause, and I walked over to him. What do you want our relationship to be like? I asked, taking his wrist and pulling him back to me, ready to hear him. What change do you want that I haven't offered? If you're really remodeling your apartment, I want us to live together. I want it to be our apartment, he said, crossing his arms and slowing his pace. I nodded. Do you want to plan the kitchen update? You can make it the kitchen of your dreams. Zach stopped walking. You'd let me do that? I pulled him out of the flow of foot traffic and into me as I wrapped my arms around him. Why not? I don't want to leave the building or the stash. Let's make the new apartment the home we both want. I wanted to cover his face with kisses and wipe away his tears. I hadn't realized how much he left unsaid, and I loved him more at this moment than I had ever before. I felt him wrap his arms around me and hold me in a long hug before kissing the top of my head. "Do we need to consider having kids in this dream apartment?" Zach asked as we continued to stand there, holding each other. It wasn't a secret that he was just as disinterested in kids as I was. Babysitting and playing with the twins was one thing, but I had zero interest in children. "The stash is our baby," I said. "Help me make it what our community needs. You are my partner in every way you can be." I took his hands in mine, and Zach gave me a deep kiss. Nothing was back to normal because we were about to figure out our new normal. Weaving in the ends. Depending on the size of your object, you will have at least 2 ends of the project with yarn dangling from it. You will use a needle to weave them through the back of the project. Not only will this hide those yarn changes, but it will secure the project at those spots. Chapter 18. Something felt weird when I got to the stash a few days later. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had been in such a good mood now that Zach and I had been back together for a week. We had spent time with the contractor, planning our new apartment and making adjustments that would support the cafe during the construction. The work would begin with the 3rd-floor apartment so that we could live up there while the other spaces were remodeled. We would live at Zach's apartment until it was done. I was pleased with how quickly we could work. A few years ago, when we had built the cafe space, the plumbing and wiring were updated throughout the building. It had been a considerable expense at the time, but now we didn't need to worry about that as we updated the rest of the building. "Carrie." I heard Teresa calling as she walked into the building from the front door. The wailing in her voice made me rush to the front of the store from my office. Teresa was there with piles of soaking wet yarn in her arms. The red, green, blue, and white colors were mixed with brown, and it took me a moment to realize they were our strips of yarn from the poles. Someone had torn them apart, the yarn unraveled and hanging in chunks. "What happened?" I said. Teresa shook her head, tears in her eyes. "I don't know. I found them by the front door," she said and pointed to the open door where the rest of the yarn was in a pile. I sniffed the pile, for a moment afraid it wasn't mud that made the yarn so dirty. The only thing I could smell was damp wool and earth, which was a slight relief. Now I understood what had felt off. I could see one of the light poles from my apartment, but I entered the cafe's door. Seeing that pole every day for a year had been a reminder of the team's work. Now that my apartment was filled with boxes and suitcases, I hadn't registered the missing yarn this morning. Now I walked out the front door and looked up and down Main Street, where we had been yarn bombing all year. Every light pole had been stripped of the yarn that had covered it. I ran back to my office and got one of the empty tubs in which we stored the strips and blankets. We were going to take them down ourselves in a few days anyway. I sent Teresa to clean up in our bathroom, ensuring she had clean clothes to wear. Zach and Umberto came to help me, as did a few people working in the cafe. The pile of yarn was heavy and dripping muddy water, making a mess on the front step. Who would do this? Umberto asked as we mopped up the entrance. I shook my head, tears in my eyes. We had worked so hard to make this yarn bombing happen. Hours of people's time and energy had gone into making the strips. We had gotten up early every month for a year, come to monthly evenings to work together, and we still had one more long night to finish the blankets. I was heartbroken that anyone would be so cruel. I kept the tub outside, behind the store, unsure what to do with it yet, but I was positive that I didn't want it inside. People commented on how different downtown looked without the yarn on the poles throughout the day. Could it have been Bart and Andrea? Carson asked when he came by for lunch. I shrugged. We tried to keep the twins at the table as we ate with James and Zach in the cafe. To what end? James asked. Isn't he trying to convince you to do it again next year? I shook my head. He's given up on that. Now Andrea's going to the other downtown businesses and offering to be a financial consultant, and Bart was removed from the community center board of directors, I said, tapping the fork I held. Umberto is working on a project for the community center that basically does the job Bart's supposed to be doing from the Chamber of Commerce. I guess Bart's the type of guy to retaliate, James said with a sigh. It took me a moment, but I understood. Bart was still at war with me even if I wasn't taking the bait. I can't imagine him cutting down the strips in the middle of the night or early this morning, I said, shaking my head. What if he paid someone else to do it or suggested it to someone who could be manipulated into doing it independently? Carson asked. Even if this isn't him, how else could he get back at you when it comes to the charity event? James said and suddenly sat up. You need to put out a statement about this. He was right. I saw Zach pull out his phone. It took me a moment to realize he was making a note to himself to help me with that. We needed to put something together so that people were reminded that this wasn't only about me. What's the plan for the blankets once they're done? Carson asked, watching Zach type. My brother understood what Zach was doing as well as I did. We take them over to City Hall, where they will be on display until the night of the fundraiser, I said with a shrug and ticking off each step on my fingers. Then we take them over to the university's conference center so people can see them at the party. Why are you showing them at City Hall? James asked. I thought back to when that decision had been made. Lawrence offered to allow it since we were doing all the work for the city. Aren't Bart and the mayor on the same side about this arts community plan? Zach asked, looking up from his phone. My eyes got wide. I need to make sure we can still have the space, I said and got up. I grabbed my things from my office before going to City Hall, looking for someone to help me. I'd tried multiple offices, but they were either locked or empty. I finally went to Lawrence's office and found his office manager alone. She was young and pretty, with dark curly hair pulled back in a messy bun. I tried to remember her name, but nothing on her desk identified her, and I couldn't recall meeting her before. I hate to be the messenger, she said as soon as she saw me. I shut my eyes and took a breath, irritated at how prepared she was for me to show up. Is Lawrence officially saying no, or is he hoping I get the hint? He's angry that you've refused to play ball with the city's plans, she said with a sigh. Not that I like Andrea, but Lawrence said he was doing you a favor because you were on board with this becoming an artist community. Both Andrea and Bart have convinced him you want something different. I felt my face get hot, and my heart began to race. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This woman didn't deserve my anger. Was someone going to tell me before I got to City Hall in a few days? I asked, knowing the answer. I called Lois Fairfax as soon as I left the mayor's office. She had to check with the conference center, but she called back before I arrived back at the stash. She probably had information I didn't, given her time working with the city. She had moved too quickly to not have anticipated this and seen a way to use it to her benefit. Right now, I was happy to give her a win if it didn't ruin Amelia's fundraiser. The conference center would be more than happy to let you display the blankets, she said, her chipper response helping me relax. They think they'll look wonderful next to the holiday decorations, making it easier for them to set them up for the fundraiser. My next call was to Amelia to tell her about the change. Carrie, I know about retaliation from entitled men, Amelia said when I told her what happened. I expected this after the last community center meeting. What do you plan to do with the blankets now that you won't have those final strips? I let out a sigh. I had been thinking about this all morning. We can't salvage the strips, but this will save us time. People can focus on adding their personalized strips and finishing the blankets, I said. Now I'm glad we decided to add one more strip of our own, she said. There'll be huge blankets even without the December strips. I looked up to see Rashad at the door. His dark skin flushed with anger, and his hands curled into fists. I smiled and extended my hands to show him that I had calmed down. His shoulders relaxed a little, and he sat down at his desk. It's going to be fine, I said when I got off the phone with Amelia. We have a plan. Bart did this. I know he did, Rashad said. I was confused. What do you mean? I was over at Meriton Candy's to hang out with Johnny and Elliot last night, and Bart talked to the twins, Rashad said. What did he say? I asked, thinking about Kurt and Lincoln, the youngest Bennett boys. They were high-energy teenagers who were at the perfect age for pranks. Over the summer, they had run through a farmer's market throwing water balloons at people. Most of the time, it was directed at their family. I don't know which twin is which, but Bart told them how dumb the light poles were. It escalated before they noticed me listening, Rashad said. I sighed. There's no proof, I said, shaking my head. But I appreciate you telling me. There were no traffic cameras or any other recording system downtown. I was frustrated that I couldn't prove anything, even their innocence. It would look worse if I accused the boys without proof, especially if Bart had put the idea in their heads. If they were innocent, spreading the rumor of their involvement could create trouble they didn't deserve. I will put the changes up on social media and coordinate with the conference center, Rashad said, setting his stuff up at his desk. Zach and I are finishing up a joint statement that you can put up too, I said and watched the document on my screen change with some last-minute edits Zach was making in his office. I looked at what Rashad was working on. I had helped him turn this experience into a final project for his class and was impressed with the final marketing plans he had put together. He had been such a success that I offered Rashad a job for the rest of the school year. I had suggested he work with Umberto to develop the program for the community center. I knew the two of them could do more for LACUC than if I had taken it over. Plus, this would allow me to help Rashad set up his own business. I was excited about what he would do for the town and glad to be his mentor instead of trying to do it myself. The light poles look naked, not covered in yarn anymore, Teresa said as she helped me carry the tubs full of blankets to the table. We had over 12 hours to sew the last blocks of yarn onto the blankets and an army of knitters helping us. Some blankets would need finishing details like tassels or decorative borders. Now that the December strips were eliminated, people seemed less anxious, but the chatter around the room was about who could have done it. I didn't share what Rashad had heard, not wanting to make accusations I couldn't prove. Most people thought Bart and Andrea had something to do with it. I was surprised to see Andrea storm into the store, her face bright red with anger. She made a beeline to where Cindy was sitting. You took a job with Woodhouse Yarns? Andrea yelled at Cindy, calmly sewing a strip of colorful yarn to the blanket she had selected to finish. The Woodhouse Yarn Company restructuring had been announced today, while I had been in the middle of crisis management. I hadn't been expected to attend since I wasn't taking a job with the company. It was a relief not to have that obligation and focus on the store I loved. We could now talk about the exciting changes and possible collaborations with the announcement. The table was full between the blankets and people sewing pieces together when Andrea stormed into the store. Sitting next to Cindy, Elsa was red-faced and angry as she jumped to her feet. I was pleased to see how well Cindy and Elsa were getting along, but I was surprised at Elsa's strong reaction to Andrea. "You need to leave this store now," Zach said, coming out from the kitchen. "This is the second time you've been asked to leave, and now you're no longer welcome here." Teresa and I sat next to each other, taking in the scene. I wasn't sure how to react. So many things were happening at once. "Your business isn't going to survive long if you kick people out," Andrea said, trying to stare Zach down. Zach kept his distance but didn't back down. "You have no right to attack our employees or guests." Elsa shifted, ready to interject, but Cindy put her hand on Elsa's hand as she stood up next to her. "I never asked for your help finding a job. I knew what I was looking for. And working for Woodhouse Yarn gives me exactly what I want. Now I can be with the woman I love instead of being unsure about our future." I watched as Elsa wove her fingers through Cindy's and squeezed. I blinked, my mouth wide open and unable to react. I turned to Teresa to see her mouth in a wide, delighted smile. As shocked as she was about the news, she was clearly overjoyed that her favorite niece had her dream job and was in love. I turned back to the drama happening before me. Everyone was quiet as Andrea and Zach stared each other down. It was Andrea who backed down first. "This isn't over," she said. "Bart and I will make our plans happen for Lakuk. Your spa plans will never happen." As soon as she had left the store, the room exploded with noise, everyone talking at once. "Did you know she and Elsa were together?" I asked Teresa. The older woman shook her head, but her grin got bigger. "What an exciting day," she said and went to congratulate her niece. I quietly got up and went back to the kitchen. Umberto and I had planned a small cake to celebrate the new jobs, but I wanted to make sure we celebrated more than that. "Are you okay with Cindy taking your mother's job?" Zach asked, following me. "Yes," I said as I pulled the cake out of the fridge. "I think they'll make a good team, though. I wonder how they will manage all the traveling. I always thought Cindy hated traveling." Umberto stood there with a small pipping back of frosting to write on the cake. Zach was quiet for a moment. "Maybe they will figure out how to do it together." I shrugged, still marveling that I had missed so much of what was going on between them. "I bet it was Elsa who gave Cindy that watch," I said, thinking back to the expensive graduation gift. Zach chuckled. "That's probably true. For a while, I was afraid that you were going to leave me for Elsa." I giggled. "I couldn't be with someone who travels as much as she does. I want a homebody who will only travel with me." When I pulled up to the conference center the following day, I found 3 people waiting for me. We unpacked the car and entered the lobby. The conference center was a hotel the university had purchased this past year. The top few floors served as a dorm while the university updated some of the old buildings, like the one named for my family. The other floors were traditional hotel rooms typically reserved for people attending events at the conference center. As I walked in, I saw the list of the daily events and was shocked that at least 5 events were happening that day, including the university's annual holiday event. There were already people walking around, looking for their events. "What's going on here?" some curious woman asked as we opened each clear crate. I felt pride in the work done by the charity knitters as I handed her a brochure about the Woodhouse Family Foundation and told her about the charity event. She looked impressed as she walked away, nodding her head and reading over the brochure. They set up long tables against the walls so we could drape the blankets over them. I put the rest on a table by the entrance and went back to unpacking. "This is so much nicer than we would have been able to do at town hall," I said to one of the men helping me. "How would they have displayed them?" he asked. "We would have hung them from a line strung across a wall." The man laughed. "My wife would kill me if we did that. She's a knitter, and I know that would stretch the blankets and ruin them." I had argued the point myself over a year ago when the plan had been made. Bart had felt hanging would show off the blankets. Now, we folded the blankets in half so they wouldn't touch the ground but so people could see the entire pattern. We wove our way through the lobby, and I put up signs about who had been the one to finish each blanket and why that detail had been selected. "Carrie, I'm glad I could come by," a voice said behind me. I turned to see Lois Fairfax walking toward me. "I didn't expect to see you," I said, kissing her cheeks. "I'm here to check in for tonight's campus holiday party. I hope some of our staff members bid on a blanket, and I have my eye on the one with the Lacquer State green on the border." "I think that's the one Amelia finished," I said. "Smart girl. I suspect she'll want it on display in my office." I laughed, remembering when Amelia had told me that exact plan. "I appreciate the last-minute help with this display." President Fairfax shook her head. "Lawrence and Bart might be progressive and ambitious, but they can be petty children when they don't get what they want. I'm trying to celebrate not only our local businesses but our women-owned businesses. You are a leader in our community and one I'd love to have a better relationship with." I smiled. "It's not only my team and me. Zach is my partner." President Fairfax smiled but didn't say anything. I knew it suited her narrative to think of me in the lead, but I needed to make sure that Zach's equal role was one I made clear. "I don't think I've ever had such nice food from any campus catering before," Lisa whispered to me as she swallowed a spoonful of mashed potatoes. "We spend enough money to get them at their best," Amelia said with a laugh. We were enjoying the appetizer part of the benefit dinner. As people arrived, there were several options, including a mashed potato bar. People could fill martini glasses with mashed potatoes and then add all their toppings. It had been something Amelia had at some other event and decided we needed this year. Now that I had tasted mine, I completely agreed. This was always the best part of the event. I heard the people who came to the campus holiday party were amazed at the blankets, Amelia said before swallowing a spoonful of potatoes. "We had a surge of last-minute ticket sales, and I'm glad it happened before I gave the final number to our event manager here." I was thrilled our momentary bad luck with Bart had turned into something so positive. I had gifted tickets to members of the Lacquer State Knitting Club. I saw a few of them come in, and Amelia waved at her friend Jenna before leaving us. I was surprised by the two people I saw come in after them. "Is that Betty and Dolores?" Lisa asked. As soon as the two of them saw me, they made a beeline in my direction. "We heard that Lawrence kicked you out of town hall," Betty said. "We wanted to see how you recovered from that," Dolores added with a sneer. I didn't feel they owed me an explanation. "I'm glad you came," I said with a smile. "Have fun." They stood there as if waiting for me to say more. When it was clear I was done, they turned and went to the food. As they walked away, the rest of my family came over to stand with me. "President Fairfax, how nice to see you again," my father said when the university's president arrived. "I've had my eye on a blanket since Carrie brought them over," she said. "I hope you'll be at our walkthrough of the new Woodhouse Hall after the new year." My father nodded. James and I are looking forward to it. We enjoyed dinner at the family table. As we ate, I looked around at the printed pictures around the room. Rashad and Amelia had printed some from our yarn bombing event so that people could see the work we had done. I wished I had taken pictures earlier, but we could include a few of the framed photos in the auction. Zach pointed a few out to me, and I could see people get up and look closer at some of them. James and Amelia got up at the front of the room as we wrapped up dinner, ready to start the auction. They started with baskets of items from local businesses. Early on the first morning of each month, the knitters from the Stash Yarn Shop and Cafe would get up to quietly yarn bomb the light poles of our town, Amelia said first. We decided to work with the town of Lackack and Bart Elton, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, to celebrate our city's primary industry. The Woodhouse Family Foundation donated the yarn and helped encourage our knitters through the year as they knit each block of color, a new one each month, and sewed them together to make the blankets we're auctioning off tonight. Amelia turned to James, who continued their speech. Each knitter has personalized the blankets in ways that represent them or our community. We decided to give our normal donors a break this year and focus on giving our residents a chance to have a piece of our hometown. As each blanket is shown, we'll share something from the knitter about how they personalized it and why. The first blanket was brought out by Amelia, unfolded, and everyone was allowed to see it before she folded it in half and draped it over her arm. James then read the card and led the auction. All the blankets finished above $300. President Fairfax bid $500 to win the Lackack State-inspired one. Many campus administrators kept increasing the bid, turning it into the most expensive blanket at the event. Ultimately, Lois Fairfax lost the auction to another university administrator. My parents lost my blanket to Zach, and Umberto won the blanket Lisa had finished. We have 3 more items we were given for the auction, Amelia said once all the blankets had been showcased. This year, Carson Woodhouse Knightley won first place at the Northeast Fiber Festival with a landscape made entirely from wool, felted to resemble an impressionist painting. The room clapped, and I turned to my brother, a flash of anxiety hitting me. We were displaying this piece in the store for a few weeks. Had I not been told about a plan change? Was Carson going to allow someone else to claim art he had made for James? Would James allow that piece to be given away? Don't get excited just yet, James said, leaning into the microphone. That piece will be on display at the Stash Yarn Shop and Cafe in downtown Lackack next year, among other pieces he has given for exhibit and sale. Amelia smiled and put her hand on James's arm. I relaxed too, exhaling a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. Carson has donated 3 other felted pieces he has done. All 3 resemble something related to our town and Lackack State, Amelia said as James uncovered a portrait stand and brought it forward. On it was a felted version of downtown Lackack. I suspected that someone had intended for Bart to buy this one at the event, but his absence made that impossible. That didn't stop people from bidding, and this time Nicole won. Everyone clapped as she did a little dance in her chair. Looking as close as I could from my seat, I realized that the bookstore was a focal point of the art. I was excited that it would be displayed in her store. The second one was of the common green at Lackack State. This area was an ample green space filled with trees. It was frequently featured in pictures of the university because it represented seasonal change so well. Carson had created a springtime view of the campus with multicolored trees and buildings in the background. Even though the bid for the blanket had been competitive, the other university staff members were quickly outbid by their president. I turned to see President Fairfax dabbing her eyes. I wondered if they would put it on display in her office or somewhere else on campus. I imagined it being featured in the student union or the administrative building. I recall the gallery space, and I made a mental note to talk to Carson and Lois about exhibiting there. The third was different than the other two. It might not even be considered felted art. It was in a large shadow box that had the glass removed. It was the interior of the stash, complete with people sitting and knitting or at the cafe. At the center was the table with a large box that looked like a door that could open it. This last one requires a little more explanation from the artist and his inspiration, James said and waved to Carson, who got up and walked to the stage. Carson turned around and gestured to someone else. I was surprised when Zach got up and walked to the front. I realized what this was in a heartbeat. My anxiety spiked. I had been clear about what I did and didn't want in our relationship. I was worried that Zach had forgotten that now that we had grown as a couple. I think many of you know my sister, Carrie, Carson said, and everyone in the room turned to me. Not only did she do so much work to help Amelia and James with the auction, but she is an important part of our community. You also know Zach, the man next to me and usually the man next to her. Everyone clapped, and Carson handed Zach the microphone. Carrie, I need you to come up here, Zach said. I was afraid he would get on his knee when I was up at the podium, but he stood there, smiling. Open the box, Carson whispered close enough to the microphone, so everyone heard it. I reached out, pulled the little handle, and the little door popped open to reveal a house key nestled inside. I could feel the tears fill my eyes as my anxiety melted away. I promise nothing more than what we both want together, Zach said. But I'd like to make sure we're home, together, no matter where we live. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him. I felt his arms wrap around my waist as he lifted me off the ground. Yes, 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 I said, knowing this was everything I wanted and, for the first time in our relationship, Zach had been right and I had been wrong. As we sat back down, the bidding started, and there was only one bid from Zach so we could put it in our store. Finished object. You're done. You've finished. Now you have something lovely to wear or give to someone who will love it. Epilogue. The day had finally arrived. After 8 long months of construction, Zach and I were ready to debut the expanded shop and cafe. I hadn't slept well the night before, but I leaped out of bed as if I had gotten more than 8 hours. We had moved into the apartment a few months ago, but it still smelled like fresh paint as I got ready for the day. This morning was the quietest since we had moved back in. Even though we were on the 3rd floor, we could hear the construction from downstairs every morning as the 2 apartments on the 2nd floor were merged into one shared office space. I loved the way the apartment had turned out. Zach had worked with the contractor to build his dream kitchen. It had pushed out the construction, but he happily used the space. I had even set up a small office in one of the spare rooms. It was so much easier for us to be home now, both moving around with ease. Zach had even hired more help for the cafe, so he spent more time in our home than before. I was confident it was because it was our home, not only mine. I did one last walkthrough of the open office space downstairs before making my way into the store. Some of our first residents were already moving their items in. Rashad rented one office and had the studio set up for people to take their own social media photos and videos. Warm Up New England had their sign up in their office space. They would use our basement space to host their events. The first big event would happen later that day as we hosted a knit-a-thon with the kids from the community center. They had all been asking for donations based on how many scarves people thought they could make over 6 hours. I heard the elevator ding as I walked around. We had been able to fix this thanks to funding we had been able to secure to help pay for the project. Between Lackack State, the Lackack Economic Redevelopment Office, and the Woodhouse Family Foundation, we had been able to find funding to cover all the costs except the updates to our apartment. We learned, through the process, that Andrea hadn't been as well connected as we thought. She had tried to block our efforts along the way, but Zach and I focused on our goal. "Hey, Carrie." Rashad called when he saw me. I moved to his office space and waved. He held a big box of items that we often used in social media posts. They had been in my office for the past year, and it would be weird to have such an empty office again. I waved and grabbed the elevator to go down to the basement. I was anxious that it would break during our party that afternoon. When the door opened, my mother was in the basement, setting up the party supplies and balloons. Skeins of yarn were stacked on the large community table we added to the space. This is where the kids would sit and knit this afternoon for the event. I was pleased to see the snacks were already out but still covered. Zach and Umberto were going to debut the kitchen space by making more snacks throughout the day. It was an excellent way to showcase some of their classes with other local restaurant owners. We consulted with them to be a space they used if they had to host large classes or partner with other businesses, like the local pizza place that would do a beer and pizza tasting event in a few weeks. Otherwise, they wanted to use their own kitchens and spaces. "Are you ready?" Zach asked after giving me a kiss when I walked upstairs a few minutes later. I took a deep breath and tried to find a way to occupy myself for a few hours. "On your marks," Lisa yelled to the crowd, her hand on top of the large digital timer sitting next to her. "Get set. Knit." The kids at the table all rushed to cast on their first scarves. We had given them specific instructions about how many stitches to cast on, what stitches to use, and how many rows to knit. A few of the teachers walked around and offered encouragement and help as they went. As the kids worked, I took center stage. About a year ago, I had stood in Nicole's bookstore as she had reopened it to the community. I had been so confident about my place in the world then. It seemed foolish to get up here and talk about how amazing I am. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to our first knit-a-thon in collaboration with the community center," I said as people turned to look at me. I paused and let everyone clap or quiet down. I met Zach's eyes and smiled. "I'm not going to stand here and tell you how wonderful everyone is. Those who have helped build this space and will use it are here to share their experiences and plans with you. I simply want to thank those who donated money or goods for today." People patiently listened as I listed all our founders, clapping as I finished the list. When I mentioned Doug, who brought the wine over, the adults in the room let out a big cheer. Last, I said as the cheering died down, "I want to thank my partner Zach Knightley for his hard work over the past few years. The stash would still be a quiet yarn shop if it wasn't for him and Umberto building a cafe that inspired the rest of this." People clapped politely, probably not aware of how important it was to me that Zach was acknowledged for his hard work. "Oh," I said before I stepped away. "This space is what our community needs it to be. If your group is interested in collaboration or has needs that we haven't considered, I'm happy to learn more so we can make adjustments." I stepped away and let our partners get up to speak about the work they were going to do in our space. Gina talked about Warm Up New England, Rashad about the studio he was building upstairs, and Lisa talked about collaborating with the community center. Since this was the focus of our event today, the 3 reporters in attendance wanted to talk to her. "What will you do with the scarves?" one of the reporters asked Lisa. They'll be donated to warm up New England and given to the elderly, low-income, disabled, and homeless residents of the region, Lisa explained and pointed toward the charity's banner where the reporter could find the fact sheet and press release about the event. I walked away, happy to let our partners be the center of attention. I didn't need to speak for them. "This is very impressive," my mother said as she looked around the space. My father, who hadn't been here since last year, was busy looking around the room. They both looked tired, having spent this year focused on the transitions at Woodhouse Yarns. This had been their first weekend off since Christmas. While my mother had helped set up for today, my father had been at the summer farmers market. It was a big project Bart and the Chamber of Commerce had organized in a last-ditch effort to stay in the mayor's good graces. It was a good decision, but it came too late to save Bart's artist community plan. Zach and I had decided to support it by hiring a small team to run a coffee tent at the market. We had worked with Lisa and hired teenagers from the community center's work placement program to do all the work. They planned the menu offered and the drinks they brought over. It was the only food option at the moment, but one of the girls working it was planning to go to culinary school and wanted to come back to town to run a food truck in the region. She and Umberto were working on different empanada recipes and selling those at the farmers market. "The Bennetts have a booth at the farmers market," my father said when I found my parents tasting some of the snacks Zach had made. This week, they had the first leeks of the season and some peppers. There wasn't any candy. I raised my eyebrow, curious about the change for them. I didn't imagine chocolate would be an excellent product to bring to an outdoor farmers market in the summer. I let my father's gossip sit in my head as I walked around to greet people. Some of the college students were already back in town for the next semester. Those who had been regulars earlier in the year had come by. Many were looking at the diorama that Carson had made of the shop. We had decided to put it down here for now since we didn't want people looking at Carson's other piece to think it was for sale. The young women were opening and closing the door and giggling. It was like they half expected to open it and find something would magically appear. I ignored them and went to help as the first knit-a-thon participants started asking for someone to help count their rows. We were barely an hour in, but these participants were some of the fastest knitters from the community center classes. Elsa and Cindy were both helping the kids who were knitting. They had gotten married over the summer. Throughout the winter and spring, we learned that they had started dating when they were both at Harvard University. Elsa had taken the job with my father because she thought Cindy would want to live here when she graduated. Elsa's travel schedule had been more difficult than either had expected. Elsa would be gone for months, and Cindy didn't like it, breaking up with Elsa to reconsider her plans. These days their schedules were coordinated so that they traveled together. Their jobs already required remote work, so it worked well for both. Both were frequently in the stash when they were home, often allowing our regulars to try yarns they developed and collaborated with us. We were slowly becoming a more significant part of Woodhouse Yarns. I knew one day I would be pressured, again, to join the company. I knew this was the only place I wanted to be. "There's a rumor flying around that the Netherfield building was sold to someone," Lori said as I passed her in the crowd. That caught my attention since Zach's apartment had been in that building, and I had lived there for the 4 months it took to renovate the apartment. The owner had been glad that Zach hadn't wanted to renew his lease, but there hadn't been an explanation. "Who told you that?" I asked her. She tilted her head to Doug, and I made a beeline to my friend. "It's literally just happened yesterday," Doug said when I rapidly asked my questions. The old owner came in to buy a bottle of champagne so they could toast. He's been trying to get someone to buy the building for years. I didn't even recognize him. Doug didn't know more than that, so I went to James, who always knew what was happening with the local real estate. My brother-in-law was sitting on a couch, my nephew asleep on his lap. James rolled his eyes when I sat down next to him and asked about the Netherfield building. I knew you would want to know more about this, he said. I wish I could tell you everything, but I don't know much myself. The owner is the Rosings Company. They seem to be a front for someone who wants to remain anonymous, but my contact at the permit office said they already requested construction permits to make sure a kitchen could be installed for a candy shop. I stood there, mouth open. I didn't know what this meant, but I was excited to see how this would push the Bennetts and Meriton candies to change.